She hesitated, perhaps because she was still recovering from her illness, and with a pale face, she quietly explained, I know, but that live stream was very important to me. It involved a lot of people's efforts, and I couldn't just. It seems you still don't understand how important this is. Suddenly, he stood up. His height of 1.95 meters gave him an imposing presence. Jiang Qiuqiu had never seen such a serious and stern expression on MOC's face before. She paused for a moment. The man continued speaking. This is not a small matter. It's not something you can fix by working hard despite being unwell and earning a medal. You were invaded by a vicious mercenary who hurt your mind. Your mental state is in pain and there are signs of collapse. You didn't choose to rest or see a doctor, but instead, you reactivated your mental energy. You think you're just doing your job, but you're actually underestimating yourself, MOC said coldly. You're underestimating your future, your past efforts, and your health. Do you know what happens if you force your mental energy until it breaks? Damage to your intelligence, loss of mental power, inability to control your mind, memory problems, or even losing your sanity. Mrs. L, walking with Mo Qingyu to the hallway outside the inner room, heard these words. Her expression was cold and hard, like stone, very fierce. Grandma L, maybe you misunderstood? Is this called liking someone? My brother is just giving advice. If you like someone that much, you might end up loving them to death, she said fiercely. Mrs. L shook her head. You still don't understand. Young lovers in their 20s are often like this. Since Mrs. L said that the two inside were sharing a deep emotional connection, they didn't go in as third wheels, but stood at the door listening quietly. Of course, Mo Qingyu didn't think of herself as a third wheel. She felt she should push the door open and let MOC be gentle. Autumn just woke up, and why say such heavy words? Jiang Qiuqiu leaned half on the bed, stunned by the series of lectures. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became quiet and tense. Jiang Qiuqiu was a bit speechless, but not because she was angry or offended. She simply hadn't thought much about it. When she was live streaming, she thought it was nothing serious. She just woke up and saw MOC. He must have been here for a long time. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at him carefully, then quickly admitted her mistake. I know I was wrong. I won't do that again. That day, I used the mental repair helmet. I felt much better. I thought I was fine, so I continued streaming, Jiang Qiuqiu said a little shyly. When did you come back? You've been so busy these days. Humbly admitting her mistakes helped MOC feel much calmer. He sat down again and said, It's no trouble at all. Then he remembered something else. Sometimes, you shouldn't isolate yourself from everyone. Don't be afraid to cause some trouble. MOC looked at her. When I asked you why you dropped out of school, you didn't want to tell me because you were worried about trouble. No one thinks it's a problem. If you had told me about Jiang Tianming's situation back then, you wouldn't be in such a dangerous place now. Qiuqiu, when her strength was weak, borrowing others' power isn't shameful. Besides, MOC looked at Jiang Qiuqiu with her eyes shimmering with tears and slightly red corners, his voice softening unconsciously. I've been teaching you mental training, so I am kind of your teacher too. Anytime you need help, just ask me. He looked at Jiang Qiuqiu, his dark eyes full of seriousness. It seemed like he was making a promise. Jiang Qiuqiu paused for a moment and nodded. I understand. Good to hear. MOC patted her hand. Protecting herself is the most important. Yes, she would do that. She was easy to talk to, obedient and cute.
Mo si gradually relaxed.
After chatting for a while, Jiang Qiuqiu's face showed a worried expression again. What's wrong? Did I feel like the taste of the mental nourishment liquid is getting stronger? I want to drink some water. Without needing to say more, MOC automatically got up and poured water on the side. Warm but not hot, mixed with a little coolness, just the right temperature. Comfortable without being too hot to drink. Mo Qingyu. Was that MOC just now? Wow, this is too unfair. Last time, it was the same place, the same mental breakdown, the same situation. MOC's attitude towards her was, do you know how serious this is? If she didn't understand or didn't realize and kept doing the same, she would regret her actions someday when she realized how foolish she was. She was once again annoyed. After feeling annoyed, she leaned against the window and stared inside. Mrs. AI Air asked her, "Do you find it interesting?" What's interesting? Seeing a different General MOC. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Mo Qingyu said. He just came at me directly, then started a storm. It hasn't rained for more than 2 minutes now. The sky has cleared up from cloudy to sunny, with a gentle spring breeze.
Phew.
Assistant, you are the first girl to make him lose his composure. I've seen this scene many times before. Mrs. L also looked up on tiptoe. Every couple who comes here for treatment is like this. Little Qingyu, your brother should find a girlfriend soon. After the people inside finished talking, Mo Qingyu and Mrs. L went inside. Jiang Qiuxiu was still half lying on the bed, greeting Mrs. L and Mo Qingyu. When Mo Qingyu arrived, it was a girl's special moment. Since she had some things to do, MOC told Mo Qingyu a few words, and then left. From Mo Qingyu, Jiang Qiuxiu learned more details about what happened. She quickly thanked Mrs. L, who waved her hand. No need to thank me.
There's no need to thank me.
I should be thanking you, Grandma. Thank you for letting me see this wonderful scene, Mrs. L said cheerfully. It's the first time I've seen that kid so nervous around someone. It hasn't happened in over 10 years. Quite a rare thing. After she said this, Jiang Qiuxiu was stunned for a moment and then broke into a big smile, so big that her eyes also curved. All the important things are done. Mrs. L waved her hand. I'm going out to fish. You two can talk slowly. Qingyu, thank you for coming all this way after work. Qiuxiu, why do you always like to be so polite? Mo Qingyu rubbed her face. If you get hurt, I will definitely come to see you. Those nobles are really shameless. And Mo Qingyu looked surprised when she saw the message on her device. Now, some nobles in the Federation are becoming more and more shameless. They're starting to treat people like they are nothing. You also know about this. And Mo Qingyu nodded. After being in contact for so long, she knew a little about herself. She didn't hide everything and said, when I was leaving, I was worried you might be unsafe living alone, so I told some familiar people in the community. They sent me messages a few days ago. I was working at the time and didn't see them. Mo Qingyu sighed. If I hadn't been working then, I could have talked you out of it, and this wouldn't have happened. Why think so much? It already happened. Let's not talk about it anymore. Jiang Qiuxiu doesn't like to talk about past disappointments. She just discussed her work and recent live streaming experiences with Mo Qingyu. As she spoke, she noticed that although Mo Qingyu kept looking at her, he seemed distracted. Qingyu's sister? She called her sister twice, and only then did Mo Qingyu realize, Qiuxiu, what's wrong? You seem a bit distracted, because I am thinking about something. Mo Qingyu wanted to ask about it, but she knew she had to ask MOC for answers. She didn't dare to ask him directly. From Mrs. Ayer's perspective, recalling the various events at the villa seemed to bring up old memories. MOC always treated Qiuxiu differently. Suddenly, she thought Mrs. Ayer might be right. She drifted into her thoughts again. Jiang Qiuxiu grabbed her hand and asked, "What are you really thinking about?" She couldn't tell her thoughts, but Mo Qingyu almost instinctively asked, "Qiuxiu, what do you think about black holes?" She wasn't trying to find out anything special, just casually asking. About him, Jiang Qiuxiu replied simply, "I think he's very good." Her words were simple, but her eyes showed more than words could say. Mo Qingyu had never been in love, but she had seen people in love. She started to worry. This wasn't just a casual meeting. She didn't know why, but when Jiang Qiuxiu and MOC had no connection before, Mo Qingyu could imagine their relationship freely. But now, it felt different. Her heart sank. This wasn't a public relationship. Her brother was hiding his identity. Qiuxiu was gentle, but she was also decisive. She didn't like being lied to. All the roles and identities were mixed up. After talking with Jiang Qiuxiu for a while, she received a message from her company. Mingmei asked every day if Jiang Qiuxiu was awake. After 2 days with no news, she finally got a message. She quickly sent a reply. Seeing that Jiang Qiuxiu was busy with work, Mo Qingyu stood up and went outside. She had something she wanted to discuss with Mrs. Ayer. "Qiuxiu, you're finally awake," Mingmei sighed in relief. "How are you now? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Kikyo first expressed her thanks to Ming Mei and Xiao Qianzong. I saw the fruit basket you brought. Thank you for coming to see me and for calling the ambulance. It's just a small thing. As long as you're okay, I'm fine. By the way, Ming Mei, how is the situation with the live stream? Jiang Kikyu only remembered collapsing during the broadcast, which probably caused quite a stir. When mentioning the live stream, Ming Mei suddenly remembered something. Oh, Kikyu, what is it? The incident caused a big fuss, but it's not just about you fainting. There's more. Ming Mei explained the issue with the camera angle changing during the recording. Oh, so I was exposed. Yes, now everyone in the circle is sharing your gif. Ming Mei thought Jiang Kikyu would be more upset, but was surprised. You're calmer than I expected. There's no point in being upset now. Things have happened, and I just have to accept it. Jiang Kikyu rubbed her forehead. It really wasn't smart to push myself. If I had delayed the live stream, there wouldn't be so many problems. I also blame myself for rushing you, Ming Mei said, knowing Jiang Kikyu was very unwell, but still pushing through the broadcast. She felt guilty for a long time. Next time, if you're not feeling well, just tell me directly. Promotion teams are actually quite flexible. If it's urgent, we can temporarily swap with some good relations in other branches. It would only waste a little extra resources. Yeah, I understand. I won't do that again. Later, Ming Mei updated her on the current situation of the live stream. Late Star and the operations team have taken over the stream. They communicate with fans daily and update them on your condition, but you haven't woken up these past 2 days and fans keep asking. The customer service team has been receiving calls every day asking when you'll recover. Yesterday, a group of student fans from the branch also came to ask about you. Fortunately, everyone is anxious but orderly. Recently, it's not just her busy. Xiao Qianzong is also extremely busy. Many people in the second-generation circle have been sending messages asking about Jiang Kikyu, especially the eldest daughter of the Dicey family, who sends 5 messages a day, morning, noon, evening with tea and late-night snacks. Since you're awake now, if it's convenient, you could do a small live broadcast. Just tell everyone about your situation. Okay, I'll do it tonight. After that, rest assured and focus on recovering. Bright and cheerful, Jiang Qiuxiu still doesn't know she was ambushed. She thinks she is just overworked and has fallen ill. Don't worry too much. The fans are planning a small evening event. You should take good care of yourself. Got it. Jiang Qiuxiu realizes that although she came alone to this new time, she now feels like she is no longer alone. From all around her, she feels endless warmth. Because of a small amount of money, she bargains with a hitman. This year's food contest is more difficult than before. The favorite to win suddenly fainted during the live broadcast. Although it attracted many viewers, no news came for several days after. The editorial and operations teams are answering fans' questions in order, but not being able to do live shows is a big problem. If Jiang Qiuxiu keeps not streaming, others might surpass her. For example, Wang Hengli saw this chance to defend his first place. In the past few days, he has been streaming non-stop, cooking dishes from his secret recipes, asking for donations repeatedly. His popularity keeps rising, and now he is in second place. He is very close to Jiang Qiuxiu, just a small step behind. During breaks, Wang Hengli shines brightly. Because he has been working so hard, his eyes are a little bloodshot, but he is still very excited. He is about to reclaim first place. He feels happy that his hard work is paying off. People are finally giving him coins and praise, saying he is truly talented. He is enjoying the feeling of being at the top without Jiang Qiuxiu. Wang Tuan, as a streaming tool, quietly stays beside him. Wang Hengli logs into the dark web using his device. He had wanted to pay someone to eliminate Jiang Qiuxiu before, but the price was too high, so he and the mercenary couldn't agree. He was willing to pay 1 million to buy Jiang Qiuxiu's hand, but the mercenary refused, demanding 3 million. They bargained back and forth for nearly 5 days. At first, Wang Hengli hesitated, but after tasting success, he made up his mind. 300,000,000 is 300 million. Are you finally willing to pay, boss? I will pay half first. Once everything is successful, I will pay the other half. Monkey spirit. Okay, that's the rule of this business. The two of them confirmed Jiang Qiuqiu's name, the details of the deal, and the payment again. Wang Hengli gritted his teeth and transferred 1.5 million stars. After the other side received the money, they sent a good message. Monkey spirit, your hands will definitely bring you luck. Wang Hengli's face showed strong satisfaction. Tao Tuan on the side secretly looked at the words on the screen, his hand trembling. This is illegal. Spending 1.5 million stars from a private account made Wang Hengli feel pain. Just then, Qian Song sent a message. Why haven't you started the live broadcast yet? The first round of the PK will end in a week. Qian Song was angry. If you don't stay in first place to advance, where will I put my face? His tone was very bad, like he was talking to trash. Wang Hengli's face suddenly changed. His eyes were dark, but his tone was still very servile. Mr. Qian, I will start immediately. Please don't be angry. I am sure I can get first place. Let's hope so. Then he directly ended the call. Soon, Wang Hengli's live broadcast started again. With endless supplies, changing tricks back and forth, and the fan base built up over time, plus some real skill, Wang Hengli's popularity was actually quite good. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuqiu's circle was a different scene. What is going on? I am going crazy. What exactly is wrong with Qiuqiu? Yeah, it's been 2 days. I feel like 2 years have passed. No news at all. Customer service's reply is so official, I feel panicked just listening. We also went there in a group to ask the company. They said it's confidential. Qiuqiu hasn't spoken out either. What's really going on? First time speaking after waking up, the words above are full of concern. When Jiang Qiuqiu entered this discussion, her heart felt very comforted. Of course, some people were discussing the live stream. Qiuqiu probably got sick or was too exhausted. Besides caring about Qiuqiu's health, we also need to care about her ranking. This poster shared Jiang Qiuqiu's first place data from the annual meeting PK. Below that 20-hour live rotation, Qiuqiu hasn't gone online for a while, and she might even surpass her. A group of people are here analyzing how long it will take for Wang Henry to overtake Jiang Qiuqiu. They are trying to figure out how to work together to get the branch company to open Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream so they can boost the votes and secure the top spot. This shows the dedication of the fans. The earlier tone was quite normal, but later it became a bit more strange. The official hasn't released any bad data yet. I guess Qiuqiu is probably doing okay now. I'm actually curious about the male voice that appeared in the live stream. Qiuqiu fainted. Our generation's genes aren't that easy to faint, and Qiuqiu is so young and seems healthy. Why did she faint? Then a hurried male voice came over. Do you think Qiuqiu might be pregnant? Only someone with a baby would faint so easily. Jiang Qiuqiu read this and thought. She didn't even hold hands with anyone, and the circle is already planning for her to have a baby? This post is surprisingly popular, with many comments debating whether this guess is possible. Various messages are mixed up. The message that Qiuqiu is very beautiful was pushed to the back, and few people are discussing it anymore. Not responding would indeed be bad, so Jiang Qiuqiu thought for a moment and started a new post about tonight's 7 p.m. live stream. She even added a note. I'm still not feeling well today, just doing a live to meet everyone and explain what happened before. Tonight will mainly be a casual chat. Despite that, fans' enthusiasm was unstoppable. Come on, Qiuqiu, our little cutie, finally appeared. I've been waiting for 10,000 years. Glad you're okay. Every minute without you is so hard to endure. No worries about not eating. Take good care of yourself, and you'll make up for it later. After agreeing to meet everyone on time and promising not to miss it, the screen time showed that over an hour had already passed. Gossip really is a time destroyer. Just a quick look, and it's so late. Long hours of thinking made her head ache a bit, so Mo Qingyu came in and saw her like that, immediately bringing her a tube of mental nourishment liquid. The transparent, light gold tube looked very high-end. Jiang Qiuqiu glanced at the 4 drip at her vein, showing a face full of resistance. Just by seeing Autumn's expression, I realize you're really a child, haha. Sister Qingyu, do I have to drink this? You can choose not to, but your recovery will be much slower. Mo Qingyu sat beside her bed. It will take twice as long. But after Jiang Qiuqiu unscrewed the bottle and sniffed it, she found the smell was a bit intoxicating. She was quite resistant, so Mo Qingyu thought for a moment and took the nutritional liquid back. All right, if you really don't want to drink it, you can rest for a while to relieve your fatigue. Then I'll sleep for a bit. Jiang Qiuqiu yawned. I'm just feeling sleepy. Jiang Qiuqiu slept until 7 o'clock. Mrs. Ai Air cooked a sweet and sour nutritious meal for everyone to have for dinner. 274 looks beautiful and gentle, and she can cook. She really is a goddess. At 6:50 p.m., Jiang Qiuqiu's live broadcast was about to start. More and more people were waiting. Some students just finished class and heard Jiang Qiuqiu was going live. They eagerly rushed into the live stream room. By 7 p.m., the number of viewers had exceeded 300 million. Since she didn't bring a camera robot, Jiang Qiuqiu used a basic device to record. She found something to prop it up and used the device's camera function to stream live. Today's video quality was a bit poor. Everyone could only see Qiuqiu sitting against the wall, with her long hair draped over her shoulders and a pointed chin. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. This time, I'm not sharing food, just chatting with you. Finally, I hear Qiuqiu's voice again. Most of you are probably wondering why I fainted. The reason for my fainting: I was still being diagnosed earlier, and the team doesn't know the exact cause yet, so I didn't say anything. Yes, it's not because I have a baby. Jiang Qiuqiu's voice sounded helpless. It's just that some unexpected things happened in my life. Unexpected? What kind of unexpected? Could it be because I was too exhausted? No, I still have plenty of energy. I wouldn't faint just from cooking during a live stream. It's something else. The unexpected thing. I can't say for now. Crying loudly, sob, sob, sob. Even though it's hard, I still have to say, Juju, take care of yourself. How did your mental energy get hurt? What exactly happened? Did the training go wrong? Don't blame yourself. No one wants this to happen. Take good care of your health. You can eat anytime. The most important thing is to keep your body healthy. It's a pity I can't enjoy delicious food, but Juju's mental strength is clearly more important. Little girl, you need to take care of your health. Work can wait. Your health is the most important. This looks like it's probably a family of dads or grandparents. I will recover well. As they talked, 15 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, someone in the chat sent a message. The live stream has been going for 15 minutes. Friends with free coins or ready to donate, go ahead and do it. Otherwise, it's a waste. If you donate, I donate too, so Juju can stand out strongly. Be the center of attention. Going. The fans' enthusiasm instantly overwhelmed the scene. Jiang Qiuqiu only saw the coins rapidly jumping in the top left corner of the live stream. Without pause, her popularity kept rising. Of course, the most eye-catching was the VIP with a holy glow. Malin directly donated 5 million stars in Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream, leaving a message: buy some supplements. Take good care of yourself, don't worry about rankings. After saying these two things, she added another: hold a live stream on time. The first place will definitely be yours.
Wow.
Is this the confidence of a millionaire sister? Take good care of yourself. The first place will definitely be yours. One for you. The screen kept flashing this message. Malin also threw another 5 million stars into the donation area. She had now become the top fan of Jiang Qiuqiu. After talking about the ranking, everyone started discussing Qiuqiu's appearance. Juju, do you know you accidentally showed your face last time during the live stream? At first, we thought Juju didn't show her face because... But it turns out Juju is so beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also gentle and good at cooking, undoubtedly a dream girl. Everyone's praise kept coming one after another. You're very obedient. Everyone's filters for delicious cooking are too strong. I admit I look a bit good. You all are so good at complimenting I almost laugh out loud. Dare to laugh out loud. Initially, everyone was quite cautious. After a few conversations, once they realized Jiang Qiuqiu was not opposed to showing her face, they became more bold. Someone asked why Jiang Qiuqiu hadn't shown her face before. Because I thought it was a bit troublesome, Jiang Qiuqiu said softly. And I remember you all said that nothing looks better than fried meat patties, BB Beast meatballs, and preserved vegetable pork. I think so too, she said playfully. I don't want to appear on the same screen with more beautiful people. All right, let's skip that question. Okay, then I won't ask. But will Juju show her face in future live streams? Maybe, she replied. There's nothing left to hide now, and hiding more would be a bit pretentious. If everyone likes it, I'll consider it. Many viewers expressed their support with likes. Someone also asked if Jiang Qiuxiu could show her face now. No, it's too late. I'm still in bed, and although everyone says I look naturally beautiful, I'm a bit messy right now, so I don't want to show myself. Since the topic has turned to me, why don't we discuss what my live stream menu will be once I recover? I want to see what everyone likes. Gradually, the conversation started to get back on track. Before long, it was already 8 o'clock. Jiang Qiuxiu felt a little tired. Soon, her device beeped automatically, displaying a message from MOC on the wall. MOC, it's been over an hour.
You should rest now.
MOC, the patient needs to sleep. Jiang Qiuxiu paused for a moment, unable to resist glancing at the small camera on her device. Is he watching the live stream now? All right, it's getting late. That's all for today. Jiang Qiuxiu waved to everyone. I'll announce the exact time for the next live stream in the group in advance. You can join Juju's group to stay updated. Goodbye. Jiang Qiuxiu turned off the camera and picked up her device. She was sending a message to MOC. Jiang Qiuxiu, with a playful tone, are you watching the live stream? Black hole. I saw your reminder and thought you were going to cook tonight. Jiang Qiuxiu, with a playful tone, shocked. No way, I'm still injured. Black hole. You were injured before too. Implying, haven't you been doing that all along? Jiang Qiuxiu, with a playful tone, wow, so you keep saying I'm doing things? I didn't cook anything today. Today, MOC took some time to visit the cabinet and parliament for an official order. He just returned and sat down when he saw Jiang Qiuxiu live streaming. He frowned, thinking the young girl was again being disobedient and busy with work. After listening, he realized she was just reporting updates. Black hole. No, not today. She was very well behaved. Using this word to describe her. Jiang Qiuxiu. Soldier, do you have something to do again today? I didn't see you come back. Black hole. Handling some trouble. Black hole. Mo Qingyu will be here today and tomorrow. Let her take care of you first. I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Jiang Qiuxiu. Soldier, okay. MOC was still communicating with Jiang Qiuxiu when a knock came at the door. MOC pressed the terminal in his hand.
Come in.
Qiu Dao, also dressed neatly in his military uniform. General, everything is ready. MOC nodded and stood up. As he rose, his dark green cloak slowly draped down. Today, he also wore a sharp military uniform. He left the office and saw a group of imposing soldiers at the training ground entrance, including Chang Bei. Clearly, tonight would be a night of no sleep. The night on the Federation is quite strange. On the distant polar star, soldiers on guard are still drinking unappetizing but filling nutrient liquids under the starry sky. Young men and women on lower-tier planets might still be mining, children might be picking up trash, or they might already be asleep. On prosperous planets, workers who finish their day are finally off work, showing all kinds of life. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming and his friends are gathering at a karaoke bar. Today's gathering is to celebrate Jiang Tianming's quick success in winning over a talented newcomer from a lower-tier planet. Everyone raises their glasses, under the dim lights illuminating their youthful faces. Someone toasts, "Young Master Jiang is really amazing." How long has it been? Probably the fastest in history, less than a day to conquer everything, haha. People from lower-tier planets are just like that. Jiang Tianming casually swallows some juice. They haven't seen much of the world. Yeah, everyone agrees, sharing stories about their experiences with classmates from lower-tier planets.
Can you believe it?
Some people are still using such old terminals. Someone laughs. That terminal is probably older than me. So poor and outdated. The ground was terrible, and every time I took those people to the mall, their expressions made me very happy. A man with a somewhat androgynous appearance interrupted, speaking as if he was talking about a monkey rather than a person. No one found this attitude strange. In fact, everyone agreed and started talking again. Speaking of which, why are people from lower stars getting less and less impressive? They're getting uglier. Exactly, more and more ugly. Soon, I won't want to touch them. Am I playing with her, or is she playing with me? When mentioning the present, they inevitably brought up the past. Her manners used to be really good. Among lower stars, she was considered quite beautiful, like Jiang Qiuxiu. After someone mentioned this name, they instinctively glanced at Jiang Tianming. He put down his juice, looked up, and said coolly, "Go ahead, I don't mind." "Oh, our young master Jiang is being generous now." "What's so generous about it? Why bother with a useless person?" Jiang Tianming leaned back on the sofa, voice low. "Women who refuse drinks and then get punished. I already had someone disable her mental power. Let's see if she still dares to be proud afterward." Disabling someone wasn't seen as cruel but rather curious, and someone added, "She probably has a B level of mental power too." How much did Jiang spend to disable her? 5 million. Suddenly, everyone in the small hall exclaimed in awe, praising Jiang Tianming for being impressive, brave, and favored. Jiang Tianming, at the center of the conversation, looked proud. He stood up, wanting to toast with everyone here, but suddenly, the door to the small hall opened. Jiang frowned. "Who is it?" "I didn't call for juice." The dim ambient lights were quickly turned off. Someone pressed the button for the white lights, and in an instant, the entire private room was illuminated brightly by high-wattage bulbs, as if it were daytime. A group of second-generation elites suddenly winced and shouted, "Who's the fool who turned on the lights?" Before he finished speaking, a team of soldiers dressed in dark green military uniforms quickly entered. Before anyone could react, they put restraining rings around everyone's necks. Seeing this, Qiu Dao simply said, "Gather," and all the restrained people were pulled together. Some people, caught off guard, were even dragged over. Everyone looked very awkward, like dogs being pulled along. All of this happened in just a moment. Qiu Dao thought it was overkill to bring his team to catch these useless people. Even a general was involved, like shooting birds with a laser cannon. If these people weren't nobles, capturing someone with a higher status to keep control would be necessary. But since they were nobles, it was considered an insult to arrest them. These young nobles had never seen such a scene. Once they were first shocked, then started to introduce themselves. "Which military district are you from? Are you blind? Do you even know who we are? Don't just go around issuing arrest orders. I warn you, I have powerful backing. If you're smart, you'd better let us go." Everyone started talking loudly. Changbei hated this kind of noisy arguing. He raised his gun and fired a shot. A bullet hole appeared on the floor. "Everyone shut up," Changbei said sternly. "Even if your father is a duke, we will still arrest you." The arrest was just a formality. After confirming the number of people, Qiu Dao and Changbei exchanged glances and ordered, "Everyone is here. Take them away." That night, the scene was quite grand. First, a group of soldiers in uniform with guns walking into a commercial area was already a big event. Then, their hovering vehicles stormed into a private room at a KTV. When they arrived, everyone inside, including the owner, stopped what they were doing. What everyone saw was like this. The front of the team looked just as neat and dignified as before, with a commanding presence. But behind them, the two soldiers who had no weapons in their hands now held a bunch of restraining ropes. Behind them, the nobles were walking with their heads bowed, 1 foot deep and 1 shallow, following behind. Because the soldiers were moving very quickly, some of them couldn't keep up and staggered, falling to the ground. However, the people in front didn't stop for even a second, and the lines in their hands remained tight as they dragged others along. The KTV had stairs, and when they carried someone over the stairs, they inevitably experienced height differences. A sudden pull caused someone to fall to the ground. Even after falling, the people in front remained cold and unfeeling. In this era, the restraints were placed around the neck. To make control easier, a lead rope was attached to the restraints. When soldiers held a bunch of these ropes, it looked like they were walking a pack of obedient dogs. Such scenes were rare. Someone nearby secretly turned on their device to record. The KTV owner saw the faces of the people behind and immediately wanted to stop them, but the second boss beside him held him back. "You're crazy. If we get into trouble with so many nobles here, we're finished. If you try to stop them, you're the one who's really crazy," she said, grabbing him. "Don't you see who's catching them? Is the badge on their chest just an ordinary badge?" the second boss, who had just seen the search warrant, asked. "And those soldiers are holding a warrant from the cabinet. Later, you just need to send a message to their families. We're just customers here, not breaking any laws. Why should we be blamed?" After Kuei Dao and Changbei left, the people in the KTV quickly started talking. Someone uploaded the video they recorded today to the Starnet. In an instant, it gained millions of views and shares. The situation was still escalating. Meanwhile, the group of young nobles had been put into a special hover vehicle used for transporting prisoners. Corruption of the nobles MOC sat at the front because his face was very well known, so he didn't get into the hover vehicle himself. This special vehicle had 3 parts: the front cabin, the middle section, and the back section where prisoners were held. MOC, Qi Dao, and Changbei were in the front cabin. The soldiers were in the middle, and 19 rebellious teenagers stood in the back, grumbling. The door was well soundproofed, but MOC was watching the surveillance footage. On the screen, these good-looking, well-dressed people were making ugly faces and saying disgusting things. Qi Dao wanted to turn off the screen, but MOC suddenly stood up. MOC looked at the distant starry sky, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He was detected to have strong mental power and powerful beast-like genes when he was very young. He is the perfect fusion of beast genes in his generation of the MO family. At 16, MOC graduated from the Federation Military Academy and went to the front lines. He grew up in a simple and pure environment. After going to the battlefield, the blood and farewells made this young boy grow up quickly. In just a few years, he became a sharp weapon on the battlefield. At that time, MOC was a general on the battlefield. But every year, there was a ceasefire period. During this time, he would return to experience all the advanced things of the Federation. In his 20s, MOC often felt confused. There were many social classes. He wanted to protect all the people of the Federation, not just a small group. Many soldiers fought bravely against the insect-like enemies on the front lines. Yet, the nobles on the main star of the Federation could easily harm those who worked hard and tried to improve. They were corrupt, disgusting, and evil, yet they lived carefree and comfortable lives. Qiu Dao, it seems they don't like staying in the vehicle either. Kick them down and hang them, noisy. Yes, sir. Just as he was about to leave, MOC stopped him and pointed. Keep this person. The person was Jiang Tianming. Qiu Dao nodded and went straight to the back cabin. Soon, the screams of these people echoed in the air. MOC stood at the window and saw them one by one floating out. They were really hanging, tied with a line to the hover vehicle. When kicked down, the high-tech restraint rings wouldn't strangle them, but their chin and neck bore the weight of their entire bodies. Everyone was kicked down. Jiang Tianming thought it would be his turn next, but the man in military uniform didn't kick him. He narrowly escaped, but for some reason, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt more and more scared. What exactly is this thing? Jiang Tianming was just a young spoiled brat. He had never seen so much before. He was almost crying. He curled up in a corner of the back cabin, hugging himself. He really missed his parents. When would he see them again? As he lowered his head, it suddenly felt like something was stepping on his foot. He instinctively wanted to look up, but the weight on his foot suddenly increased. He felt like he heard the sound of bones breaking. He shouted loudly. He looked up and saw a terrifying woman's face just inches away from him. Stay back. But no matter what Jiang Tianming said, the scary shadow kept moving closer, saying as it approached, "Aren't you here to play with me?" Then, she pulled out a bone from her thigh. Her leg bent unnaturally, and with a creepy face, dragging a skin-like leg, she happily held the blood-stained bone and moved closer to Jiang Tianming. No, because he had offended me. In his terrified eyes, the woman coldly pushed the leg bone into Jiang Tianming's mouth. In the front cabin, Mo Sijing sat quietly in his chair. In the back cabin, Jiang Tianming was almost going crazy. He had nothing in front of him, but his expression was terrifying, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, sometimes refusing. He bit his fist and bowed his head to the ground, showing all kinds of strange behaviors. Qiu Dao and Chang Bei watched quietly from the side, carefully communicating through mental messages. Chang Bei, what do you think is happening? Qiu Dao, I don't know. Anyway, the general is very angry. Chang Bei, in the past, during ceasefire periods, he wouldn't act like this. The general only gets a little irritable on the front lines. Every year during the ceasefire, MOCG would change. From a cold, irritable general, he would become a disciplined, calm, and reliable military leader in front of others. Qiu Dao, maybe he's disappointed with the current situation. Qiu Dao, look at these young people. They are all nobles. Maybe they will work for the Federation in the future. Would someone like that work within the system? The Federation's collapse is just around the corner. Qiu Dao thought that MOCG's sudden outburst was probably an attempt to clean up the noble circles. Chang Bei, it's so complicated. It would be better without emperors and nobles. Qiu Dao, take that back. Are you stupid? Be careful with your words. MOCG had just launched a mental attack on Jiang Tianming. Seeing his mental strength reaching the limit, and after he collapsed, MOCG turned off the projection. Kick him out too. I'm going now. Chang Bei acted quickly and decisively, kicking the person out immediately. Jiang Tianming, still hallucinating, was now very lively. He swayed from side to side, biting anyone he caught. The people hanging with him were desperately trying to avoid him. Only 3 people remained in the front cabin. Qiu Dao He Chang Bei has been the deputy officer for MOC for many years. Qiu Dao was curious and couldn't help asking, General, why did you make such a big show about the arrest today? There were formal uniforms, floating cars, and everyone was asked to wear military badges. If it was just about punishing some minor nobles who bullied classmates, they would have simply sent soldiers without causing a fuss. It's part of a plan. This was a cooperation with someone in the cabinet. It seemed like just an arrest, but the real purpose was to send a warning, to make the nobles behave better, and to show the military support for innocent victims. It also gave a third place for tips to be sent. MOC had discussed this plan with a cabinet member long ago. The goal was to curb the arrogance of the nobles and make them see the law. A few years ago, MOC's position in the military was unstable and the cabinet member's position was also uncertain. Both were only half strong, and together they couldn't shake the foundation. Now the time was right, and MOC decided not to hold back anymore. Qiu Dao knew some details about this plan. He nodded and understood, asking, So, General, was the last you gave Jiang Tianming because he had the highest status among them? The person with the highest status was the leader, who also took the most hits, serving as a warning. No, it's not. MOC glanced at Qiu Dao. It's because he offended me. The group hung in the cool air for nearly an hour and a half in the slow-moving floating car before it finally landed at the military headquarters. As soon as they arrived, the young nobles didn't get a chance to breathe. They were immediately taken to the interrogation room. 280, don't worry, he's only 80 years old after 60 years of service. But MOC didn't interrogate these people. There was no need for interrogation. All the evidence was in the military office, clear and organized. And these people's mouths didn't need interrogation either. A glass barrier separated the interrogation room. The group was kept in the prisoner's cell, fighting, crying, some trying to send messages, but the restraining rings blocked signals. Everything was futile. Everyone seemed to be struggling. MOC looked at them coldly and activated the pressure interrogation function in the room. It wasn't a high-tech feature, just a small increase in pressure in a limited area. With 10 times the pressure, the untrained young masters quickly revealed their beast-like genes, each one desperately lying on the ground. MOC spoke. It's ugly to see yourself struggling so badly, but you enjoy watching others struggle. After saying that, he took Qiu Dao and Chang Bei away from there. A dark green semi-shroud floated in the air, curling gently. Tonight, the military office received many inquiry calls. These calls didn't come from the direct relatives of the suspects, the lower-tier nobles didn't dare to make such reports. The calls came from nobles who are somewhat influential in high society, and some were related by marriage to other nobles. Over the years, the relationships among these nobles have become very complicated, often based on personal favors rather than laws. Things have become too tangled to explain clearly. Regarding these messages, Chi Dao only had one response. The information is true, and our department is acting according to the arrest warrant, with solid evidence of the suspect's crimes. Later, more prominent nobles and higher-ranking officials sent messages, but MOC ignored them all. The only one who called MOC on his private communication device was the Jiang family. General Mo, the man's voice on the other end trembled slightly. After calling him General Mo, a sharper female voice also spoke. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang. His voice was steady and distant as always. General Mo, please help us. Tianming is not a bad person. Mrs. Jiang was the first to speak, her voice trembling with tears. She sobbed. He just likes to go out and have fun sometimes, and he gets influenced by others. His nature is truly good. She cried twice more and added, when Tianchi was gone, our Jiang family was left with only one last hope. If Tianming is gone too, the entire Jiang family will be lost. Tianchi loved his younger brother the most. If he knew what happened, he would be very sad. Mrs. Jiang played her emotional card. MOC's eyes lowered slightly, his hand resting on the terminal, showing little emotion. Mrs. Jiang, there's no need to worry. According to federal law, Tianming's mistake doesn't warrant death. He will serve 60 years mining on a lower star. The Jiang family won't lose the next generation. He's still young, only 80 years old after serving his sentence, and he still has 100 years to live. Mrs. Jiang's initial smile when she heard she didn't need to worry quickly faded into confusion. She immediately asked, Commander Mo, what do you mean? Don't look at other reasons. Tianchi sacrificed himself under your command, if Tianchi is not dead. Then the person who went to arrest someone today must be him. After saying this, MOC ended the communication. Tonight, on the popular discussion list of the Federation's Star Network, 8 out of 10 top topics are about last night's incident where the 6th Army's elite soldiers went to a certain KTV in the Federation to arrest a noble second-generation heir. The next day, at dawn, as major media outlets just went online, Qiu Dao, as the military spokesperson, announced on behalf of MOC to the Federation's main media the following news. 1. Our department received several reports from citizens. 2. We investigated the reports and found them to be true, so we arrested the suspects. 3. Today, we will send all suspects to the Federation's highest court for trial. All verdicts will be fair and open. After the interview, more evidence was released, including chat screenshots from discussion groups, some illegal audio recordings, victim statements with blurred details but confirmed to be true, information about Jiang Tianming hiring mercenaries, and finally, that letter, an anonymous tip from Jiang Qiuxiu, which she had sent countless times but never received a reply. Under the high-definition surveillance robot, Qiu Dao wore a symbol of justice. Changbai sat beside him silently, with a serious face, very different from usual. We will continue to monitor this incident. The United Learning Center, Mercenary Management Office, and the Supreme Court will handle the matter fairly. The Federation military will always serve the people. After today, we will open a special complaint mailbox, and the flag of justice will never fall. The crowd below erupted in applause. The military acted swiftly, and right after the press conference, they took the group of suspects to the highest court, announcing that the entire process would be openly followed and judged. The final outcome of this case is almost certain. These young masters who look down on low-level stars will spend the next 20, even 50 or 60 years, working in dark, underground mines on inferior planets. None of this matters to MOC anymore. What's most important now is to help Jiang Qiuxiu recover her mental strength. He hurried to the starry sky, but by then, a day had already passed since the agreed time. He sent a message to Mo Qingyu in advance. When he arrived at Mrs. Ai's house, it was still early in the morning. At this moment, Jiang Qiuxiu was inside the mechanical chamber receiving mental energy repair. MOC and Mo Qingyu met briefly. Big brother, you're finally back, Mo Qingyu sighed in relief. If you didn't come back soon, Director Zhang would have scolded me. Sorry, I arrived late, MOC said, looking at her. I was handling some matters. I saw that. Mo Qingyu looked at her brother, a little worried. Big brother, is it because Qiuxiu was hurt that you got so angry and took action against those people? What are you thinking? MOC rubbed his temple. They say you should watch fewer movies when doing research. Those plans have been in my mind for a while. It's not because of one person, but because of a group. Oh, he sounded convinced. But why now? You had plenty of time to act before or after, yet you chose these 2 days. Don't you think the timing is a bit too coincidental? MOC looked at his sister's curious expression and nodded. Yes, part of it involves Qiuxiu, but not for the reason you think. Do you already know what I was thinking? Your expression told me the answer. TSH. Why are you suddenly so talkative today? I don't know how to explain. Mo Qingyu felt like a strange outsider. Big brother, I want to say something serious. I'm not joking. MOC glanced at her. Go ahead. I think you have special feelings for Qiuxiu, Mo Qingyu said firmly. I think you like her. MOC, you're saying that as a joke? She likes me? How is that possible? Mo Qingyu looked at MOC. She used her mental energy carefully, observing every expression on her brother's face. Really, he didn't feel any emotion beyond ordinary towards Jiang Qiuxiu. She's very talented, MOC said honestly and naturally. Anyone who sees her can't help but be moved by her effort and persistence. She's still a young girl. When they had been living together before, Mo Qingyu didn't feel this so strongly. After spending a few days in the laboratory and waking up, I saw MOC's appearance. My feelings suddenly became very strong. My talented brain couldn't help but imagine all the possible moments MOC and Jiang Qiuxiu might share together. Maybe her older brother would be disliked a lot. At this time, Xiao Qingyu hadn't experienced love yet and didn't know that straight guys in love can be very double standard. But she still gave a big boost to MOC and Jiang Qiuxiu's future. She let out an "oh" with a look of helplessness. All right, your love for Qiuxiu is just caring like a mentor. I understand. MOC responded with an feeling very satisfied. Then, suddenly, a sentence exploded like spring thunder in her ears. Big brother, I found out that Qiuxiu seems to like you. Jiang Qiuxiu had just finished a mental relaxation treatment in the mechanical pod. The nutrient fluid here in Mrs. L's place was very rich in energy, and her mental training method was very effective. In just 2 or 3 days, Jiang Qiuxiu felt her mental strength had recovered a lot. Her head no longer hurt randomly when she thought about things. After crawling out of the mechanical pod, Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't help but praise Mrs. L. Grandma L, you're amazing. I feel like I'm almost fully recovered. Yeah, I feel completely fine too, Jiang Qiuxiu said happily. My head doesn't hurt at all. Do you think you'll be fully healed in a couple of days? Mrs. L stood up slowly. Jiang Qiuxiu nodded. Yes. That's exactly how I feel. Oh, it's just an illusion. Mrs. L put on her glasses, smiling warmly as she picked up a mental nourishment liquid from the side. Don't be silly, little girl. You can't escape this medicine. I said I need to drink it for half a month, and I will. 3 times a day, not a single dose missed. Jiang Qiuxiu's smile suddenly faded. Her lively and expressive face made Mrs. L shake her head silently, thinking she was adorable. She also thought, no wonder MOC liked such a girl. A girl who loves to laugh, lively, cheerful, and confident. Who wouldn't like her? Jiang Qiuxiu didn't want to drink the nutrient fluid right now. She wanted to delay a bit. She and Mrs. L went to the yard together. Once she could get out of bed, she, Mrs. L, and Mo Qingyu would go fishing in the big tub, seeing who could catch more fish. However, when she stepped outside, Jiang Qiuxiu found that Mo Qingyu was gone, and the person who came was actually He Dong. She naturally showed a surprised yet happy expression. He Dong. Jiang Qiuxiu waved her hand. Are you done with your work? Where is Sister Qingyu? Has she gone out? Her smile was bright and warm, like the sun, charming and inviting. She went to work, Mo-si answered instinctively. I'm finished. Oh, really? Sister Qingyu didn't say a word before leaving. Jiang Qiuqiu murmured. Hey Dong, do you want to come fishing with me and Grandma Ai Air? Why are you looking at me like that? Mo-si quickly looked away. Did something happen outside? Mo-si. No. So, beside the big water tank in the yard, 3 people sat with simple fishing rods. Well, they couldn't really be called fishing rods, just a metal stick with a line and some bait, barely able to catch fish. They sat around the tank, fishing and chatting. For Jiang Qiuqiu, it was just an ordinary chat. But for Mo-si, this conversation was quite meaningful. When Mo Qingyu just said that Qiuqiu liked him, at first, he thought it was impossible. But her eyes and tone didn't seem like she was lying, and she even said, You don't understand girls. Even though you always say I'm not a girl, you have no idea what I talk about with Qiuqiu when we're together. I would say that I probably noticed many details. There are many. I think she likes you. Their conversation was a bit awkward but also peaceful. Mrs. Ai Air rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching the young man and woman in front of her, both unaware of the pink bubbles forming between them. I've been lying in bed these past few days. It's so boring. Mo-si looked serious. You're sick, so you need to rest in bed. But lying down is really too boring. You can go out once you're better. Hey Dong, are you busy these days? Recently? Mo-si thought for a moment. After finishing a big task, the rest would be handled by Jones from the cabinet. The royal family might have opinions about him, but if they do, so be it. Probably not busy. Previously, I went shopping for clothes, but I didn't buy everything. In a few days, can you go shopping with me? If this was said between Mo Chang and Jiang Qiuqiu, Mo-si would definitely agree without hesitation. But after that, Mo-si hesitated. Jiang Qiuqiu felt a little down and sighed. I just went shopping and ran into some mercenaries. I've only gone out twice this month, and I was ambushed. Let's go together, Mo-si said when he heard the word, mercenaries, his nerves tightening immediately. Thanks in advance, Mrs. Iyer suddenly smiled. Both looked at her. Mrs. Iyer, what's wrong? It's nothing, Xiao Mo, I'm fine. She coughed lightly and smiled at Jiang Qiuqiu and Mo-si. Just remembered something about my husband and me. Outsiders often see more than they realize. A faint blush appeared on Jiang Qiuqiu's face. Mo-si looked at her. The weather wasn't hot. Nothing was happening, but once again, at a strange moment, he blushed. Maybe he understood something? After that, the two didn't speak anymore. Mrs. Iyer didn't like silence and started a new topic. She suddenly mentioned Jiang Qiuqiu's healing ability. Xiao Mo, do you know? Qiuqiu's mental recovery ability is very good, better than all the mentalists I've seen before, Mrs. Iyer said, tugging her fishing rod. It's been just 2 or 3 days, and she's almost half recovered. Really fast. Xiao Mo, aren't you surprised? Mrs. Iyer continued. She's a natural warrior. Qiuqiu needs to train hard. You have great potential. Feeling a bit shy from the compliment, Jiang Qiuqiu said, I'll work hard to practice. Don't push yourself too hard recently, Mo-si added. Wait until your injuries heal, then work harder. Got it. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Iyer suddenly said, I have to go out for a checkup tomorrow. Qiuqiu is almost fully recovered, so Xiao Mo can pick her up. No other matters. She still needs to drink mental nourishing fluid for 11 days, and about 10 days of mental therapy should be enough. Mo-si was familiar with this process. He nodded and didn't say much. Mrs. L smiled mysteriously and said, Qiuqiu really doesn't like drinking the nourishing liquid. Xiao Mo, you should watch her more closely so she doesn't end up like Qingyu. No, I won't. Mo-si looked at Jiang Qiuqiu. I'll take good care of her. As he spoke, Jiang Qiuqiu felt Mrs. L gently tugging at her left hand. She glanced over and the old lady winked playfully. She clenched her fishing rod, thinking, is it that obvious? So obvious? Does the black hole not feel anything at all? 284 He lied to you about one thing because Mrs. L said she would go for a checkup tomorrow. She and Mo-si were sent away tonight. Before leaving, Mrs. L said she wanted to give Jiang Qiuqiu one last checkup. The man waited quietly outside. Under the moonlight and lamp glow, his face looked like it was shining with golden light. Inside, Mrs. L indeed performed a final detailed examination of Jiang Qiuqiu. Near the end, she suddenly said, "You're a very perceptive girl. You've fallen for someone very good." Was she praising the black hole? Even from my old lady's point of view, Xiao Imo is the second best boy I've ever seen after my own husband. Xiao Imo? Jiang Qiuqiu paused. Grandma L, are you talking about black hole? She just realized that Mrs. L didn't call him Xiao He, but Xiao Imo? Yes, I suppose, but I hope you can be a little more tolerant of this child, Mrs. L whispered close to Jiang Qiuqiu's ear. He might have lied to you about one thing, but it probably wasn't his intention. Don't be angry when you find out later. From my point of view, you two are a good match. Something lied to her? Jiang Qiuqiu suddenly became very curious, but no matter how she asked, Mrs. L refused to say another word. It made Jiang Qiuqiu feel restless and disappointed. On the way back, Jiang Qiuqiu was a bit silent. MOC, who was still slightly worried, saw this and stopped. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? MOC asked. Is it because of the nourishing liquid just now? Dunno, Jiang Qiuqiu looked at MOC. She was still wondering. Where exactly had he lied to her? Her identity? Name? Background? What happened? Finally, her gaze slowly focused. She couldn't help but wonder. Could it really be this face? Having seen two buildings, Jiang Qiuqiu said they could part ways here. You go back first. I'll go by myself, but MOC insisted on seeing Jiang Qiuqiu to her door. All right, she thought, though she didn't see the point of it. Watching him walk behind her, Jiang Qiuqiu's smile grew, and she felt a little happy. When they reached the courtyard, they looked at each other. Everything was quiet. At this moment, they truly became neighbors. Not only neighbors, but in the coming days, Jiang Qiuqiu would be in close contact with MOC, just the two of them. That's enough. You can stop here. Do you want to come in and sit? If not, you should go back now. No need to sit. I have a few things to tell you. On the way back, besides thinking about what Mo Qingyu said, he also considered whether to tell Jiang Qiuqiu everything. After a moment, he decided to speak. The person who hired someone to hurt you has been dealt with. He learned his lesson, MOC said softly, looking at Jiang Qiuqiu with a calming gaze. So, you don't need to be afraid. In the afternoon, when she went fishing, she showed a slight fear of going out, so MOC decided not to hide things from her anymore. Jiang Qiuqiu was surprised for a moment. The person who hired the attacker was undoubtedly Jiang Tianming. Since he had been restrained before, Jiang Qiuqiu had researched the Jiang family online. They weren't top-tier nobility, but they weren't unknown either.
So,
he was dealt with? She asked. Have you been out these past 2 days just to handle this? It seemed he was also a noble. 285, is it a gift? No. It's a spirit-nourishing liquid. Jiang Qiuqiu stared at MOC for a moment. Without considering his features, his noble aura truly resembled a lone wolf, a little prince. Thank you. No need to thank me, MOC said. Remember to think of me next time. Don't fight alone, he said, standing tall. His broad chest blocked the light behind him, and his shadow seemed to envelop Jiang Qiuqiu entirely. Jiang Qiuqiu nodded. Next time, I will tell you. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? She asked for the second time. However, MOC refused. It was too late to be with a young girl in the same room. Although he was focused, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Then I'll go in first, she said, wanting to see what was happening. Just as Jiang Qiqi was about to close the door, MOC suddenly called out to her. He said, I forgot to give you something. Huh? Jiang Qiqi thought for a moment and asked curiously, Is it a gift? A comforting gift since I was hurt. Before her excitement faded, MOC slightly lowered his heavy hand. His broad palm shone with a silver glow from the nourishing liquid. Mrs. AI Air said you haven't drunk it tonight. You need to take it 3 times a day, once each time, without missing any. Jiang Qiqi. It was really difficult for her. She should have just slammed the door shut earlier. After reluctantly drinking the nourishing liquid with her head down, Jiang Qiqi let out a long breath. All right, I'll go back to rest now. Go ahead, rest early. She closed the door, and her footsteps gradually faded away. MOC carried a box of nourishing liquid and returned to Mo Chingyu's villa. Once home, sleeping was definitely not possible. It was still early, and she still felt uncomfortable after drinking the nourishing liquid. Lying on the bed, Jiang Qiqi turned on her device and searched for Jiang Tianming on the internet. She had been recovering at Mrs. Ai Air's house and hadn't paid attention to the outside news. Today, when she searched, she found that although it was still news, the story was now very popular online. The first result was a social media post from a spokesperson named Shi Dao from the military office. From the description, it seemed that not only Jiang Tianming was caught, but others from the small group were also arrested. Jiang Qiqi glanced at the evidence. It was more disgusting than she had guessed from her memory. She frowned as she scrolled, but when she saw the letter of complaint, her finger paused. Without a doubt, she was the one who wrote that letter. Someone saw the letter, and the person who oppressed the original owner to death was also caught. She looked through the comments, which already had billions of people leaving their opinions, praising the military, the general, and the spokesperson Qi Dao. Some people also expressed sympathy for the victims of the school and the original owner who wrote the complaint. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? Are these fools brainless? Someone works hard from a lower star to study here, living a tough life, and still encounters such foolishness. Can't the Federation review the admission process? Let people attend school with their peers. Such beasts should only go to beast-exclusive universities. It's not just the students' fault. Which school did these people come from? The school itself is truly terrible. Many people sympathize with those who are like the original protagonist. Jiang Qiqi looked on and suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes. She touched her face, and tears like beads rolled down, hard to hold back. After a few minutes, she suddenly stopped crying. She sighed, turned over, and looked at the ceiling. The report letter incident was over. It's completely over. 286, the leader of the Terry family Falcon, now feels very regretful. He only wanted to earn 5 million, thinking the woman was just AB level. But he didn't expect. He slammed his hand on the table with a dark expression, his face twisted. He lost to a little girl and was badly injured. His body was okay after treatment in the recovery pod, but his mental strength nearly shattered. He doesn't know how long it will take to recover. And he only received half of the promised money. After escaping, he was unconscious for 2 days. When he woke up, he didn't check the Star Network and didn't realize his sponsor had been completely taken out. Now, people are looking for him everywhere. He went to the black market as usual to find a familiar doctor for treatment. They asked him to wait inside, but instead of a doctor, soldiers in military uniforms appeared. Falcon sensed danger and tried to leave, but when laser cannons were aimed at his head, his fate was already sealed. News of Falcon being taken away in the black market spread quickly through the mercenary community. When Terry finished a mission and relaxed at a juice shop, he also heard the news. Too bad. If he had taken the proper path, he could have done many things. Instead, he went to the dark web. Although the person who built the dark web had some tricks, their methods only protected themselves, not the assassins working in the dark web. But what kind of mission did he take this time? Terry asked the person who was somewhat familiar with Falcon. Did he really bring in the 6th Army? I don't know the details exactly. I only know a few small things. She also heard Falcon bragging. That's probably the recent popular noble who fell from grace, the one who received a 5 million reward offer. To destroy a girl's mental strength. Does he take on tasks like that? I tried to persuade him, but I couldn't. Finish your studies properly, and then become a decent person. Why not earn some star coins by doing honest work? Maybe he thinks the money comes too slowly, the mercenary girl said, resting her head. I remember he said the target is some streamer, probably someone who live streams cooking. She's quite a homebody. Live streams about food? Terry, who was drinking juice, became interested when he heard that. He liked sharing things he enjoyed on his social media, so most of his friends knew he was obsessed with a food streamer. You're getting excited again. I heard that streamer is pretty famous. Famous? How famous? I don't know, Falcon said. Her last name is Jiang, and she works at that streaming company. She might have over 400 million followers. Terry, who was drinking juice, suddenly choked. What did you say? Her last name? What's that about?
Huh?
What's wrong? When did Falcon start acting? Forgot, it was just a couple of days ago. He suddenly stood up, holding his weapon, looking furious. The mercenary asked what was wrong. Terry said, I want to kill right now. Falcon is really terrible. He takes on anyone's jobs. No way, someone took my goddess's job on my turf. That night, Terry posted a notice on the dark web using his mercenary ID. Anyone who accepts a job from Jiangjuju, the federal livestream food streamer, on the dark web will be banned by all mercenaries of the wolf gene race. This ban is permanent and will last at least 100 years. Below, he signed the names of several top figures. 287. The search at the rescue center, all of these are Terry's relatives. He had successfully promoted his family in the family group, and now they all mostly became fans of Jiang Qiuxiu. When they found out that the recent days without food were because some reckless mercenary on the dark web took her job, this warning notice appeared out of nowhere. A day without Juju's jerky makes everything less tasty. Spectators watching the mercenary read the notice.
They dared not accept the job.
The clever monkey who took the job felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He was just a weak, helpless B-level mercenary. When he saw someone posting such an expensive task, he was tempted and decided to take it. He thought it was just a streamer, but now it seems the money is a bit too hot to handle. Hiss, but he already took the money back, it's in his pocket. He can't give it away now.
So,
he'll just pocket it secretly. After all, it's an underground deal, and the other person wouldn't dare come looking for him. Even if they did, they wouldn't find him.
Haha.
Meanwhile, someone in another place was frantically searching for news about Jiang Qiuxiu. Little Green was almost hopeless. It had been so long since that kind-hearted young lady last donated food. When she first came, Little Green thought she was a wealthy young noble lady, bringing lots of natural foods. He should have realized earlier. After eating those foods for the first time, everyone in the family became much calmer. Even Brother Leopard's fur on his arm stopped growing. When she came the second time, it was even more obvious. After eating those foods, everyone was very happy. Brother Leopard's uncontrollable ears could be folded back again. He should have realized this earlier, then he could have asked that kind-hearted young lady for her contact info. Now, in the vast sea of people, he doesn't know where to find her. He can't find her online either, nothing at all. But Brother Leopard is about to give up. He drooped his head, lying on a small bed.
His voice was very weak.
He was barely holding onto his human form, speaking in human language, but when he looked at the bed, his face had completely changed. From a human face to a golden leopard's head, with brown-yellow fur, black spots, fierce animal eyes, a black nose, and sharp fangs. Little Green, don't think too much. Actually, you shouldn't have too high hopes. Maybe it's not related to those foods at all. Maybe it's all just a coincidence. No way. Little Green immediately retorted, there are no such coincidences. It's those foods that gave us strength. Hey. Such a miraculous thing. Who could believe it? Xiao Qing is now so certain that Jiang Qiuxiu sent the food. Everything changed because of this belief. Without it, there would be no hope or chance for things to turn around. Everyone feels hopeless, waiting for fate to decide. For example, Brother Bao. 2 months ago, he was a living person, but in 2 more months, he might really become a leopard. He could spend the rest of his life in a rescue center cage, or be released onto a special planet. Actually, I could be released then, he said. By that time, I probably won't have human consciousness anymore. Brother Bao felt dizzy. Maybe I could run happily in the wide open fields. At that time, as a leopard, he would surely be happy. What's happiness in the future? I only know you don't want to become a leopard now. Xiao Qing tearfully held Brother Bao's hand. Don't worry, Brother Bao. I will find that young lady. This matter has become a deep worry for Xiao Qing. He is also a person with a genetic defect. If they find her but it's useless, it might make the child's genes react faster, leading to even more despair. That can't happen. While they were talking, suddenly a cheerful voice came from outside the door. I found her. I found her. Xiaoqing, I found the young lady who donated food to us that day. Even at this moment, even Brother Bao, who thought there was no hope left, showed a flicker of longing in his eyes. He seemed open-minded, but he didn't want to be released to go somewhere else. Losing his mind and becoming a leopard might mean meeting his comrades in the wild, or being eaten by someone or eating others. He didn't want to experience any of that. Forget it. If it's useless, then let it die. Her gaze was too straightforward. Jiang Qiuxiu stayed up late reading messages and only fell asleep around dawn. When she opened her eyes the next day, it was almost 10 o'clock. Why is it so late? She rubbed her head and remembered she still needed to go to MOC's place for mental therapy and drink some mental nourishment liquid, so she hurried to wash up. Just after changing her clothes, the doorbell suddenly rang. She opened the door and stood in the doorway, holding a bag in her hand. "Why are you here?" Jiang Qiuxiu asked. MOC raised his hand and pointed at the device. "It's 10 o'clock. All right, it is a bit late." Jiang Qiuxiu invited MOC into the yard and sat in the living room. MOC asked Jiang Qiuxiu, "No, perhaps it's better to say he was very sure. Did you stay up late last night? Did you sleep late?" "Oh, no." Jiang Qiuxiu shook her head. "I went to bed early." MOC didn't say whether he believed her or not. He just kept looking at Jiang Qiuxiu. Maybe because his gaze was too intense, Jiang Qiuxiu felt a little guilty and turned her head away. "All right, I just stayed up for a while." After saying that, she added, "When you left yesterday, you suddenly told me you had taken care of Jiang Tianming. I couldn't help but be curious and look. Yes, I was wrong." MOC also felt he was wrong. He was still a young girl. When she heard about her enemy falling, she couldn't help but look and think, "I should have told you this morning." He admitted his mistake too quickly, making Jiang Qiuxiu feel a bit embarrassed. "It's also my fault. I shouldn't have stayed up with my injuries. It's okay." MOC smiled. "Just be more careful next time. Your health is the most important." MOC thought that Qiuxiu was a bit spoiled, but she was always obedient, sensible, and rational. "Did you have breakfast?" "If you did, we can start the mental review." "Not yet." So MOC stayed and had breakfast with Jiang Qiuxiu. In winter, sunlight was rare. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Qiuxiu sat on the sofa, and MOC brought a small stool to sit opposite her. The best state for mental review was when their eyes met, both relaxed and their mental energies intertwined. The hurt parts were gently soothed. MOC's vast mental power flowed slowly through Jiang Qiuxiu's mental sea, creating a comfortable, almost dreamy feeling. Jiang Qiuxiu, in her daze, looked at MOC sitting against the light. She felt like she was seeing a divine youth. His robes shone brightly, and under the light, his body, not fitting tightly in his clothes, was very clear. His steady mental power trembled slightly when her gaze moved away from his pupils and swept over his body. Her eyes looked strange. What was she thinking? In a somewhat strange atmosphere, MOC finally finished helping Jiang Qiuxiu organize her thoughts. He let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jiang Qiuxiu's device rang. She looked up and said, "Black hole. I'll take this call first." It was Mingmei's call. "Qiuxiu, are you feeling better?" "I'm much better now." "That's good." Mingmei sighed in relief. "Xiao Qian and I have been worried about you. By the way, I'm calling today to ask when you might be able to start streaming again." After I say this, she quickly added, "I'm not rushing you to go live, but the first round of the annual meeting PK will end in 5 days. From what Xiao Qian and I have seen, your scores are quite steady. You should be able to advance in the top 3. In the second round, there will be a host PK. If you don't have enough time, Xiao Qian and I will apply for a special delay for your PK. Can you make it?" Jiang Qiuxiu felt she didn't need 5 days. She believed she could recover her mental state and maybe even go live before the first round of PK ended. "Yes, I might even manage to do a live stream before it finishes. Thanks everyone for your support. There's no need to ask for a delay for the second round either." She hadn't finished speaking when she felt her wrist being grabbed. MOC said to the device and Jiang Qiuxiu together, "She needs rest and can't do too much at once." Mingmei heard MOC and cleared her throat. "I told you not to push yourself. If you can't, that's okay." Xiaowan, and I will keep promoting your streams and circle. We'll also apply for a 5-day delay for your second PK. That's all for now, Qiuqiu. Rest well. I won't bother you or your boyfriend anymore. What boyfriend? Jiang Qiuqiu was confused. Mingmei? Where did I get a boyfriend? Huh. Mingmei was surprised when Jiang Qiuqiu objected. When we visited you that day, wasn't the person taking care of you by your bed your boyfriend? Jiang Qiuqiu tilted her head and glanced at MOC.
No, she said.
Not right now. Then Xiao Qian, and I must have been mistaken. I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Mingmei. Goodbye, Qiuqiu. After ending the call, Jiang Qiuqiu thanked MOC again. Black hole, thank you for taking care of me earlier. No need to thank me. MOC said, I told you before, I am willing to help you. After speaking, he picked up the bag nearby and handed it to Jiang Qiuqiu. Is this the mental nourishment liquid? Jiang Qiuqiu looked a bit unhappy. I have to drink it again. It tastes terrible, but when she took the bag, she felt it was a little heavier than expected. She opened the bag and saw, besides the silver-white liquid tube, there was also a black velvet box. Jiang Qiuqiu paused, took out the box, and asked, What is this? She didn't notice anything unusual when she bought it. Just last night, Jiang Qiuqiu asked for a gift. MOC thought the girl had just gone through a tough time and was about to leave the hospital, so wanting a gift was normal. But he forgot to bring one. So last night, after returning to the villa, MOC thought for a moment and went out to buy a gift. When he came back, he saw the lights in Jiang Qiuqiu's house were still on. He realized it was so late and the girl was still awake and sneaking around. His thoughts drifted back to the small box in his hand. MOC spoke. This is a gift. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. MOC thought, didn't you want a gift? She opened the box, revealing a silver-white metal necklace inside a black velvet box. It wasn't a very special gift. Even MOC's words when giving it felt a bit straightforward. What do you mean you wanted a gift? It made it seem like she was begging for one. But Jiang Qiuqiu was still very happy. She smiled, her eyes shining as she looked at MOC. Thank you, Black Hole. I really like this gift. MOC felt himself also affected by her happiness. He looked away, saying, As long as you like it. After they finished talking, Jiang Qiuqiu played with the necklace for a long time. So long that MOC started to feel a bit embarrassed. He couldn't understand why she kept fiddling with the necklace. He couldn't help but interrupt. Qiuqiu, you've looked at the necklace enough. Drink the nourishment liquid quickly. It's almost noon, and you'll need to drink it again. His cheerful mood was instantly ruined. You shouldn't look for a partner much older than yourself. That's good. In Jiang Qiuqiu's small courtyard, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, MOC acted like a good housekeeper, always reminding Jiang Qiuqiu at home, it's time for mental cleaning, time to drink nourishing mental fluid, and time to sleep. Without live broadcasts or going out, life might seem a bit boring, but Jiang Qiuqiu enjoyed teasing MOC and chatting with him. She found MOC very interesting in many ways. For example, she once saw a news story about a couple, one 70 years old and the other 21. Jiang Qiuqiu sighed that long life allows interstellar people more time to wait for love. She just made a small comment, and suddenly MOC sitting nearby leaned over. He looked at the news and said, I don't think they're a good match. Jiang Qiuqiu. MOC is not someone who gives opinions lightly on such matters. Why? Jiang Qiuqiu pointed at the news. Look at these photos and videos. They seem compatible. MOC shook his head. He is already 70. He went to college, graduated, worked, even fought in battles. When he reached major life stages, this girl wasn't born yet. He's at the age of a grandfather, and that girl is still a baby, but they met when they were both adults. Yes, MOC nodded slightly. That's true. Jiang Qiuqiu continued. Adult men and women are attracted to each other's qualities and come together in love, but they can't stay together forever. MOC remained calm. The average age of interstellar people is 200 years. This man still has 130 years left, but his life could end at any time. The girl is only 21. Maybe they can stay together until the end, but time is the cruelest thing. It will take one of them away, and then true love and affection become a burden. His thoughts were a bit pessimistic, making Jiang Qiuqiu choke. She wanted to say something positive, but MOC shifted the topic to her. Qiuqiu, if you choose a partner in the future, you must choose carefully. MOC thought Jiang Qiuqiu still longed for such love. Don't pick someone much older than you. After saying this, he drew a line in his mind, preferably within 10 years of age difference. Someone like him wouldn't be suitable. When he goes to the front lines, Qiuqiu might still be a baby. This guess suddenly made MOC feel a strange sense of guilt. He decided not to think about it, and just listened as Jiang Qiuqiu confidently said, "Don't worry about the black hole. I definitely won't choose someone much older than me as a boyfriend." She looked at MOC and said, "I like someone around my age, preferably 5 or 6 years older." "That's good," MOC replied, then didn't say anything else. Jiang Qiuqiu was confused. Was her hint not clear enough? Also, why did MOC suddenly seem so down and uninterested, looking around left and right? It seemed like he didn't want to talk about this anymore. When you get close, you sometimes realize that the black hole, which doesn't show many expressions, actually has many changing emotions every day. Thinking about this, MOC, who always looks cool, suddenly seemed even more adorable. She smiled and finished drinking her evening nourishing drink. Another day had passed. Today, the Federation live streaming company announced the first round of qualifiers for the annual competition. Jiang Qiuqiu wants to be a mech warrior. Although she missed part of the live broadcast, she still ranked first in the food section with a big lead. Henry Wong, who worked hard day and night on his live streams, took second place by a small margin. Soon, the second round of the competition was about to start. Before the second round began, Jiang Qiuqiu received an even more important notice. The second round of interviews at Federation University has been scheduled. Hello, Jiang Qiuqiu. As mentioned above, you passed the first round of our university's entrance exam. The second round of interviews will be held from November 21st, the day after tomorrow, to November 22nd. Please bring your device and ID to the Federation University admissions office at the scheduled time for the second test. We look forward to seeing you. This made Jiang Qiuqiu very happy. I passed the first test, she exclaimed, then felt a little nervous. Although she had been drinking nourishing liquids regularly lately, and her body was feeling better, she still sometimes had headaches. Black hole, my mental C isn't fully healed yet. If I go to the interview, will I pass? She wondered why she couldn't delay it a little longer. No, don't worry, MOC said, making Jiang Qiuqiu sit down. You can go on November 22nd. There are 4 days left, which is enough. Okay, Jiang Qiuqiu sat down. She was so excited that MOC couldn't help but ask, "Why are you suddenly so happy?" "I can't really explain," Jiang Qiuqiu said with a slight blush. "I just feel really happy all of a sudden. I watched a lot of movies about mechs before, and I really want to pilot a mech. Being a mech warrior seems so cool." "Do you want to become a mech warrior? Is this direction a bit off? But your mental strength is more suited for healing." Sister Qingyu also mentioned that to me before," Jiang Qiuqiu replied to MOC. "Does having healing mental power mean I can't pilot a mech? The Federation doesn't have such a rule. But your healing talent is even better than your talent for piloting mechs." MOC didn't say Jiang Qiuqiu must become a healer. He only advised, you should think carefully about what to study. Whether it's piloting mechs or becoming a mental healer, the choice you make now will affect your whole life. "I understand. I will think carefully. It's okay. You can take your time. Even if you enter the Federation University and find it unsuitable, you can apply to transfer majors." After discussing some university-related topics, the day came to an end. Since the Federation University sent the letter, Jiang Qiuqiu has been very focused on training. Following MOC's advice, she drank an extra dose of mental nourishment fluid each day, did an additional mental exercise, and increased her mental training by an hour daily. Gradually, she regained her strength. During her training breaks, she also thought about what MOC said about choosing a major. Jiang Qiuqiu didn't know much about what a healer does, but after seeing Mrs. L, she had a rough idea. A healer is like a doctor, but different from traditional doctors. Here, mental healers are specialists who treat the mind and spirit. Honestly, Jiang Qiuqiu didn't like the idea of being a doctor. She didn't know much about piloting mechs either, but no matter who you are, standing under a mech, watching those giant Gundam-like machines jump and fly, and imagining herself inside, a sense of excitement naturally arose. Maybe she would change majors in the future, but for now, Jiang Qiuqiu still wanted to become a mech warrior. 292. Have I ever healed someone? That day, it snowed in the Federation. The temperature was very low. Jiang Qiuqiu put on her new cotton coat, and the polar fleece kept out all the cold wind. She also set out to take the re-examination at Federation University. Ma Si accompanied her. When they left, Jiang Qiuqiu was a little nervous, but once inside Federation University, all her nervousness seemed to disappear. Because of restrictions on the number of people, Ma Si couldn't go into the examination office, so Jiang Qiuqiu went in alone. She didn't meet the teacher who interviewed her in the first round but instead encountered a stylish female teacher. Name Jiang Qiuqiu. Level a mental strength ID. Come over. The test is about to start, the female teacher said, glancing at her. Jiang Qiuqiu sat down, and a helmet was handed to her. After putting it on, she entered a strange, colorful world. The second round of testing was more complex. It included familiar mental strength challenges, practical mental combat, and even mech battles. This test lasted longer than the last one, about an hour. Afterward, the female teacher took Jiang Qiuqiu to a more advanced room to test her mental strength again. Federation University doesn't like to keep people waiting. After the second interview, they would tell her immediately if she passed. The female teacher pushed a registration form in front of Jiang Qiuqiu. You've passed the test and are now officially a student at Federation University. We tested your talent and believe you can enroll in either the mental healing department or the mech infantry department. Please complete your registration on our website before December 17th. The school starts on January 13th next year, and you can come to register then. This was expected, but hearing it confirmed made Jiang Qiuqiu very happy. She took the form, stood up, and thanked the female teacher. Got it. I will fill out the form on time. In real life, she looked even more fresh and lively than in the video. The female teacher thought to herself, Teacher, can I leave now? Wait a moment. The female teacher coughed softly. Add a terminal number first. Okay. Jiang Qiuqiu obediently added the teacher as a friend, then happily left the place. Near the door, she saw a familiar figure in the distance. She waved her hand. Black hole. The man looked up. Since he was too far away, Jiang Qiuqiu couldn't see his expression clearly. She could only see him turn and walk toward her. When he got closer, he didn't ask if she could pass. Instead, he simply said, You should have been wearing the mech during the test. How did it feel? Have you decided which major to choose? Are you so confident in me? Jiang Qiuqiu asked curiously. You didn't ask if I passed or not. You will definitely pass, MOC told her. You have talent, and you work hard. He believed she could control herself well. Thanks for the advice. I only wore the mech for a little while, Jiang Qiuqiu said. But since the time was too short, she didn't have a strong feeling about it. As for the mental healing ability, I don't think I've healed anyone before. I haven't experienced that feeling, Jiang Qiuqiu said, feeling a bit conflicted. The only thing I've seen is Grandma AI treating people. I think I'm not really suited for jobs that need a lot of patience and carefulness, she added. Hearing Jiang Qiuqiu's words, MOC was full of questions in his mind. Does Qiuqiu misunderstand herself? Do you really think you've never healed anyone? What's wrong? Jiang Qiuqiu looked at MOC's expression and found it a bit funny. She asked back, Have I ever healed anyone? Does cooking count as healing? That sounds too fantastical. MOC looked at Jiang Qiuqiu's serious face and realized she truly didn't know she had healed others. Don't you know about your ability? What ability? She asked mysteriously. He noticed Jiang Qiuqiu had a misunderstanding about mental healing. On the way back in the automatic hover car, he decided to explain everything carefully. We've done a lot of mental training. You should know that cooking takes a lot of mental energy. Yes, I know, she replied. Have you ever wondered why? This involves a very complex system. Interstellar people haven't fully explored everything about mental energy. MOC and Mo Chingy had discussed this before and made a shallow analysis. They guessed that Jiang Qiuxiu's mental healing power was quite strong. When she cooked, she was very focused, and the more focused she was, the easier it was to pour mental energy into her work. As a result, the food could contain healing power. So, when you say black holes, do you mean my cooking has a healing power? Yes, MOC explained, worried that Jiang Qiuxiu might not understand, so he gave a simple example. The dishes you make have the same effect as spiritual nourishment, but I eat every day and I don't feel anything special because you haven't learned to use your powers yet. All your healing ability is in your subconscious, MOC analyzed. And since you don't have genetic defects or mental breakdowns, you won't notice much. You just feel like you're recharging your energy. Jiang Qiuxiu thought MOC was joking, but then she realized many things could make sense this way. When she first started cooking, making a little extra made her very tired. Eating something when tired felt like a life boost, but she still found it strange. So, if I want to learn spiritual healing, what should I study? Probably not cooking, right? No, MOC remembered that the spiritual healing department at the Federation University was led by old Zhu Qiuxiu. Every spiritual healer has their own way of healing. Some heal with music, some with singing, some with paintings, like Mrs. L, who uses her core spiritual power. Mrs. L developed her spiritual power on the battlefield, where there weren't many fancy tools. She relied on pure strength. Maybe at first, Mrs. L had other methods, but after a while, she only used this one, directly using her core spiritual power. She could heal 3 or 5 people at once when fast. Spiritual healing teaches you how to use and control your healing spiritual power. MOC's words made Jiang Qiuxiu rethink her understanding of spiritual healing. So, you mean, after I learn, I won't need to see a doctor like Grandma L, just open a restaurant? That's the theory. Jiang Qiuxiu. Imagine, years from now, Jiang Qiuxiu, an excellent graduate of the Federation University's spiritual healing program, starts her own business. Don't miss it when you pass by. Are you overwhelmed? Come have some braised pork. Feeling exhausted from staying up late studying or piloting mechs? Have a piece of fried pork chop. 1 bowl of rice can wipe out fatigue. 2 bowls can refresh your mind. Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Jiang Qiuxiu shook her head. Suddenly, I think healing therapy is also very interesting. MOC's expression relaxed slightly. 294 Federation needs healing therapists. Jiang Qiuxiu noticed his change in expression and became curious. You seem to really want me to go into healing therapy? Is it not good to pilot mechs? No. MOC looked out the window. Piloting mechs is fine, and you are very talented in that area. But, Qiuxiu, MOC looked at Jiang Qiuxiu with deep, emotional eyes. Look behind you. That is Federation University and the Federation Military Academy. Nearly half of the people there are mech soldiers, but only 1 in 10,000 are healing therapists. Mechs are good, but the Federation needs healing therapists even more. Every year, countless soldiers who retreat from the front lines wait for healing therapy that never comes. The more healing therapists the Federation has, the more hope there is. The topic suddenly felt a bit heavy. Jiang Qiuxiu also looked back, but the distance was too far to see clearly. All she could see was the sky city of Federation University shrinking into a tiny black. Is that so? Yes. The girl's face showed a thoughtful expression. MOC's eyes were gentle. But you don't need to feel pressured, because your talent for healing therapy is much higher than your talent for piloting mechs. But the teacher who tested me didn't say. Jiang Qiuxiu thought her skills were average in both areas. Some things cannot be measured by machines. MOC raised his hand. A faint strand of mental energy brushed past Jiang Qiuxiu's cheek like the wind. With this amount of mental power, if I don't want to reveal it, the machine can't detect a trace. You are the most talented healing therapist I've ever seen. If you choose healing therapy, you could become one of the best in the Federation. I will think about it carefully, she said, but her heart was already leaning toward the first choice. She liked the first option best. When she returned to the courtyard, Jiang Qiuqiu's device beeped. She looked at it and thought it was a message from Mingmei Jia. The second round of PK had already started, and her special delay break was about to begin, so she needed to prepare. But after a closer look, she realized it was a message from the female teacher from today. Are you there? I'm here. Is there something you need, teacher? The tests are over, so don't call me teacher anymore. Oh, I can't accept that. Are you Chu-Chu? Jiang Chu-Chu, right? Jiang Qiuqiu. Every time I see you today, I feel so familiar. I'm your biggest fan of your food videos. Recently, your team has been replying to messages. We've been wondering where you've gone. Turns out, you're here to enroll. She suddenly felt that the Federation was very small. Enrollment is finished now. Can I ask, Chu-Chu, when will you start live streaming again? We're all waiting for your second match. The fans' enthusiasm almost overwhelmed Jiang Qiuqiu. She paused, then replied in text, It should start tomorrow.
Wow.
So excited. Honestly, I was a bit nervous about sharing your contact info today, but since I saw you, I don't want to regret it for days. At first, the chat was a bit stiff, but this teacher was very lively when messaging, so Jiang Qiuqiu gradually became more relaxed and friendly. She even invited her, saying, When I enroll, let's go out for a meal, teacher. Such good luck. I'll be waiting for you. I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow, Chu-Chu. See you tomorrow. After chatting with this teacher from the Federation University, Jiang Qiuqiu sent a message to Mingmei. Big sister Mingmei. The other side sounded a bit noisy. Wait a moment, I'm going to the office. The sound of footsteps echoed. Then Mingmei's side quieted down. What's wrong? Qiuqiu, didn't you say yesterday that you'd talk about the second match today? Oh, that. You haven't finished the Federation University interview, right? I was planning to message you tonight. From your voice, it sounds like the interview went well. Yes, I passed. That's wonderful, Qiuqiu. Mingmei genuinely felt happy for Jiang Qiuqiu. Returning to campus and experiencing a full school life is a very important part of life. After talking about the exam, they moved on to the second match. Now the match is in the late stage, 1 game per day. Tomorrow, log in at 7 o'clock sharp. The system will randomly match you with an opponent. Just start your live stream as usual. During a time when PK was live, the live streaming company's intelligent system automatically recorded various data from both streams, including but not limited to the number of viewers, active fans, votes, and positive reviews of food. The system then selected the best host to move on to the next round. I understand, Jiang Qiuqiu replied. After ending her call with Mingmei, Jiang Qiuqiu opened Taotao Fresh. She hadn't visited this website for a while, about half a month without streaming. Without her usual tools like a shovel or a kitchen knife, she felt her hands starting to loosen. What should I cook tomorrow? Her eyes drifted over the many ingredients at the agricultural college's market. Suddenly, she saw tofu. The shop that used to sell soybeans actually now sells tofu. Curious, Jiang Qiuqiu clicked to check. Before, they only sold soybeans, with monthly sales not even reaching triple digits. Now, she didn't know when they started selling tofu, but the monthly sales had skyrocketed to over 100 million. Looking at the comments in the purchase area, she saw that the reason for the over 100 million sales was that the shop often sold out, making it impossible to buy. Terrible shop owner. Can't you make more? I'm going crazy. Can't even buy 100 pounds? Shop owner. Why not limit purchases from the start? Wah. Did someone buy a ton on the launch day? How much do you plan to make? Without limits, we can't even get a crumb of your tofu. Jiang Qiuqiu glanced through a few comments. She felt these user IDs looked very familiar. It seemed she often saw them in the community or in the comment sections. People kept saying. Even though Qiuqiu's comments sounded cheerful, she was often the one holding back. Are all unlucky people unlucky everywhere? Can't even get tofu? Besides those complaining about not being able to buy, some who managed to purchase were posting pictures in the review area. People probably wouldn't make chili oil anymore, but they followed Jiang Qiuqiu's videos to make tofu soup, add some meat, stir fry, and it all looked very tempting. Without overthinking, Jiang Qiuqiu decided to have a PK tomorrow. She would make mapo tofu. Mapo tofu, a Sichuan dish, combines soft tofu with spicy and numbing flavors. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. After making her decision, Jiang Qiuxiu placed a large order at the tofu shop. What she didn't know was that right after she placed this order, Jiang Jiu's foodie circle started to shake violently.
Urgent.
Jiu just ordered from my shop. Don't ask me who I am. I am the owner of the tofu shop. Qiu is coming back to the scene. Immediately, people downstairs asked, "Is this true?" Number 296 called the boss directly to confirm. Recently, many people in the community have been posting, Qiu is returning soon. At first, everyone was excited, but after a while, it became like the wolf crying wolf. People stopped paying attention. But this time, the person claiming it is still credible. The tofu shop owner. Someone who has messaged Qiu privately. It's real. Screenshot it really is Qiu's ID. So, is tomorrow tofu day? Is there an official response? Many people tagged the Jiang Qiuxiu studio in the comments, but at this time, the branch staff are in a meeting about tomorrow's competition, and the operations team isn't here. If they're not here, so be it. Everyone is still celebrating. We can still have fun. Whether this news is true or not, I choose to believe it. Boo-hoo! Tomorrow I can enjoy the delicious food made by Qiu during my review. That's great. Finally, I don't have to drink nutrition fluid in vain. I can watch the live stream and drink nutrition fluid at the same time. I'm just worried I might overdo it and lose tomorrow's happiness. Since this isn't an official announcement, I don't dare to believe it. If I overdo it, so be it. I'm happy now. If it's true, double the happiness. If not, I still have happiness, so no worries. Many people are discussing and guessing whether this is true or false. Merlin is among them. But unlike others, she looks puzzled and asks Jiang beside her, "Do you think this news is real?" Jiang shakes his head. "Miss, I can't judge that. All I can say is it might be true, or it might be false." Teet. Merlin rolls her eyes elegantly. "Can't you just tell me if it's real?" "Never mind, I won't ask you. I'll ask myself." She skillfully logs into her personal contact list and taps on Xiao Qian's profile picture. "Hello, Miss Daisy. It's me." Merlin cut straight to the point. "I heard Jiang Qiu will resume live streaming tomorrow. Is that true? I knew sending messages wouldn't bring other questions." Xiao Qian rubs his forehead. "Yes, it's true." Although the woman's voice on the other end remained calm, Xiao Qian clearly felt her tone shift slightly. "Thanks for confirming the message. I understand now." Then she abruptly hung up the call. "Got the answer. It's real. Half a month has passed and she's finally okay," Merlin hummed, sounding a bit annoyed. Not professional at all. That person, who used to stream 5 times a day, hasn't gone live in 5 days. While Jiang Qiuqiu was away, Merlin also visited Henry Wang's live stream out of curiosity. After trying it, she felt the content was not as good as the Federation restaurants. She visited once secretly and never went back. Jiang watched her complain silently, with a smile in her eyes, standing straight. Soon after, Merlin reopened the forum thread. The post had many replies, and many people there were worried it might be fake happiness. She snorted softly and replied, "It's not fake. It's real." Since this account previously spent 1 million stars to buy food in the circle, and Merlin had posted Jiang Qiuqiu's updates several times recently, her popularity and attention were very high. When she spoke, many people gathered to at her, asking if she had received any reliable news. As more people at her, Merlin posted a message on her homepage. "Tomorrow's broadcast is really happening. I confirmed by phone." "What phone call? Which one?" Image I called their company's boss. Is this the power of a wealthy person? Going straight to the boss. A big shot with the inside scoop, I love it. And then, the excitement surged again. 297. Concern and waiting after the studio finished their meeting and the official account went offline, the excitement truly reached its peak. Now, people no longer talked about fake happiness, only genuine happiness. The hottest post in the circle shifted from, "Is the return real?" to, "Are you new to participating in PK voting? Do you understand the process? If all goes well, tomorrow will be the first time Juju connects for a PK. To ensure Juju passes the PK smoothly, We need to learn some knowledge. Be sure to arrive at the live stream room on time at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Once the connection starts, do not switch out of the PK screen, or you won't count as a viewer. After dinner tomorrow, no more rainbow praise. We need to score points within the limited time to be considered a successful PK match. This is a support method summarized by a passionate college fan in the community after observing other people's live PK battles. Worried that some older people might not understand, they thoughtfully included a short video and a few pictures. At the end of the post, there's a common chant. If you don't vote, I won't vote either. How can Chiu debut as the center? Let's all work together tomorrow. Strive for first place. Gossip and casual posts are always empty. Only career-related posts can truly reach the top of the community. Jiang Qiuqiu prepared some spices for tomorrow before entering the community and saw these supportive posts. She looked at them, feeling warm inside. It seemed Mingmei had already announced her comeback. Although the editor had already notified everyone once, Jiang Qiuqiu sent another message to show her respect. Her account is very caring in the community. When she posts, many people at different locations send the same water ripple sound at the same time.
Surprise.
Degree. She's online, really online. It's Qiu herself. Is her comeback tomorrow? Everyone says yes, but I'm still worried it might be cancelled. Jiang Qiuqiu replied, yes, tomorrow. It's starting. Younger fans are always more lively. When they hear the news is true, they cheer happily in the post. Older fans are more rational. Didn't the young girl get sick last time? How is her condition? Is she feeling better? Don't push yourself too hard. You kids think PK is so important, but I think health is more important. I've recovered now, and I'm feeling great. After chatting with everyone in the post, confirming the dishes, and receiving everyone's good wishes for her victory, it was almost dark. Jiang Qiuqiu happily went to bed. The next day was a day of dealing with the delivery robot. From morning to evening, robots kept delivering spices and food one after another. In the evening, after dinner with MOC, under the dim lights of dusk, Jiang Qiuqiu began preparing for her live broadcast. Just now, Mingmei sent her a message saying that during the live broadcast, the company's smart mainframe will automatically adjust the number of copies based on the number of viewers. As long as she prepares 20 portions of food, all the dishes can be arranged accordingly. So today, she needs to prepare 20 servings. First, she prepares the bowls. The bright red, shiny sauce should be served in white porcelain bowls, as the colors will contrast beautifully. She only needs to prepare 20 portions, so each bowl can have a little more food than usual. She carefully plans everything for the live broadcast, looking very focused. This is the first round, first match. MOC stands nearby, watching her. Since Jiang Qiuqiu is still recovering, MOC is worried that her intense work might make her uncomfortable, so he comes to watch over her. Do you need any help? No, it's fine, Jiang Qiuqiu says as she arranges the items she needs, her movements light and graceful. Heck, you can just sit over there. She adjusts the height of the camera robot, and MOC notices that the robot shifts from filming a corner of the kitchen to capturing a wide shot of the whole scene. This means, are you going to be in the shot too? He asks quietly. Yes, Jiang Qiuqiu says while washing a pot. Since I've already been seen once, a full view looks better. What's wrong? Do you think the food scene looks bad with me in it? She looks back at MOC, with foam on her hands. Just that before it was only a half-body shot, MOC explains. It might feel a bit strange. Haha, Jiang Qiuqiu nods. It might be unusual for some, but most fans say they want to see more. Whether it's a half or full shot, they'll get used to it after a while. After saying that, she places the washed pot on the stove and turns on the heat to dry it a little. At this moment, the alarm on the device rings. Jiang Qiuqiu checks the time and quickly steps back. Heck, MOC, my live broadcast is about to start. You need to step back a little. If you stand here, the camera will catch you. Before starting the live, she adjusts the camera one last time and reminds MOC. During the broadcast, don't talk. If you need to leave, go to the sofa. If you walk this way, the camera might catch you. Okay? He responds somewhat uninterested. Usually, Jang Chioshio would probably ask if he's feeling upset by now. Today, she was excitedly opening her live stream. After starting the stream, MOC's device beeped, and he quickly minimized the screen. The live stream, which had been paused for half a month, finally resumed. At 6:55 p.m., Jang Chiochio opened her live room. Her millions of eager fans quickly entered. That familiar phrase, which everyone had thought about for a long time, appeared again, just like before, but different. Welcome everyone to my food live stream. I am Jang Chiochio. It's been a while since we last met. Today's menu is Mapo tofu. The words were the same as always. But this time, she was actually showing her face fully on camera? Honestly, since I first watched her live streams, I kept wondering what expression Jojo had when she said that. Now I know. Is this sudden face reveal? So beautiful. My wife's beauty is unmatched, even more stunning than that hazy night. Her smile is so gentle. I am done for. All right, I am completely gone. She captured my tongue and my heart before, and now she's captured my eyes too. Suddenly, I feel those schoolboys are out of her league. The old meme from earlier circles was brought up again, and the comments were full of laughter and joy. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 o'clock. Jang Chiochio's normally independent live screen now had a small rectangular frame on the right, showing her in a live connection. The comments paused briefly. Soon, another host appeared on the small black screen, standing in the kitchen. The second round of the food host competition officially began. 299. Autumn Chiochio, belongs to everyone, is back. After the competition started, Jang Chiochio introduced today's main ingredient, tofu. The shop owner had been making tofu for some time. Jang Chiochio observed the buyer's photos and found that the shop's tofu was improving. It started with some crumbling, but now it was a very successful commercial tofu. The slightly yellowish tofu lay quietly on the cutting board. Cutting tofu isn't hard. Just grip the knife handle tightly, follow the lines on the tofu with your eyes, slice it first, then cut crosswise and lengthwise. Soon, a large block of old tofu was cut into many evenly sized cubes. Jang Kikyu quickly cut one piece and moved on to the next, almost never stopping. When she used the knife to scoop the tofu into a bowl, she didn't break it apart. Her careful hand skills are so precise that even after watching many times, I still find it very pleasing to watch. The tofu was soon finished. Jang Kikyu took out today's ingredients, a large piece of BB beast meat, about 3 kilograms. She focused the camera on the meat and said, "Tofu is a very adaptable food. It can be paired with many ingredients. During cooking, we can add some meat. For example, adding some meat with a sharp kitchen knife moving back and forth on the cutting board." In the distant shot, a large piece of meat is broken apart. Jang Kikyu then gave a close-up of the meat. Today, we plan to add meat chunks into the tofu. When cutting, she didn't need to make the meat into a completely boneless, minced texture. She kept some chunks of meat. This way, when added to the tofu, it not only gives the tofu a juicy, meaty flavor, but also makes the texture richer and more layered. I don't know if it's been too long since I last saw this, but at this point, I started to drool. It looks so delicious. Stop talking, I'm already obsessed. Just seeing these hands makes me hungry. Long time no see. I miss it so much. Missed one when the topic of nostalgia came up, countless comments appeared on the screen, reminiscing about various dishes. Since Jang Kikyu started recovering from her injury, she hasn't been able to do live streams or even update her daily shop window. This made her fans, who had gotten used to her routine, feel restless every night. After half a month apart, it felt like half a year without seeing her. Seeing everyone's screens filled with longing, Jang Kikyu smiled and said, "You won't have to miss it for long. Just half an hour more, and we can start eating." All the ingredients were ready. Jang Kikyu turned on the stove. The flames quickly licked the water in the pot dry. She poured a little vegetable oil into the pot. Once the oil was hot, she added the prepared chili peppers. Before we start making the tofu, let's handle the chili peppers. Stir-frying chili peppers doesn't require any special method. Just turn on low heat and keep stir-frying. Wait until the peppers turn from red to slightly brown. When the high temperature drives out the moisture from the peppers, making their surface slightly crispy, the first step is complete. Because the interstellar people are not used to eating spicy food, Jiang Qiuqiu deliberately added more meat this time and chose some milder peppers. It was a way to adapt the flavor to local tastes. She poured the already light brown peppers onto the cutting board, picked up a knife, and gently pressed down. The small, round tips were flattened, then chopped into pieces and set aside on a plate. All the preparations were now complete. Jiang Qiuqiu brought the tofu next to the pot, added several large spoonfuls of oil with a wide spatula. As the oil heated up slightly, under the watchful eyes of over 1 billion people, instead of tofu, the first thing to go into the hot oil was ground beef. The meat was almost instantly cooked, and the high temperature released its tempting aroma. Jiang Qiuqiu added a big spoonful of garlic water and the chopped peppers. The pot sizzled and steamed, filling the air with a familiar, delicious smell. It was the feast of flavors that Jiang Qiuqiu and her fans loved, returning once again. Look at these fans, silly and laid back. After the peppers and beef released their aroma, the heat was just right. She added an appropriate amount of water based on how much tofu she planned to prepare, then covered the pot. Now it was time for a short break. Usually at this point, Jiang Qiuqiu would open the chat and chat with her fans. Does it feel like this dish is already finished? I don't really like tofu now. I think stir-fried BB beast meat chunks would be really tasty. Me too. It's indeed delicious, but today it's just a side dish. If any fans really want to try, you can give it a shot at home. When cooking, you can cut the BB beast meat into larger chunks. That makes it even better. Forget it, I don't want to turn on the stove. Turning on the stove hurts my hands. Thinking about it, tofu with meat chunks isn't bad either. You get both flavors. You guys give up too quickly. If you want to eat, shouldn't you be more persistent? We should also contribute to the deliciousness. Why give up so fast? Just then, a positive fan suddenly appeared among the usually relaxed viewers. Someone wanted to encourage him, and he immediately started spamming the chat with his VIP account. Choo choo, look at me. Choo choo, look at me. I really want to eat BB beast chunks. Let's skip this time, or next time I'll stir-fry BB beast meat. Choo choo, look at me. Next time I'll make stir-fried BB beast meat. Oh, so this is the power of contribution. I can do this too. Me too. Me 3. Suddenly, the comment section filled with messages like, Choo choo is watching me, watching me. This time it's okay. Next time let's cook some BB beast meat. Some people even posted tearful emoji reactions. It's the same recipe, still the silly style. Jiang Qiuqiu chuckled softly and couldn't help but smile. She pointed at the comments, playfully serious. All right, no more changing favorites. Still making tofu. Huh? Just then, the water in the pot boiled. Jiang Qiuqiu quickly uncovered the pot, added seasonings, and started to flavor. Salt and soy sauce are essential. When making mapo tofu, she also likes to add a little sugar, which enhances the meat's flavor. After seasoning, she put the slightly yellow, square-shaped tofu into the pot. She covered it and cooked on medium-high heat, waiting for the ingredients to react in the small space. The pure white tofu would soak up the flavorful sauces, blending with the meat. Tofu, good at absorbing flavors, quickly took on the taste of the meat. The water boiled again. Now, the mapo tofu was fully flavored. But to get a thick, tasty sauce to pour over rice, she needed to thicken it. Jiang Qiuqiu's thickening process has 3 steps. 1 white, 2 transparent, 3 thick. Her hands moved smoothly through each step. During this time, she didn't speak, but the live chat was lively. Usually, when a long silent cooking stream happens, some viewers would leave, smelling the aroma and doing other things. But today, there were many more comments flying by. Usually, I'd be smelling the food and doing homework, but today, I don't know why. I just keep watching, and it feels like the dish is almost ready. Yeah, same here. For some reason, today's scene feels more interesting to watch. Is it because I haven't watched Chiu Chu's videos in a while and it feels fresh, or because she probably really loves her fans, though I don't feel that way about her? This girl bit her handkerchief and posted another comment. Am I just a pure fan of pretty girls? I see a beautiful girl cooking, and I just can't look away. Many people find live streams more interesting. Some can't explain why, but MOC feels a little touched. As Jiang Qiuxiu becomes more focused on cooking, he looks at the screen and then at the girl in the kitchen, who is working seriously and passionately. He thinks that being more eye-catching isn't just about having a pretty face. It's also about her expressions, her attitude, and her full of energy. People who are fully engaged and passionate tend to draw others into their world more easily. MOC notices that the way she talks to her fans in the live stream is very different from how she talks to herself. She really seems to love her fans. Every bit of her love and kindness shows on her face. It turns out she doesn't just do live streams to make a living. She genuinely enjoys streaming and cooking. Because she loves it so much, her food feels very comforting and healing. The general was deeply moved, and Jiang Qiuxiu spoke again. He quickly looked at the screen, watching her with millions of viewers. He couldn't help but watch the kitchen, only seeing her back. After thickening the sauce, the mapo tofu in the pot was ready. The bright orange tofu was covered in shiny sauce, with bits of beef scattered inside. After turning off the heat, Jiang Qiuxiu sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. The robot assistant worked smoothly with Jiang Qiuxiu, already preparing the rice. Jiang Qiuxiu also started serving the dishes. Suddenly, the screen lit up. She looked down and saw a notification from Mingmei about the live stream. Mingmei, Qiuxiu, don't send out the tasting spots one by one like before. Wait until the dishes are ready, then open the review system in the live stream. Let everyone taste first, then comment before leaving. Wait 15 minutes before ending the stream. She quickly divided the tofu in the pot into portions. Today is my first day back to live streaming and also my first match in the annual competition. Today, the mapo tofu rice bowls are unlimited. After opening, everyone can claim one within 15 minutes. Please leave a good review after tasting before you go. We've already discussed this. Juju, it's your first real competition, but we're not amateurs. We've prepared a strategy. As comments and gifts flew in, Jiang Qiuxiu and the robot assistant started uploading the food. There were only 20 portions today, and they finished uploading in less than a minute. Today, everyone was very polite because there was no limit on the number of participants, so people could join quickly or slowly. After uploading the food, Jiang Qiuxiu was watching the comments. She saw many people talking about the guide, and added, I also saw the guide in the circle, thanks to the fan with the ID named Qiuxiu, who made a detailed guide asking me to get everything. I will understand it all after reading. As she finished speaking, almost at the other end of the galaxy, a girl suddenly jumped up with a loud shout, her face shining with a bright smile. Ah! The goddess saw me. She spun around a few times and then sat back down, holding her face and eating happily. She felt very happy inside, and her stomach felt good too. She decided she wanted to be a star forever. Oh, she was so touched. After about 2 or 3 minutes, some people started leaving comments. All the comments were 5-star reviews, with almost no negative feedback. Jiang Qiuxiu opened the live stream's lottery system again and selected 20 lucky fans to send real food. It was another day of unlucky fans complaining, but out of billions of people, drawing a few is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's normal to be lucky sometimes. With 10 minutes left before the stream ends, fans who weren't chosen shouldn't be sad. 302, is this a big boss teasing little cabbage sprouting in the field? Recently, the agricultural college can now buy tofu. When I bought tofu before, I looked at your shopping comments. Jiang Qiuxiu hesitated for a moment. In the next 10 minutes, I will teach you a very simple recipe, tomato tofu soup, that almost everyone can make. She showed some small tomatoes she prepared in advance. The class with the little spatula was starting. Making tomato tofu soup is really very simple. If you can't learn this, then just wait patiently for Lady Luck to give you a chance. Making tomato tofu soup involves very basic steps. Jiang Qiuxiu kept track of her time and speed. She paused to explain each ingredient, from frying the tomatoes until they release juice, to adding water and tofu, and choosing additional vegetables. You can adjust the flavors as you like. In less than 10 minutes, a pot of appetizing-looking tomato tofu soup was ready. Jiang Qiuxiu took a sip herself. Her eyes narrowed. She let out a satisfied sigh, looking like she was enjoying herself immensely. It's winter now, so everyone can start making and enjoying a bowl of sweet and sour hot soup. Whether it's for your boyfriend, girlfriend, or family, it's a great choice. All right, today's live broadcast ends here. Recently, during the PK period, I go online every day. See you tomorrow. She waved at the camera robot. See you tomorrow. So happy to see you tomorrow. Amid everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Qiuqiu's first PK match ended. In the first half of the second round of the regular PK, the format was simple. Each side just watched the other's live stream without interfering. There was a small icon on the screen showing the other person's data, and after the stream ended, they announced the stats. This is quite normal. Everyone knows the data in the food section, some good, some bad, with different tastes. Your opponent, Jiang Qiuqiu, has finished streaming. Viewers, 631.1 million. Active comments, 311 million. Tasting participants, 630 million. Reviews, 497 million. Overall score 4.99 out of 5. Keep going. At that moment, the streamer competing with Jiang Qiuqiu saw these numbers. Her hand holding the spatula trembled slightly. She looked at her own viewer count. PK? Wow. She knew everyone said Jiang Qiuqiu was amazing, but she had never seen how impressive she really was. Now they were competing on the same stage? Wah. She felt like she was fighting a giant robot while her opponent was just a newborn vegetable. That day, in the Federal Live Food Circle, Jiang Qiuqiu's name was mentioned many times. Once a top contender, she had disappeared for a while. Everyone thought she had left the second round of PK due to illness. But unexpectedly, a brief rest was just the prelude to her soaring to the top. Without a doubt, she won the first match. After tidying up the kitchen, Jiang Qiuqiu carried a plate of mapo tofu rice and a bowl of soup into the living room. Just sitting here all the time must be boring, she said, her face still slightly flushed from work. I think I've really recovered. After cooking, I still feel energetic, and my mental state doesn't hurt at all. It's not boring. MOC took the dinner Jiang Qiuqiu handed him. Watching live streams in person is quite fun. You forgot I used to watch your live streams. Jiang Qiuqiu also sat down, leaning on the sofa. She asked, which do you think is better, watching half a stream or a full view? MOC paused for a moment to think. If we only consider the streaming aspect, there's no doubt that a full view has a much better effect than a partial stream. For a moment, he almost gave a different answer. He told himself that it's understandable to want to say something else. After all, she is still young and about to attend the Federal University. The traffic on such streaming platforms is huge and many people watch. Jiang Qiuqiu is clearly a wealthy person on the platform. Being exposed to everyone's eyes can be uncomfortable, but she's already shown herself. Her information is everywhere. Covering up doesn't help anymore. Thinking carefully, MOC looked up and said, "It's a full view," he added. "You love cooking. Showing you in a full view makes the picture richer and more attractive." "You're right." "All right, let's stop talking about streaming," she said, bringing a plate of food from the kitchen. "It's already 8 o'clock, and we haven't had dinner yet. Let's eat first." This dinner was destined to be special. Since she was the closest fan, Jiang Qiuqiu naturally didn't miss the chance to get close to her fan and kept asking about the tofu's taste. MOC's words weren't very rich. He kept saying it was delicious, very tasty, perfect. Despite that, he still made Jiang Qiuqiu very happy. He saw her eyes shining like a galaxy sprinkled with tiny stars. He asked her again if she really loved good food. Jiang Qiuqiu nodded. "Yes, I love cooking. Cooking makes me happy, and it's even happier when others like what I make." After she said that, MOC took a sip of soup and suddenly added, "Then you should be happy every day." Jiang Qiuqiu didn't catch the joke right away. She saw the man's calm but sincere tone, because many people like what you make. "You are the best cook I've ever seen." The more simple and honest he was, the more touching it became. Jiang Qiuxiu smiled and said, Sister Qingyu always says you don't know how to talk, but I think most of the time, you're very good at talking. She said I can't speak? MOC's mind hardened, immediately thinking, my disobedient sister is spreading rumors everywhere. Then, the next thought quickly followed, just most of them. So, he had once been unable to speak. Wait, suddenly I remember. Along with that memory, I also recall Mo Qingyu's annoying face. Huh? Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Jiang Qiuxiu asked with confusion. MOC looked at her. Sometimes I speak without thinking, and I hurt you. That was a long time ago. I've forgotten about it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Jiang Qiuxiu pointed at the food. Let's eat first. The two sat together, eating more slowly than usual. After the meal, MOC insisted on helping Jiang Qiuxiu wash the dishes. She wouldn't let him do all the work alone. So, in the small kitchen, they each took a sink, one washing, the other wiping, completely forgetting about the robot assistant and butler standing nearby. At 9 o'clock, in winter, the sky was not filled with bright stars, only the occasional flying hover car and the glow from matches. Jiang Qiuxiu saw MOC back to his villa. Just as they reached the door, MOC raised his hand to stop her. It's cold outside. You should go back. Don't catch a cold. The cold wind was blowing, and she wasn't wearing her polar fleece coat, so she really shouldn't go out. She waved her hand. Then you go back first. Jiang Qiuxiu sent MOC a message. It had no greeting, no closing, not a question, and seemed to have no special meaning. Yet it felt full of subtle hints. You are the first person besides me to eat this dish. Attached picture 304, just a hair's breadth away from Juju today's social circle, was unusually lively. Having won the first stage, though it wasn't a big victory, everyone was as happy as during the new year, sharing their daily lives joyfully. Here, activity levels reached millions every minute, and only silly, funny posts could stand out. After the live stream, someone even shared a recipe for tomato tofu soup. The recipe wasn't too difficult, and some people had already tried making it during their own live streams. The young girl who was guided by Juju to make the recipe was also featured in the popular posts. The atmosphere was cheerful. Meanwhile, the rescue center staff gathered together for a meeting. Today, Jiang Qiuxiu appeared live on camera, and there is a clear, long video of her showing her face. Everyone has confirmed that she is the person who donated to the rescue center. But what does that change? Soon, they faced many difficulties. Jiang Qiuxiu is a big streamer, very popular. Her fans' comments are so many that their messages can't be seen by her. They also sent private messages in the background but received no reply, even though they sent messages every day, every minute. They heard that Jiang Qiuxiu sometimes visits online groups, and everyone wanted to join, but posts in the group disappeared quickly. Their posts would sink to the bottom of the group within seconds. Not only would Jiang Qiuxiu not see them, but even if they didn't go to the main page, they couldn't find their posts. They tried contacting the customer service of the live streaming company, but all they got was waiting for a reply. Today, they watched Jiang Qiuxiu's second round of live battles. They also managed to get virtual dishes, which tasted just like the real ones. After eating, Xiaoqing felt the fatigue from researching all day suddenly ease up, and she thought Jiang Qiuxiu was truly extraordinary. This made her more confident about what she was doing. But there was one problem. 7 or 8 people were frantically working on their devices, trying to find a solution. Suddenly, one person stood up and said, I think I found a way. As soon as he spoke, everyone gathered around him eagerly. What is it? What's the plan? He showed the post from the tofu shop owner, looking excited. I know the shop owner. I have his device. Jiang Qiuxiu bought something from a shop before, so he should be able to send her a private message. We can ask him for help. Really? Then hurry and do it. Hope flickered and then reignited in everyone's hearts. He quickly searched and found the tofu shop owner's device. He wrote a message, but just as he was about to send it, everyone stopped him. After editing and refining it for a long time, they finally sent the message. They couldn't say that Jiang Qiuxiu's cooking could delay genetic defects, so they made up some other story instead. Xiaoqing, why don't we just tell the truth? No, we can't. Xiao Qing shook her head. Let's not talk about this matter yet, since it hasn't been confirmed. Even if it is confirmed, we can't let it spread from us. If she agrees to come, it means she's here to save us. She's our savior. If this gets out casually. Although young, Xiao Qing was not stupid. It could cause her a lot of trouble. Far away, beyond the light years, the tofu shop owner visited his factory again, and then slowly headed home before opening his device. He was surprised to find messages from someone other than his usual contacts. Oh, it was from an old comrade from long ago. Why did they suddenly send a message? He thought for a moment and clicked to open it. Deciding to help, the tofu shop owner looked at the messages and felt some sympathy. He sighed and quickly replied. These things are hard to explain in just a few words, so they started a voice call. The tofu shop owner and the middle-aged soldier from the rescue center had served in the same military unit. They lived nearby and were both from the Federation. When they retired, they added each other on their devices, hoping to stay in touch after returning home. But over the years, after returning to the Federation, many other things came up. Busy with life, they gradually forgot their promise to keep in touch. They had fought together with laser cannons once, sharing a deep bond. After exchanging greetings and reminiscing about the past, the tofu shop owner asked about his friend's current work. Are you working at the rescue center? In the Federation, working there wasn't considered a good job. It was known that only those with defective beast gene could get a job there. Most people with genetic defects turned into complete beasts, losing their sanity. Yes, I found out I had a defect after retiring for less than 10 years, so I came here, the man replied calmly. And how are you now? I'm doing okay, lucky, I guess. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, but his smile didn't last long. He then sighed. I had no choice but to message you this time. Xiao Qing asked the man not to say they were eating Jiang Qiuxiu's cooking, believing it helped resist mental breakdown, which was why they were searching for her. He suggested a different story, more tragic, more touching, and also avoiding any trouble for Jiang Qiuxiu. That streamer, Juju, donated food here once before. He sighed deeply. Back then, an old soldier ate some and said it was very tasty. He kept thinking about it. Now, his genetic flaws are worsening, and the beast genes are about to surpass human genes, he continued. He is almost fully transformed into a beast. From a human point of view, complete transformation is like death. When a person is about to die, their wishes are sad. The reason he wanted to eat that dish again is not just about craving, but lying on the hospital bed, covered in fur and almost unable to keep his human shape, the leopard brother was real. He had been friends with us for over 10 years, and now he was in this state. The middle-aged man spoke sadly. Before he fully transformed, his only wish was to eat that dish one more time. We sent messages in our circle and on the chat, but Juju can't see them. We just want to ask you to send her a private message. That, the passionate tofu shop owner quickly softened. But I don't have her contact info, only the account she used to buy things and her circle account. You know her and her fans are many. She probably can't see private messages in her circle. The person asking might have millions of fans, and if she's not marked in red by Jiang Qiuxiu, her messages would be drowned in the crowd. Sending a private message through her shopping account is possible, but she gets a lot of ads and messages here. It's just a small effort, and the tofu shop owner was willing to help. There are many businesses here that love to advertise. She bought tofu, but probably won't buy it again soon. It might take her a while to see my message. Can your people hold on? Yes, we can. That's a good sign, Qiuxiu agreed. Thank you so much for helping, the middle-aged man quickly said. I feel bad. I haven't contacted you through your terminal for so many years, and this is the first time I'm asking for help. No problem. We'll always be part of the Third Army. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. After hanging up, the tofu shop owner clicked into his store. Luckily, when he sold soybeans, business was slow. Only about 20 people, so with so many customers, it was easier to find her. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He forwarded the message from Xiao Qing to the chat window, polished it a bit, and then sent it to Jiang Qiuxiu. He kept watching the chat box for 10 minutes. Just as he expected, no one replied. He took a screenshot of this and sent it to an old friend. The lively atmosphere at the rescue center faded again. Jiang Qiuqiu usually logs into the Taotao Fresh app at regular times. Usually, right after a live broadcast ends, she comes here to browse and decide what to eat next. But last night, she was feeling restless, watched a movie and went to bed late, so she didn't check Taotao Fresh. Like the tofu shop owner said, the sellers here really like to send ads. Normally, Jiang Qiuqiu wouldn't look at private messages from people she doesn't buy from. But Taotao Fresh shows a red for new messages. If she doesn't check them, the dot stays there. Jiang Qiuqiu can't stand these red dots. Every time she sees one, she clicks on it to clear it. If a seller keeps sending too many ads, she deletes their messages to keep things quiet. Today was the same. While clearing the red dots, Jiang Qiuqiu suddenly saw a message from the tofu shop owner. Curious, she clicked to read it. Qiuqiu, are you there? I shared a message from my friend who works at the rescue center. They told me you once donated food there. One staff member ate your food and couldn't forget it. Now, in their final days, they really want to taste your cooking again. I know it's a bit personal to send a private message like this, but I just wanted to tell you. The Starry Sky Rescue Center? These words brought back a memory for Jiang Qiuqiu. She had taken her robot butler there to deliver food before. Someone ate her donated food, and in their last moments, they wanted to taste it again? Jiang Qiuqiu first exited the chat, then bought some ribs and seasonings from a familiar vendor. She soaked some dried bamboo shoots she'd need tonight. After preparing everything for tonight's game, she leaned back on the soft sofa in the living room and reopened the tofu shop owner's chat window. Her eyes focused on the message. A comrade, someone who ate her food and couldn't forget it, in their final moments, wanted to taste her cooking again. Generally, she thought she should ignore or refuse to reply to such messages. Because she doesn't have just one fan, she has millions or even hundreds of millions. If she treats some people especially well and the news spreads, it will be very hard for her in the future. Favoring the East over the West is called favoritism. Is she a soldier? She ate once and couldn't forget it. She kept thinking about her and admired her as a customer. Since she has been to that place before, going again doesn't seem like a big deal. After thinking, Jiang Qiuqiu replied to the tofu shop owner. 307 Your food seems to contain some special qualities. Jiang Qiuqiu directly responded to the tofu shop owner, asking what the person about to pass away would like to eat. Since there was still time, she might as well bring the food directly. As a good messenger, the owner quickly called his comrade on the communicator. After a brief exchange, the owner said, "They said that anything you make is fine and they like it very much. Then I'll just bring some random things." Fortunately, it was still early. MOC had gone out for something today, so she decided to go for a walk by herself. She opened the temperature-controlled box. With the recent addition of a real-time delivery feature, the amount of food stored in the box was less than before. But luckily, there were still some varieties. She randomly picked some dishes. The previous donations were for small animals, so Jiang Qiuqiu chose dishes with little spice or just rice. Today's main focus is people, so she could also bring some spicy or sweet and sour foods. How many people came to the rescue center before? About 10, it seems. Following the one-person, one-dish rule, Jiang Qiuqiu took 10 different kinds of dishes. Some portions were small, so she added a bit more. The dishes were quickly placed into the temperature-controlled box. Everything was ready, and Jiang Qiuqiu left the house. She stood at the front, with a robot carrying a thermal box behind her. What Jiang Qiuqiu didn't know was that, just 2 minutes after she left, a figure suddenly appeared on the crown of a nearby tree. She looked in the direction Jiang Qiuqiu was walking and followed her. If Jiang Qiuqiu could see the scene, she would probably say humorously, "Now I finally understand why the neighborhood has so many lush, leafy trees." Jiang Qiuqiu arrived at the rescue center at 9:10 in the morning. This was her first time arriving so early. The rescue center was already open, and the young staff member she always saw was there again. She led her robot assistant inside. As soon as they entered, the young man was standing in front of Jiang Qiuqiu, looking very excited. "Miss Jiang, you're here. Thank you so much for taking the time to visit us despite your busy schedule. There was no need for such formality." Jiang Qiuqiu smiled. I'm here to check on the patients, so there's no need to be so polite. Yes. And about this, Xiaoqing looked at Jiang Qiuqiu and said, Miss Jiang, do you have a moment to talk privately? Things suddenly seem to become a bit complicated.
Just
Donating food? A private talk? She hesitated to refuse, especially after her recent encounter with a dangerous attacker. But a quick glance revealed that all the staff in the rescue center were watching her. The young receptionist was also tense and serious, as if something important was happening. Can we go to the meeting room upstairs? Xiaoqing kept the tofu shop owner's secret, but he never intended to hide anything from Jiang Qiuqiu. Once in the meeting room, after the door closed and Jiang Qiuqiu sat down, Xiaoqing suddenly stood up and bowed deeply toward her. He bowed several times, lowering his head very seriously. Jiang Qiuqiu immediately stood up and reached out to stop him. What's wrong? Sorry, Miss Jiang, we lied to you. Xiaoqing apologized sincerely. But we didn't mean to deceive you. The reason we asked you to bring food this time isn't because someone wanted to eat it. It's because you've sent food twice before, and after accidentally eating it, we felt that your food might contain some special power. Are you telling me? The animals outside aren't really animals, there? Because of this, Jiang Qiuqiu looked at Xiaoqing very seriously. Miss Jiang, we've discovered that your food seems to interfere with gene breakdown. This was similar to what MOC had mentioned before. So she nodded, indicating she understood. Xiaoqing thought that after sharing the shocking news, Jiang Qiuqiu would be very excited. Based on her donations and live broadcasts, she didn't seem to know her food had such special abilities. But after speaking, looking at Jiang Qiuqiu's expression, she appeared calm and steady, as if nothing unusual was happening. She kept her secrets well and had known about this for a long time. Xiaoqing was unsure what was really going on. Jiang Qiuqiu asked him, So, is someone here experiencing a gene breakdown? Are you asking me to donate more food? No, it's not that. Xiaoqing shook his head. It's not a donation. We want to buy some food from you, okay? Actually, Xiaoqing felt a bit embarrassed saying this because the rescue center didn't have much money. We can't pay all at once, but we can leave an IOU. We'll pay it back slowly. No need for that, Jiang Qiuqiu said. Since it was just a rescue center for stray animals, Jiang Qiuqiu liked animals and naturally felt good about the place. After visiting a few times, she noticed the staff were very patient with the animals. When she was mentally overwhelmed, she understood that a gene breakdown might be similar to a mental collapse. The mental nurturing serum was expensive. One bottle could last a normal family a whole year. Getting seriously injured and seeking other help was understandable. They had already apologized. Just accept the donation, Jiang Qiuqiu said. Since you've already given it, consider it a meal for everyone. Thank you very much, Xiaoqing said sincerely. Jiang Qiuqiu stood up. No need for formal titles. Just call me Jiang Qiuqiu. I've come here several times and haven't even asked your name. Hello, Miss Jiang. I am temporarily in charge of this rescue center. My name is Xiaoqing. Okay. Xiaoqing sensed Jiang Qiuqiu was surprised and asked, Is something wrong? It's nothing, she replied, just recalling some stories. After explaining everything, Xiaoqing thanked Jiang Qiuqiu for her generosity and asked if she wanted to see the gene-broken leopard. Actually, what we said isn't all false. Before saying the next words, Xiaoqing added, Not to flatter you, but when you first delivered food here, we were amazed by your cooking. We remembered it for a long time. We all really like your cooking. That's an honor, Jiang Qiuqiu said. Since she was here, she decided to visit the patient before leaving. Because recently, the gene collapse has been happening so quickly that Brother Leopard can no longer maintain his human form. Although he still has thoughts and can speak, he now looks completely like a leopard. According to the Federation's rules, Brother Leopard cannot be allowed to move freely at this time. They must impose restrictions on his activity. On the way there, Little Green first warned Jiang Qiuqiu, Miss Jiang, Brother Leopard's gene collapse is quite serious now. When you see him later, don't be scared. I won't be, she replied. Soon, they reached a small room at the end of the corridor. Little Green pushed open the door and said as he did, Thank you for the food you donated. It can save many lives. Yes, all the animals in the cage used to be human. Hearing Little Green mention saving lives, Jiang Qiuxiu felt a hint of doubt. Saving lives? What does that mean? But this small doubt was quickly overshadowed by something more shocking. The door opened, revealing a dimly lit room with no one inside, only a metal cage and a leopard. A young man nearby called out, "Brother Leopard, Miss Jiang is here. We found her." After speaking to the empty room, he turned to her and said, "Miss Jiang, Brother Leopard is inside." Jiang Qiuxiu didn't move. Little Green understood. After all, the beastly form of Brother Leopard is still quite frightening. So he kindly added, "Miss Jiang, don't worry. Brother Leopard's genes haven't fully collapsed yet. He still has awareness. You don't need to be afraid." What does that mean? Brother Leopard? Still aware? Genes not fully collapsed? Could it be? Jiang Qiuxiu's eyes suddenly looked toward the cage. Then she realized her understanding of this time and world wasn't very deep. Because that leopard, it actually spoke? A slightly hoarse male voice, sounding dull and sad, said, "It's okay, Little Green. I do look pretty scary like this. Don't let Miss Jiang come closer." The leopard slowly moved its body, turning its head toward the darkness. "Please thank Miss Jiang for me." Little Green looked at Brother Leopard's deep voice, and suddenly, his eyes turned red. The most painful stage for a beast-human hybrid is when they still have human thoughts but have lost their human appearance. Standing together, it seems they are no longer the same species. They are either feared and rejected or looked down upon. Seeing the leopard speak human words, Jiang Qiuxiu connected all the information about the rescue center in her mind. Xiao Qing mentioned the 4 words, genetic collapse, with a pained expression, and there were several mentions of saving human lives. Rescue center? Who exactly is the center helping? She looked at the leopard in the cage and the group of cats, dogs, and foxes outside the door. Suddenly, she had a heavy suspicion. Jiang Qiuxiu had been silent. Xiao Qing called her several times. "Miss Jiang? Should we go outside first?" "Thank you for helping the leopard, brother. I should have told you earlier. I didn't mean to scare you." "Miss Jiang?" Xiao Qing called her again. She snapped out of her thoughts, looked at Xiao Qing, then at the leopard hiding in the dark, and said, "I'm not scared. I was just thinking about something. Isn't this rescue center an animal rescue center?" "Of course not," Xiao Qing replied. "This is the Federation Warrior Genetic Collapse Rescue Center." "Then I have one last question. Are the animals in the cages at the back of the door all humans?" It seemed she truly didn't know. Xiao Qing nodded. When they had all been beast-human hybrids, Xiao Qing felt very sad. But as time went on and she experienced more, her heart grew numb. Now she could calmly say, yes, all the animals in the cages used to be human. In that moment, Jiang Qiuxiu's eyes clearly reflected one word, shock. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Qing asked, "Miss Jiang, don't you know about this?" Jiang Qiuxiu shook her head and only said, "I thought genetic collapse was similar to mental breakdown. They're worlds apart. They're both just pain. Both lead to disappearance, destined to vanish." Since Mo Si posted the military department's special mailbox on the Star Network last time, some students with nowhere to turn have passionately written letters about unfair treatment and sent them into the military's mailbox. Autumn and Changbei's workload suddenly increased. Mo Si assigned some retired soldiers to help establish a dedicated work department, aiming to share the workload and make everyone feel a bit easier. That day, the department had just organized its resources. To announce this, they needed to hold another press conference. It was a big event and showed the military office's support for this project. For this grand opening, Mo Si personally attended and spoke publicly. The event was very grand, and the StarNet broadcasted videos of the conference everywhere. Mo Si worked until late and finally had time to hurriedly return to the Starry Sky Wanderer. By then, Jiang Qiuxiu had already started her live stream. This was her second PK match. On the way, Mo Si also looked at her terminal. Her mental state seemed quite good. No trembling hands or other issues. Her mental energy should be fully recovered. In a couple of days, she could resume mental strength training. The Federation University would start with some physical training, so maybe she could add more to her physical training during this time. A quick thought flashed through MOC's mind as he kept watching the stream. After a while, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Qiuxiu's condition today seemed different from yesterday. The military hover car was already very fast, and MOC was driving quickly too. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at Starry Sky Wanderer. After landing, he tidied up his clothes and immediately knocked on Jiang Qiuxiu's door. Her live stream had ended 5 minutes earlier. She had won her second PK match. She smiled, but MOC felt she didn't seem very happy today. Just one day apart. What could have happened? Inside, the people slowly opened the door. Seeing MOC, Jiang Qiuxiu's mood slightly improved. Black hole, you're here? Yes, I finished my work. Perfect timing, Jiang Qiuxiu invited him in for soup. You probably haven't had dinner yet. I made your favorite bamboo shoot and pork rib soup today. Indeed, the small house was filled with the sweet aroma of bamboo shoots and meat simmering together. It was MOC's favorite. But now, the most important thing was to find out what had happened. Qiuxiu, did something happen? You don't look very happy. Are you that attentive? Jiang Qiuxiu's mood was indeed complicated today. Something did happen. What's wrong? He entered the room and closed the door behind him. I haven't had dinner either. Let's eat and talk at the same time. A steaming bowl of soup, yesterday's tofu, some beef meatballs, and a plate of rice made for a very hearty dinner. Under the light, mist drifted, and the aroma of food filled the air. Jiang Qiuxiu started talking about today's events. She said, You and Sister Qingyu told me that the food I make has a calming effect, like a nourishing liquid for the mind, helping to restore mental strength and fix mental breakdowns, right? Today, someone told me that my food can influence genes to prevent breakdowns. At first, Jiang Qiuxiu remained calm because she didn't understand what gene breakdown was. But after learning what gene breakdown is, many thoughts flooded her mind. 311. Genes of humans and beasts first. She felt sorry for soldiers with defective genes. Second, a proverb came to her mind. Having treasure can be a crime. This morning, after asking that question, Jiang Qiuxiu had a deeper talk with Xiaoqing. She truly understood what gene breakdown is. In this era, humans awaken their mental powers, unlock beast genes, and gain great energy and longer life. But gene awakening isn't without side effects. Hybrid people often switch between human and beast forms. Some have stable genes and switch without problems. But a few have defective, unstable genes. After switching many times, problems appear. Initially, they can't control their beast forms. They might suddenly grow ears or tails, or develop hair on their bodies. Later, their minds become easily agitated and irritable. Eventually, they start transforming into beasts, growing fur that can't be retracted, their hands and vital organs gradually becoming animal-like, losing their human shape, and even being unable to stand upright. They show animal traits but still retain some thoughts, hanging on the edge between human and beast. In the end, they can't hold on anymore. Their life continues, but they are no longer human. At that moment, Jiang Qiuxiu realized that gene breakdown and mental breakdown are not the same level. Currently, the Federation has no medicine to treat defective genes. Once this begins, all they can do is wait, maybe a year, maybe 10. Beast transformation will be delayed, but never avoided. In this field, only top experts in mental healing can use their powerful core mental energy to help slightly slow down gene collapse. But how many top mental experts are there in the Federation? And how many people are suffering from gene collapse? The numbers are not equal. Moreover, the amount of healing mental energy needed for a patient is terrifying. Even if an expert is willing, they can only help about 10 people at a time. This problem is almost impossible to solve. Until Xiaoqing and her team met Jiang Qiuxiu's pet. It was like a traveler in the desert finding an oasis. Although the effect was only slight suppression and interference, it was already very strong. Such a powerful ability. And she is just an ordinary person with a level of mental strength. After chatting, Jiang Qiuxiu talked with the leopard brother in the cage. She was no longer shocked and looked very calm, not afraid of his beastly appearance. During the conversation, She also appeared quite peaceful and curious. This made the leopard brother feel more familiar. As they talked, he even said, "When you first came, we met before. You saw me then." He was a little happy. After talking for about 10 minutes, the leopard brother looked a bit tired and went to rest. In the corridor, Xiao Qing was very excited. He thanked Jiang Qiuqiu again, saying, "Miss Jiang, thank you for talking with the leopard brother. After you talked to him, his condition improved a lot." Later, as Jiang Qiuqiu left the corridor, she saw the cage in front. When she didn't know, she could look at these animals as if they were pets. "Have they fully turned into beasts?" Jiang Qiuqiu asked. Xiao Qing nodded. "Probably after winter, the military will release a batch to Tatar Star. That place has a pleasant climate and is an undeveloped tourist star, probably a good place to visit." Despite gaining new abilities, 312 didn't feel excited.
Former comrades now released.
Jiang Qiuqiu didn't say anything more. As mealtime approached, she had lunch at the rescue center and got to know the other people there. Xiao Qing said everyone at the rescue center was a gene collapse patient. Normally, having such a serious illness would be very sad, and even if not overly upset, it would still be a bit hard to accept. Most people in the rescue center are cheerful and kind, especially one person, a mixed-breed brown bear, tall and strong, with a simple look. According to Xiao Qing, he and the tofu shop owner are comrades, and they work together to find Jiang Qiuqiu. At lunchtime, Jiang Qiuqiu noticed they also shared some food with the small animals in the cages.
Although
they're no longer just they. After a meal, feeling emotional, Jiang Qiuqiu decided to go back home, but then called Xiao Qing to the meeting room. "Miss Jiang, do you need anything else?" "Xiao Qing, I previously tested my mental abilities at the Federation University. My power is healing, so the food I make contains some healing and soothing energy." "I see," Xiao Qing replied. "Miss Jiang will definitely become an excellent mental healer." Jiang Qiuqiu lowered her brows slightly, nodded softly, and then said, "But I think the food I make should only have healing mental abilities." "No, you." Xiao Qing wanted to say they had already tested it and confirmed Jiang Qiuqiu's ability after eating a meal. But when he looked up and saw her calm gaze, he suddenly understood something. He quickly changed his words. "Yes, Miss Jiang, sorry. We were mistaken. We were too eager. It is indeed healing mental energy, and it has nothing to do with gene collapse." "Thank you, Xiao Qing." "No, I should thank you on behalf of the rescue center." Xiao Qing licked his lips. "Rest assured, only we know about this. No one else has said anything. We won't spread the mistaken information. If Jiang Qiuqiu's cooking truly had this ability, it would be discovered someday. But that should happen in the future, not now. It should be after she becomes famous, when she is under everyone's attention and has self-protection skills. A sun that hasn't yet shined brightly can easily be shot down by the powerful, confined in a small world, just a lamp." Although Jiang Qiuqiu temporarily reached an understanding with Xiao Qing, she still felt uneasy. She and Xiao Qing haven't known each other long, and while he seems capable of keeping secrets, this feeling is very uncomfortable. After returning in the afternoon, Jiang Qiuqiu searched some information online and increasingly felt that her position was very dangerous. She feels a bit discouraged about promoting Taodao Fresh and doing live broadcasts. She never dreamed of becoming a top person in the Interstellar Era, but she definitely doesn't want to be controlled by others. She must work harder so that her strong abilities match her soft skills. After hearing these things, MOC's gaze slowly focused, and he looked at Jiang Qiuqiu with surprise. "They say it can interfere with gene collapse. Is it the rescue center you visited last time with Mo Qingyu?" "Yes, the one near the community, the Starry Sky Rescue Center. The people at the rescue center said it might be true." Jiang Qiuqiu's mental power also has healing abilities for gene collapse. This was something MOC hadn't expected. Neither he nor Mo Qingyu had noticed this. This is a big deal. If she hasn't become a high-level mental healer or even undergone systematic mental healing training, and her food can interfere with gene collapse, it means she can influence gene collapse through non-native powers. So, what if she trains further? Could she possibly cure gene collapse? Even cure it? If there is hope, it would be extremely valuable to the Federation. But the higher-up's thoughts flashed briefly, and looking at Jiang Qiuqiu, she didn't seem happy or excited about suddenly gaining new abilities. You should be happy, and there's no need to be afraid. She is still a young girl, and this matter is indeed very big. Even though she is clever, she has thought about many things, especially since she has experienced setbacks under the Federation system. The power of the nobles must have left her with a very bad impression. Jiang Qiuqiu is indeed a bit troubled, feeling that she has gained a power that doesn't match her current strength. Just as she was deep in thought, she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. She looked up, and Mo-si had placed his hand on her shoulder.
Don't worry, he said.
Qiuqiu, if you really gain new abilities, you should be happy, Mo-si said. And don't be afraid. For some reason, just this one sentence made Jiang Qiuqiu feel a little more at ease. Perhaps because he truly has a strong sense of justice. After talking about what was bothering her, Jiang Qiuqiu felt much better. She also relaxed a bit. All right, things aren't fully confirmed yet. It's just what they said. I don't know if I really have that ability. Maybe they were wrong. Black holes, let's have dinner first, or the food will get cold. The dinner was very delicious, but both of them were a little distracted while eating. After dinner, Mo-si quickly washed the dishes for Jiang Qiuqiu, talked with her for a while, and as night deepened, he said, "You just recovered. Your body is tired. Rest early. I need to go back too. Okay, I will rest well. You should sleep early too." Under the dim moonlight, they said goodnight to each other. Then, after Jiang Qiuqiu closed the door, Mo-si quickly went to the teleportation mech, sent a few messages, and later in the night, took a group of people to the Starry Sky Rescue Center. He needed to confirm some things and give the girl a calming medicine. She must go to school properly. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuqiu couldn't sleep either. She was reviewing everything she had done since arriving here. Choosing a food live stream, being discovered by the editor, signing a contract, starting her streaming journey. Days passed, followers increased. She moved to the Starry Sky to relax, met Mo Qingyu, trained her mental strength to improve her abilities, received an admission letter from the Federation University, and was kidnapped by Jiang Tianming. Then her abilities were discovered. She looked like she had a heroine script, but Jiang Qiuqiu knew that was not true. This isn't the 21st century. Although the Federation abolished slavery, there are still lower star planets, lower-class people, noble families, and voluntary selling of oneself. Just like in chaotic times, beauty is both wealth and a death sentence. In this somewhat chaotic era, the abilities that others covet are both wealth and a shackle. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiuqiu felt she hadn't worked hard enough before. She needed to become stronger, more outstanding, and more dazzling so she could protect herself. After planning everything out, Jiang Qiuqiu felt sleepy. The next day, because she went to bed late, she woke up a bit later than usual. The winter sun was already shining. She stood at the window, looked at the sunlight for a while, then packed some breakfast in a small food box and went to Mo-si. Just as she knocked on the door, someone came to open it. With a broad view, Jiang Qiuqiu noticed that Mo-si was surprisingly dressed in formal clothes today. It was so early in the morning, and he was so dressed up. She was a bit surprised and asked, "Hey Dong, do you have something to do again today?" "No, I have nothing today." Despite not sleeping all night, the man's face showed no signs of tiredness. He also showed concern for her. "How about you? How did you rest yesterday? Why did you come here suddenly?" Jiang Qiuqiu also didn't hide her purpose. "Recently, my mental strength has improved a lot." She gestured to herself and then released a small mental energy thread. "There are 2 months left before school starts, so I can't waste this time. Since you have time now, I want to keep practicing my mental strength. Just yesterday, something happened, and today the girl eagerly came to train. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Mo-si felt that he had been sighing more often lately. "You're still young." "That I'm not young anymore." Jiang Qiuqiu clenched her fist. "Don't always say I'm young. Still young." Mo-si let Jiang Qiuqiu sit down first, then suddenly shared big news. "Qiuqiu, you went to the rescue center to deliver food yesterday, right?" "Yes, that's right." "Can you keep providing some food there during this period? Why are you suddenly concerned about this?" His question was very pointed. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at MOC for a moment and asked, "You just woke up, or did you just come back? Did you go out yesterday?" MOC nodded. "I want to handle some things." He always seemed to talk about these matters casually and lightly. Having abilities is a good thing. MOC was not the type to hide things. Since he started talking, he said everything openly. "I understand your worries. Generally speaking, people at the rescue center wouldn't lie, but it's also possible that they're just about to drift away from the shore, and grabbing a floating log creates an illusion. First, let's determine whether you have this ability. If not, then everyone is overthinking. And if you do, what if I do? The military department will specially recruit you to become a retired soldier gene therapist, allowing you to remain free. They will keep your records sealed and hide this information until the right time. Before then, the military will protect everything about you. You can go to school without worry." He spoke as if he had already arranged everything perfectly. For some reason, Jiang Qiuqiu looked at him and suddenly felt a strong desire to ask questions. "After I graduate, will the military force me to enlist?" "No, the military does not force anyone, but they might ask you to use your abilities to help others. Usually they will prioritize your interests." MOC also explained some military rules. Basically, they offer protection but do not force Jiang Qiuqiu to do anything. There are requests, but they won't control her personality. His face isn't the kind that looks steady and reliable. After all, he has small deer-like eyes and is quite fair. But when he sits and talks, he appears tall and commanding, with a natural charm that makes people trust him. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at him. His plan was so thorough, involving many departments. If he could give such a promise, he probably went out to a meeting last night? She observed carefully and noticed that although MOC's face didn't look tired, his eyes had many more red blood vessels. After he finished explaining everything, he noticed the young girl in front of him was looking at him with a very passionate gaze. Her clear eyes sparkled with visible warmth, and it seemed she had been staring at him for a long time. Moreover, when he looked back at her, she didn't shy away at all. MOC couldn't help but look away first. He asked, "That's the situation. Are you willing to accept the olive branch offered by the military?" "I am willing," Jiang Qiuqiu answered immediately. "I still want to become stronger." Her quick answer made MOC a little unhappy. "Such a big thing, and you trust others so easily?" MOC asked. "Aren't you afraid of being deceived?" "I'm afraid." Jiang Qiuqiu looked at him. "But I believe you won't lie to me." At least, in these matters, she knew he wouldn't deceive her. Her trust came suddenly. That trusting gaze was directly fixed on MOC's eyes. The girl truly believed in him. But he had deceived her, even though that was not what he wanted. After accepting the olive branch, MOC calculated his schedule and coordinated everyone's timing. In the end, it was confirmed that Jiang Qiuqiu would deliver food to Shinkong Tangyang every morning, have lunch there, and then the military's testing agency would take her away for testing at night. Since there was no existing data on treating gene collapse caused by non-native mental powers, this experiment was planned for 2 weeks. The testing staff would evaluate from different angles whether Jiang Qiuqiu's cooking had any special abilities. They talked for a long time, and suddenly Jiang Qiuqiu's stomach growled. They both realized it was almost 10 o'clock. If they didn't eat soon, it would be mealtime. They had breakfast together. With some time left in the morning, they decided to go to the rescue center to deliver food. Jiang Qiuqiu also went home to pack a lot of items into the temperature-controlled box and brought her robot assistant along. Today's atmosphere at the rescue center was very different from yesterday. Jiang Qiuqiu felt that Xiaoqing looked at her with strange eyes, part surprise, part admiration, as if she was looking at a great expert. Jiang Qiuqiu. There was another matter today, so Jiang Qiuqiu didn't stay long. She greeted Xiaoqing, left the temperature-controlled box with her robot, and then went to MOC's place. MOC was working on official documents. When he heard the doorbell, he went to open the door and saw Jiang Qiuqiu. He paused in surprise. "Aren't you going to the rescue center? Why are you back so soon? I've finished already." She glanced at her device. "It's 10:47 now. Still early. Black hole brother, do you have time to do some mental power training with me? Are you in such a hurry?" "Yes," Jiang Qiuqiu said seriously. "Because I want to become stronger." Her whole body was filled with determination. All right, her fearless spirit made Moc stop trying to persuade her. Her mental strength had indeed improved, and she hadn't needed rest these past 2 days. Come over then. I happen to be free. Thank you. The recipe was the same as before, the familiar taste. Jiang Qiuxiu had done mental training many times, but this time, Moc adjusted the values on her mental power helmet and set the difficulty level differently. Entering the world of the mental sea, Jiang Qiuxiu controlled the waves in her mental space, steering her small boat to sway left and right, avoiding obstacles. But obstacles come in many sizes. Large ones almost block her entire path, while small ones are as thin as hair. If she isn't careful, hitting them causes her mental energy vessel to be shattered, like a fly trapped in a spider's web. This kind of trial leaves no room for mistakes. Jiang Qiuxiu concentrates her mind and rushes forward. Moc sees her focus and opens the terminal to reply to Qiuxiu's message. Recently, the military has been very active, and even those who usually have free time are busy now. Maybe she will need to go to the Polar Star again soon. When that time comes, she will be away for a long while. Qiuxiu. She can ask Mrs. Iyer for help. She hasn't left yet, so this plan is already in motion. She imagines how Mrs. Iyer and Jiang Qiuxiu get along, feeling confident that her arrangement is perfect. She doesn't realize, who are you? Are you part of her family? Just asking for help? She doesn't see what kind of position she has put herself in. You should strengthen your physical training. After finishing her mental training, Jiang Qiuxiu is covered in sweat. She feels a bit weak, but also very refreshed. Her brain is highly alert from the stimulation, but her body is extremely tired. She jumps back and forth between feeling sleepy and excited. Moc turns on the villa's thermostat, and the cold air gradually dissipates. Your mental energy has recovered quite well. You've also mastered level A mental power. Although your mental ability is healing, your attack power is also quite good. But you need to improve your physical training, Moc says seriously as he enters training mode. Today, you could have lasted longer. Your mind can hold out, but your body can't keep up. I suggest adding an hour of physical training to your daily routine. You're very determined. Before long, you will become very strong. I know, she replies confidently and energetically. Moc notices her attitude and slightly smiles. When she leaves the Mo family, Moc gives Jiang Qiuxiu a coat to wear. The cold wind blows fiercely. She runs home and takes a shower immediately. After washing, she still feels tired. She turns on her terminal, arranges for the assistant robot to pick up her supplies, and puts on her mental recovery helmet before falling asleep. I slept a bit longer than usual. When the alarm rang at 3 a.m., Jiang Qiuxiu still felt weak all over. She opened her sleepy eyes, looked at the time, and really didn't want to get up. It was 3:01. She half closed her eyes and told herself she would get up at 5. In the quiet, for minutes passed quickly. Jiang Qiuxiu took a deep breath in her half-asleep state, then suddenly opened her eyes, threw back the blanket, and sat up. It was cold, but it made her feel alert. At 3:30 p.m., Jiang Qiuxiu finished preparing the ingredients for today's cooking. Then she started to check her potential opponents in the food section. Several competitions had already passed. Not many food streamers still had winning records on the competition stage. There were hardly any streamers at her level, so now, Jiang Qiuxiu wasn't afraid of being matched with others. Instead, others were afraid of being matched with her. Maybe she could have ranked in the top 5 or 3, but facing her, they could only get beaten badly. By learning about everyone in the food streaming community and reading what viewers were saying online, Jiang Qiuxiu realized she was quite well known outside her usual circle. Who exactly is Jiang Qiuxiu? I heard about her before her first competition. After she started, I was shocked. She's up against a popular food streamer, and her stats are terrifying. Yeah, her stats are famously scary. She only competed twice, but her data already outperformed many. I'm really curious about what her dishes taste like. Are they truly deserving of her fame, or is there another reason? Almost all positive reviews. It's hard to believe, but they are really delicious. By the fourth comment, it was obvious a fan had joined the discussion. But everyone didn't argue. Probably because there was nothing to argue about. The new fan quickly responded, Juju streams her competitions at exactly the scheduled time every day. She's also live at 7 tonight, with unlimited tastings during the stream. Everyone is welcome to come and try. You won't regret it after one taste. At such a critical moment in the competition, those who dared to promote her were either new fans, confident in their skills, or tough and fearless. After all, if they randomly invited a few people and they didn't like the taste, a single negative review could cancel out hundreds of positive ones. Everyone was curious now and decided to check out Jiang Jojo's stream tonight. Looks like her followers will increase again. In her familiar field, Jiang Jojo was never afraid. Point 317. The whole galaxy is my food fan, braised chicken. At 7 p.m., the live broadcast started on time. Over 1 billion people rushed into the live room. After greeting the camera as usual, Jiang Jojo's smart brain began assigning opponents to her. The other person's small black frame lit up in her live room, and Jiang Jojo picked up a kitchen knife. She smiled at the camera and said, "Today we are making braised bird." Although called a bird, it's actually chicken, sharp beak, half feathers, cannot fly, with tender, snowy white meat. The camera quickly shifted to the chopping board. Jiang Jojo chopped with her knife, and the chicken's head rolled to the side. This is a bloody scene and not suitable for viewing. I've already prepared the bird before the broadcast. Before cooking, all feathers and internal organs must be removed. Usually, we also discard the head and tail. While speaking, Jiang Jojo cut the large chicken into suitable size pieces, which also helps the flavor soak in better. Suddenly, a comment appeared on the screen. Usually the head and tail are cut off. But what about in special cases? This person was a VIP, and their comment was highlighted in color. Jiang Jojo saw it and replied, "If you like, you don't have to remove them. Does anyone like eating the? That's. Oh my. That's. Why can you send voice messages upstairs? Ugh, why talk about this? You're all so disgusting, it's getting gross." Many viewers entered at this moment. As soon as they came in, they saw a lot of butts and talk about taste. How can I have a taste? This year's top live streams are so wild, totally different from last year. This comment clearly indicated new viewers had arrived. The moderators quickly cleaned up the previous comments and officially welcomed the newcomers with a message. Welcome, new friends. Are there new viewers? Don't miss out if you're passing by. Today, we're making delicious braised bird. This is Jiang's first time making this dish. You're all in for a treat. First time? Delicious? They haven't tried it before. Because Jiang's dishes are always delicious. The storm of comments on the screen was temporarily out of Jiang Jojo's sight. Her full attention was on the pot. Braised chicken is a simple home-cooked dish, but sometimes the simplest dishes are the easiest to mess up. The timing for blanching is fixed. Too long, and the chicken becomes dry and tough. The temperature when putting the chicken in the pot is also important. Too high, and it burns easily. Too low, and it doesn't lock in the flavor and juices. The pursuit of perfect taste happens in that very moment. Once the chicken hits the boiling water, the skin automatically shrinks, and the partially cooked meat turns slightly white. Bring the pot to a boil, heat the oil, and add spices. The aroma of the spices bursts in the hot oil. When the heat is just right, Jiang Jojo pours the chicken into the pot. This is the first step of flavor. The chicken pieces roll in the pot. Jiang Jojo supports the pot with one hand and gently shakes it. The force makes the chicken jump slightly and then settle back down. She remembers when she first learned to cook. She asked her mentor why stirring was necessary even when frying. The mentor joked, because after shaking the pot, the dish gets a special flavor and it tastes better. Old memories feel distant but never fade. Jiang Jojo thinks of her mentor, a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. Her mentor probably doesn't know that the cooking skills she taught her have benefited her in 2 lives. Today, she isn't busy. Xiao Qian and Ming Mei are watching Jiang Jojo's live stream together. Xiao Qian is salivating while watching and says, "It's always a hit. It would be great if everyone across the galaxy could see this live stream. Everyone in the galaxy will become Qiuxiu's fans. 318 energetic and captivating. If everyone from across the galaxy comes, our server might crash first." Huh, you might be right. Xiao Qian clenched his fist and gently hit the desk. So, we need to work hard too. We should build the company into the biggest live streaming platform in the Federation, then modify some programs of the main brain, making some streams free to watch and find new ways to earn money. Pay-per-view isn't feasible across the galaxy because even one-star coin is unaffordable for many. They probably can't even use individual terminals, so they need to promote, go to rural areas, and more. Mingmei watched him get excited, her gaze drifting as if she was about to float off to build planets. Her gentle expression spread across her face. She cleared her throat and patted Qian Xingxing's shoulder. "Xiao Qian, let's watch the live stream first." "Yes, it looks like it's almost ready. We will eat and talk at the same time later." After watching the live stream for a while, Xiao Qian suddenly asked Mingmei, "Mingmei, do you think Qiuqiu looks better today than yesterday? She seems very motivated today." "Really?" Mingmei looked closely. "It seems she's more lively than yesterday." A person's energy can be felt in many ways. Jiang Qiuqiu might not notice it herself, but viewers watching the stream from a third-person perspective can sense it. However, fans don't usually notice these small changes in detail. Or maybe, the food smells so good that fans can't focus enough to see Qiuqiu's little differences. But some people can. Family and friends, and those who watch her more than the food. The villa is big, but MOC still prefers the room on the top floor, which has a large projection screen and a window that smells nice when opened. He watches the stream, feeling more tender inside. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a strong, hard-working, lively, and adorable girl? He watches as the girl adds a handful of sugar cubes into the pot, holding a spatula in her right hand and gently shaking the pot with her left. The sugar quickly melts, making the soup sweet and the meat turn a beautiful sauce color. Then she pours half a pot of water into the pot, covers it, and starts serving the rice. MOC straightens up slightly. This dish is almost finished. Jiang Qiuqiu has prepared chopped green onions and white rice. When the water in the pot gradually dries up, she turns off the heat. When she opens the lid, the aroma of chicken bursts out instantly. Jiang Qiuqiu switches from a spatula to a spoon, gently scooping the chicken and sauce onto the pointed white rice. The sauce flows down, soaking into the rice, which turns more flavorful. She sprinkles a little chopped green onion on top. "My hands are ready. Please start quickly." I finally understand why so many people watch this. Wow, it smells so good. I can't even wait to eat. 20 servings are prepared quickly. Jiang Qiuqiu asked her assistant robot to tidy up, then looked up and said, "The braised bird is ready. Later, it will be available for tasting. You can pick it up within 15 minutes. She added something she hadn't mentioned last time. If you want to recommend Qiuqiu's dishes to friends and family, you can do so within 15 minutes. I hope everyone will give me a good review after eating today. Thank you all. Of course. Got it. Got it." Tonight was another night of brief happiness for all the fans. Strong men and women were all crying, Qiuqiu is good at everything, just a little lacking. 319 pushed someone into the pot. At the same time, in the live stream of Jiang Qiuqiu's opponent, your opponent Jiang Jiujiu has finished her live broadcast. Viewers, 693 million active comments, 345 million tasting participants, 677 million reviews, 511 million overall score, 4.99 out of 5. Keep working hard. This opponent was a chef known for joking around. When he saw these numbers, he almost spat out his water.
Don't spit.
If you do, you're done for today. If you spit, you'll get a bad review. Don't you dare spit or you'll be finished. He swallowed his water and said, "Wow, these numbers are impressive. I think her cooking must be really delicious. If I lose this time, maybe next time we can visit this streamer together." Before he finished, he saw his fans commenting in the chat. "Yes, it's really delicious. Truly delicious. So tasty. You didn't lose unfairly. Compared to her, you're not as good. The streamer with ID Lonely Baitiao had a question mark over his head. Wait, aren't you watching my live stream? How do you know what her food tastes like? Stupid, of course, because we ate it. It's delicious, very delicious. We just went there a moment ago. So you guys also rated her? Yes. Are you still my fans? Funny, if we weren't your fans, we wouldn't come back. You have no idea how good it is. Slurp, slurp. I'm eating it right now. He understood now that these people didn't really care about his cooking skills. They were just admiring his handsome face and interesting personality. Grinding his teeth, he finished today's dishes, and everyone still cheerfully gave him scores. But compared to Jiang Qiuxiu's incredible data, he knew he had lost. He wasn't too upset, just a bit disappointed. Why did he meet this formidable opponent so early? He could have made it to the final round and easily ranked in the top 5. Oh well, he decided not to think about it too much. It wouldn't affect his ability to earn money. After ending the live stream, his editor called to come for him. He replied with a tired expression, I'm not upset because I lost to someone sneaky. I lost because she was better. Do I need comforting for that? I'm not a crying little kid. All right. After hanging up, he felt a strong curiosity about Jiang Qiuxiu. He had only heard bits and pieces about her from a small group of streamers. He knew she was young, beautiful, had loyal fans, a unique style, and excellent cooking skills. He hadn't looked into her much before. Today, he became her opponent. No, her defeated rival. Suddenly, he wanted to see more. So, he visited Jiang Qiuxiu's streaming page. The live broadcast was over, and the tasting videos were gone. Only some early recordings remained. The recordings were disappointing. They captured all the delicious smells and colors of her cooking, but there was nothing to eat. It was a captivating night, and he, with his mischievous side, opened a path that led him into trouble. The next day, his editor contacted him. Seeing his expression, the editor was shocked. You say you're not upset? Losing to Jiang Qiuxiu in a battle? You look like you've been mining all night. Don't worry, it's just a small competition. If I work hard, I might still beat her someday. He spat out in frustration. You're joking? That's impossible. I'm not upset. I lost because she was better and I accept it. He was just hungry. No worries, his next live stream was scheduled for 7 p.m. today. Oh, by the way, did you send that message just to comfort me? Oh, no, the first match of the second round has ended. It's time for the second match now. Last night, the main brain calculated the overall scores and you still advanced. The link for the second match will start tomorrow. I want you to prepare. What? The live broadcast won't start until tomorrow. Why are you so excited? If fate is against me, I might as well starve. 320 Capital won't randomly make any move. Mingmei also told Jiang Qiuxiu that the food section's PK is about to end. It's time for the second PK. What's different about the second PK? Do I need to be notified separately? Mingmei replied, Of course. In the second PK, we will decide who is the top host in the food area this year and choose the participants for the annual meeting. But it seems some won't attend the annual meeting. I'll participate. Participate? That's great. Mingmei was quite happy. The annual meeting, as the closing event of the Federation live streaming company for the year, not only attracts top streamers who can bring a lot of viewers but also gives you a good reputation. For you, participating in one live broadcast is harmless. Yes, I know. Besides the annual meeting spot, there's also a change in the live format. Starting from the second match, we won't have the small window PK like before. It will be on the same screen. This means that once both sides start the PK, the main brain will intelligently merge the two live streams, allowing fans to watch both sides at the same time. And it's not just visual synchronization. Smell and taste will also be synchronized. For the sake of the broadcast effect, fans can only hear what the host in their own stream is saying. This is a completely different format and presents more challenges for the hosts. Also, the number of sessions will change from 1 per day to 2 per day. You need to prepare the menu accordingly. Mingmei added with a little trick, you can choose dishes with a stronger aroma. That way, you might get some advantage. I understand. Jiang Qiuxiu, who is familiar with the live broadcasts in the food area, mostly knows this. Now, she wants to know if this mode will also be used for PKs in other areas. Later on, the PKs will become more formal and the number of fans on both sides will increase. The more it goes on, the more this format will be used, not only for the competition but also as a strategic move by the Federation Live company. Hosts in different categories don't face strong competition from each other, so the tension among their fans isn't very intense. Later on, it's mostly about the top hosts competing against each other. Although the strength of the top hosts varies in each area, their fan numbers are always impressive. Some fans stay in one area and don't go elsewhere. When hosts compete on the same screen, fans can see different channels, which helps users move around within the app. This makes the platform more lively, attracting more viewers and generating more revenue. Therefore, every step taken by investors is carefully planned. Is it about money? Is it about fame? Jiang Kikyu feels she understands now. Keep going. Xiao Qian and I are always here to support you, she said brightly and gently, talking about Xiao Qian's company dreams. I suddenly remembered your first impression of Xiao Qian. You thought he was naive. What's wrong? He keeps talking about this in the office, not hiding his thoughts about money at all, she said, as if he was about to take over the company. Talking like that at home might annoy others. It's clear Mingmei has opinions about Xiao Qian. Jiang Kikyu can tell that although Mingmei often criticizes him, she still cares deeply. Mingmei shook her head. It's not like that. I just think sometimes he's clever, and other times he's not. I shouldn't say more about him. I almost forgot about other things. What else is there? Wang Hengli also advanced to the second round of the competition. We checked the main brain's algorithm and think you might face him next. She almost forgot his name. Let him be. He's weak, no need to worry, she said casually. We don't need to pay attention to him anymore. Just a note, his recent performance has been getting worse. If he keeps this up, he might fall out of the top ranks. They talked about other things, then Mingmei's side called out to her, so she ended the call. The competition was postponed, so the purchased ingredients are temporarily unused. She has an extra day off. Anyway, she's fine with it. Jiang Kikyu decided to visit the rescue center while delivering the food. On her way with the robot, she also sent a message to MOC, telling him that today's mental training would be delayed a little. 321 I guess the black hole is a close relative of MOC. Although I have been delivering meals for 2 consecutive days, there has been no noticeable effect that I can see with my eyes. Most people say that after eating, they do feel a bit more energetic, so I think I need more time to observe carefully. Jiang Qiuxiu sat with Xiao Qing in the hall. Why were you so sure before that I had that ability? It doesn't seem to have a clear effect. No, it did have a clear effect before. Xiao Qing shook her head. I think it's because we used it multiple times, so its effectiveness has decreased a little. I'm very sensitive to these things. I wouldn't notice a mistake. Oh, Miss Jiang. Don't call me Miss Jiang. Jiang Qiuxiu looked at the men and women exercising outside. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. Just call me by my name. I'm Jiang Qiuxiu. You should be a bit familiar with me. Yes, I am familiar, Xiao Qing said, with a slight smile finally appearing on her usually gloomy face. How do you know the people from the military office? The military office. Jiang Qiuxiu looked puzzled. Xiao Qing was also surprised. Those who come every day to monitor data. They are probably from the military's direct troops. Don't you know? I don't know. I didn't call them. I see, Xiao Qing nodded. It's okay if you don't know. You can relax now. Once the general takes over, there won't be any problems. He's a fair, honest person who respects human rights and cares about citizens. It's safest to be under his command. When Xiao Qing mentioned the general, her eyes lit up. Jiang Qiuxiu was a bit surprised. Are you talking about General MOC, the Blade of the Empire? Yes. That's him. You seem to admire him a lot. Of course, Xiao Qing's eyes showed unwavering faith. Almost no one doesn't admire him. He's a legend in the military. We all like him very much. I joined the army because of him. Xiao Qing's expression darkened as she mentioned enlisting. Unfortunately, I haven't been to the battlefield yet. I was only in the preparatory corps, and then she was tested for gene collapse and was sent back to the Federation Star, entering this rescue center. I haven't even seen him. At that time, he worked very hard to join the 6th Army. He thought he could get close to his idol, but his dream was shattered before it even began. Xiao Qing seemed to know a lot about the military and MOC. Coincidentally, Jiang Qiuxiu suspected that the black hole might have some connection to the military and the MO family, so she curiously started talking with Xiao Qing. He shared many details about the Empire's blade, mostly positive comments. As they talked, he also expressed a lot of personal admiration, praising MOC enthusiastically. His excited attitude made Jiang Qiuxiu feel like she was talking to a young fan, which made her feel closer to him. As they got closer, they started chatting casually. At some point, they mentioned beast race genes. "I don't know much about the rest," he said. "All I know is that the beast genes passed down in the general's family are always bear genes." "Bears?" "Yes, the strong kind," Xiao Qing explained. "Powerful and mighty. All black. I heard the old marshal was like that, very fierce. Bears are connected to the military and seem mysterious. There's also Qingyu Jie, Mo Qingyu." Jiang Qiuxiu felt like everything was connected. Qingyu Jie once said that black hole was her younger brother. They looked quite similar, and their relationship was complicated. Maybe black hole is Qingyu Jie's real brother. His name might be Mo Heidong. Black hole also has ties to the military, and many of his actions are directed by the Empire's blade. Both of them are mixed with bear genes. One is a fierce black bear, and the other is a cute panda. But none of that mattered now. Her main conclusion was that black hole is probably a close relative of MOC. Maybe his nephew? He seems to have a very noble status. He came to the rescue center and saw Jiang Qiuxiu sitting with a young boy. They seemed to be talking about something. Jiang Qiuxiu's face first showed some thoughtfulness, then she smiled. He paused for a moment and didn't go over immediately. But since practicing mental strength, Jiang Qiuxiu had become very sensitive to others' gazes. When she noticed someone looking at her, she quickly looked up and glanced around. That's when she saw the tall, elegant man. Is he here to see her? She almost immediately stood up and called out his name. "Black hole. How did you come here?" "Just to see when you'll go back." MOC slowly walked over to her. The voice in her ear sounded a bit familiar. Xiao Qing looked up along with the girl beside him. When he looked up, he was surprised. His eyes were fixed on MOC, thinking about that word. It seemed to be on his mind. MOC approached, and Jiang Qiuxiu greeted him and Xiao Qing, saying, "This is my friend, Black Hole." The implication was that the military department was responsible for handling this matter because of him. Xiao Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up to greet and thank him. The situation at the rescue center wasn't good, and having the military office come to take over was a big help. Black Hole was like a hero to the center. Maybe because he was in a hurry to thank him, he blushed quickly after a few words. MOC looked at him. He was indeed young, but mature for his age. A few days ago, someone came to see him, and he was calm and talented. He was a promising young person, but unfortunately, he shifted his thoughts, considering his age and experiences. His voice was calm and gentle, with a hint of friendliness. "No need to thank me. The military department supporting here is part of my job. You're doing very well as acting leader here." "Thank you." Xiao Qing was very excited to be praised. A third person joined their conversation, making it hard to continue whispering. MOC then asked a few serious questions. "Will you be eating here at noon? When do you plan to start training this afternoon?" Jiang Qiuxiu wasn't planning to eat lunch here. She wanted to start training as early as possible after lunch. She could leave now, but she had promised Xiao Qing she would visit Brother Leopard. According to him, Brother Leopard was in a pretty stable condition now and really wanted to see her. She told MOC about this. "I want to see him before I leave. Will you wait here for me or come with me? Let's go together." So Xiao Qing led the way, and the three of them headed down the corridor. MOC walked more slowly, staying a little behind. Soon, they reached that small, cramped house. "I'm not going in. If Brother Leopard sees me, he'll start lecturing me again." "Jiang Xiao. Qiuqiu, you go inside. I'll wait outside for you." She waved her hand, and Xiao Qing ran out quickly. Before leaving, he looked back at MOC one last time. The leopard's hearing is quite sharp. As soon as the door opened, it opened its eyes. When it heard Xiao Qing's words, It slowly stood up inside the cage and saw the girl who brought hope to the entire rescue center. Miss Jung, good morning. Good morning to you too. Thank you for coming to see me. Its mental strength seemed better than last time, and it spoke more actively. I really shouldn't trouble you, Mississippi, but I really want someone to talk to. The leopard's voice sounded a bit old and lonely. Talking to the people at the center makes everyone too sad. Only when I talk to Miss Jung do I feel so calm. He smiled as he spoke, but he didn't look forward to the future. Most of the time, it was the leopard brother who talked, even though he said Jiang Qiuxiu was coming to chat. He changed many different poses while talking and told many stories. After each story, he would ask Jiang Qiuxiu, "Isn't this boring? Do I like to talk too much?" Jiang Qiuxiu looked at him. Covered in fur, she couldn't see his expression, but she felt that he was sad inside. "No, it's interesting. Everything you say is new to me." Really? He seemed a little happy. Back then, on the battlefield. It wasn't many years, but it felt like many years had passed. Unlike many people who remember the past as if it were just a moment, the leopard always felt that from the battlefield to now. Many years had gone by. But if you count carefully, it's only 10 years. Did you also retire from the battlefield? Yes, I was a second lieutenant in the 7th Army back then. Back then, many things happened. After about half an hour, the leopard brother gradually stopped talking. I think I talked for a long time. I'm really sorry, Miss Jiang. I just wanted to talk so much. I'm afraid I won't be able to speak like this in the future, so I want to say a little more. Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't respond to this right away. She wanted to comfort the leopard, but she couldn't give empty promises, so she just stayed silent for a moment. Recently, someone has been investigating. Actually, my perception is the clearest now. Miss Jiang, your ability is effective, but it has become very subtle on me. I can feel it. Brother Leopard was in a joyful mood, on the verge of a genetic breakdown. He was more sensitive than anyone else. The food from Jiang Qiuxiu was helpful, and he could make decisions. He once thought this was a happy moment, but soon, after the food supply was enough, he realized the effects of the food were gradually decreasing. It could fight against genetic breakdown and interfere, but the effects in later stages were very slight. After a few days of stagnation, he could still feel his life and mental strength rapidly fading. But I am already seriously ill, so I am not afraid. Still, I want to thank you. Thanks to you, others here now have hope. These days, although no one says it, everyone is very happy. He also solemnly lowered his front limbs to the ground to thank Jiang Qiuxiu. She immediately stood up. No need. Don't thank me. All right, I've said what I needed to. I sincerely thank you, and I hope we can meet again next time. After speaking, he lazily leaned into the cage. Jiang Qiuxiu could only stand up and walk outside. MOC had been waiting at the door. When he saw Jiang Qiuxiu come out, he stepped forward and took a quick look at the leopard in the cage before the door closed. He lowered his gaze, hiding his emotions inside. The black hole, he needs rest. Let's go. Yes, let's go first. Although it was mealtime when they left, the rescue center staff hadn't eaten yet. Even though Jiang Qiuxiu had said she wouldn't stay for lunch, he asked again, "Do you want to stay and eat lunch?" "No. Thank you." "Thank you? I should be thanking you." He was determined to see MOC and Jiang Qiuxiu off. Of course, on the way, he couldn't help but ask about the situation of Brother Leopard in the cage. "Miss Qiuxiu, how is he today? Is he feeling better?" The innocent boy and girl exchanged words. "Why, didn't you go see him?" Jiang Qiuxiu found it a bit strange. Xiao Qing nodded, with a hint of complexity on his face. "Recently, Brother Leopard doesn't seem very willing to communicate with me. I ask him questions, but he never answers. He just likes to lecture me." Xiao Qing sighed. "I don't really understand what's going on." But soon, he cheered up like he'd had a shot of energy, saying, "But I heard from the monitoring team that Brother Leopard's data is slowly improving, and he's feeling better mentally. That's good. Very good. Yes, today he's definitely in a good mood." Jiang Qiuxiu recalled his last appearance. "But he suddenly likes to think about the past a lot and he seems a bit down. He talked a lot about his time in the military group. His mood seems a little low." "Oh, I see. He often talks about that with me too. Feeling down is normal. Everyone who leaves the group feels that way." But as long as his data improves and he's alive, he can do anything afterward. Xiao Qing looked optimistic. I'm so happy that his condition is getting better. It means a lot to me. Hearing that someone important to him was recovering, he couldn't hide his joy. Young people's conversations are innocent and beautiful. MOC sighed softly, stopping his steps for a moment, deliberately not listening to their voices anymore. Both Jiang Qiuxiu and Xiao Qing think Brother Leopard is doing well. Then Jiang Qiuxiu quietly asked, "Why did you react so strongly when you saw the black hole earlier?" "Because he looks a lot like my idol," Xiao Qing gestured. "When he came over, I thought I saw a half-general." "Why half?" she asked curiously, finding that description quite interesting. Xiao Qing's eyes held a divine reverence, and her voice was very sacred, defending her idol. "Because no one can have the demeanor of a full general. He's one of a kind. His face looks a bit like a general's." Xiao Qing is a diehard fan of MOC. "I feel like he's a young version of a general." It especially resembled a famous old photo. Really? That made her even more confident in her guess. As the saying goes, a parting is inevitable after a long journey. They were almost at the community. Xiao Qing felt she had walked quite far, so she waved goodbye to Jiang Qiuxiu. "Miss Qiuxiu, I'm heading back now. Have a good afternoon. If you have time, come visit the rescue center." "Okay, goodbye." Xiao Qing ran back. Jiang Qiuxiu was surprised to find that MOC wasn't by her side. She looked back, and the dark figure was still standing under a tree, shrinking into a tiny. She ran over, but within 2 steps, she saw that the man had already come closer. "Why didn't you follow me?" Jiang Qiuxiu took the lead. MOC replied, "I didn't hear you when you were talking to that little boy." "Wow, what little boy?" Jiang Qiuxiu exclaimed. "So naive. You're always pretending to be so mature. Honestly, is it because we were talking about you that you didn't dare come over to listen? Talking about him?" MOC was momentarily stunned. "Weren't you talking about the leopard?" "Brother Leopard?" Jiang Qiuxiu nodded. Little Qing said his data is gradually improving. As she said this, Jiang Qiuxiu frowned slightly. She suddenly remembered love, and in the dark room, Brother Leopard showed signs of weak side effects, unable to recover fully. It was complicated. Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't quite figure out the key points for a moment. She then said, "Just mentioning you, I found out a little secret of yours." My little secret? That was unfortunate. If she had known, she wouldn't have turned off her hearing. "Yes." Jiang Qiuxiu smiled mysteriously and then said a few words that almost made MOC lose his composure. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "I know you lied to me about something." He looked confused, but Jiang Qiuxiu suddenly stopped, opened her device, and quickly searched the internet for Grand Marshal MOC of the Empire. As she typed these words, MOC's heartbeat nearly skyrocketed. His heart pounded, and his whole body tensed up, even causing black and white fuzziness behind his ears. Jiang Qiuxiu, focused on her device, didn't notice these changes. She quickly found a photo from the birthday party at the Federation building, where MOC had appeared fighting a mech and projected it into the air. There was no screen, and the image was a bit blurry, but even so, it still captured the man's elegance. "Look at this photo," Jiang Qiuxiu said, pointing at it. "Do you find it familiar?" MOC didn't speak. "You're not saying anything," Jiang Qiuxiu continued. "Xiao Qing is a big fan of the Empire's blade. When he saw you today, he said you look very much alike. Do you and Sister Qingyu have some kind of blood relation? There have been several times when you casually said you were going to handle something, but each time the task was more complicated than just one person. Either someone was taken down, or someone was dispatched. None of these things are simple for just one person to do. You tell me you, but based on Jiang Qiuxiu's words, Ma Si feels she doesn't seem to see the full truth of the matter." The fluff behind her ears gradually disappears. He looks at Jiang Qiuxiu, curious about what conclusion she has reached. "Are you not surnamed He, but Ma?" Her eyes are bright, and her face shows seriousness. With such a serious question, Ma Si doesn't want to lie and responds, "Yes." Since Mrs. Ayer said those words, Jiang Qiuxiu has been eager to find out the answer. Now, she finally has a clear answer. But soon, This sense of relief is mixed with some strange feelings. Ma Si has been watching her and notices her emotional change. His heart stirs slightly. Chiu, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? Nothing much. Just feeling emotional. The surname Ma, Jiang Chiu has guessed that she is probably not an ordinary person, but she didn't expect it to be that Ma. You and Sister Qingyu are both from the Ma family of generals. What's wrong with the Ma family? Ma Si looks at her. They're just people. Although they are just people, dealing with someone so different can feel a bit awkward. Then you wouldn't feel awkward, Ma Si suddenly adds. Jiang Chiu is surprised and doesn't quite understand what he means. By human standards, you are ambitious, self-controlled, disciplined, and resilient. You can get along naturally with anyone. In Ma Si's eyes, when a person walks in the world, what others see isn't their family background, but the person themselves. He doesn't hesitate to praise Jiang Chiu. Jiang Chiu looks at him. The winter wind blows with fine snow, and she smiles. Thank you for your compliment. Coincidentally, I think the same. Just about myself, I can be friends with anyone. The confidence on the young girl is very bright. Ma Si nods in agreement. The conversation gradually becomes warm, but Jiang Chiu suddenly changes the subject. Then, what is your relationship with that imperial blade? Is he your distant nephew or cousin? Ma Si never thought that one day he would be forced to admit that he is his own nephew in front of someone. Not a nephew. We are from the same clan. Sort of brother, he says. Seeing Jiang Chiu's expression, it seems he needs to clarify. He must establish a proper family rank, so he might as well call himself his own younger brother, to avoid feeling inexplicably inferior. It's my younger brother, she said with a look of sudden realization, which made Mo Si feel somewhat unable to describe his current mood. However, no matter how he felt, being completely honest at this moment was impossible. The young girl could freely interact with peers of her age, sharing everything openly. But she couldn't do the same with Mo Si, the mighty sword of the Empire, who was always spoken of with respect. So, Mo Si chose to stay silent. Fortunately, the topic quickly passed because they had arrived at the villa. She eagerly went to the sofa, put on the mental training helmet, and then, exhausted from today's efforts, collapsed onto the sofa and said to Mo Si, I'm really a changeable person. Today, I think. It would be great if my abilities were so strong that I could see clear results. After training, Jiang Chiu, sweaty and tired, returned home, took a shower, and still felt mentally drained. But it wasn't time to rest yet. Tomorrow was the second round of the competition. She needed to prepare the menu today. For 2 matches, it was best to have 2 different dishes ready. Her gaze flicked over the square pictures of the agricultural college. Several images showed flour, suggesting that recently wheat had been harvested on a certain planet. Suddenly, she had an idea. The next morning, she received a delivery from Tao Fresh. She hurried to Mo Si's place for a mental training session. At noon, when the temperature dropped a bit, she turned on the heater and took a short rest wearing her mental recovery helmet. Before she knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The match was about to start. After tidying up the kitchen, she looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the snow. At 6:58 p.m., she went to the filming robot, opened the live stream, and her personal broadcast room lit up instantly. Countless eager viewers gathered, waiting for her. Jiang Chiu greeted everyone with a smile. Welcome to my food live stream.
I'm Jian Juju.
Today is the second round of the second match in the annual competition. We have a new format for today's PK. Hope you all continue to support me. As she finished speaking, a connection frame appeared at the top of her stream. Before anyone could ask about the new format, the screen suddenly split into 2. On the left was Jiang Chiu, and on the right appeared a stranger she had never seen before. Then, a message about the live competition automatically appeared in the top right corner of the screen. The key to winning this live contest is now more straightforward. It's based on the number of votes from online fans. Whoever gets more votes wins. However, not everyone can vote. To cast a winning vote in the competition between host A and host B, you must receive the dishes prepared by both hosts. You can choose not to eat them, but you still need to accept the dishes. This is probably a tactic used by capital to control the situation. Food isn't like other categories. It relies entirely on skill. To support your favorite host, you have to watch other host streams as well. This not only helps select the best among them, but also causes fans to cross over and broaden their tastes, meaning they will likely spend more money in the future. Of course, what will happen next is beyond everyone's expectations. Now, when fans see this strange, almost inhuman prompt, those who have experienced it are okay with it, feeling speechless but accepting. Those who haven't experienced it can't handle it at all. What is this? Do I have to watch someone other than Juju live today? I just want to vote for my beloved Juju, and now I have to do all these extra steps? I don't want to do this. At the same time, another young female chef connected to Jeong Juju was live streaming. The words floating above her head were very similar. I just want to vote, but there are so many rules. I don't want to watch this person. They seem to rely only on looks. Fortunately, both sides only share their thoughts through the aroma. If the comments could be exchanged directly, it would definitely lead to a fight. Most fans have already entered the stream, and the opponents are assigned. Jeong Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves and announced, "All right, everyone, stop arguing. We're about to start making today's dish. Today, there will be 2 rounds of competition, 2 parts, upper and lower. We'll use the same main ingredient." With a gentle turn of her camera, the robot camera showed a large bowl of flour in front of everyone. Flour is a familiar ingredient. It has appeared in making bread and cakes before. Is this the main ingredient today? Are we making sweet cakes today? Jeong Xiaoxiao said, "We're making pancakes today. A crispy, fragrant pancake with a strong onion aroma. A crispy bite with a full mouth of scallion aroma, scallion oil pancake." Fans who watch the live stream regularly know that to turn plain flour into a fragrant main dish, we need to mix the dough. The flour in the bowl was already slightly raised. Jeong Xiaoxiao grabbed a small handful of salt from the side and sprinkled it in. She used a rolling pin to mix the flour and salt evenly in the bowl. The rolling pin rotated through the mound of flour. Is this painting? Why do I feel like I see the smell of ancient earth? A professional foodie taking notes. Do I have to mix it in this pattern? Will the pancake be tastier if I do? The mixing method doesn't matter. As long as you don't lift the flour, anyway is fine. While speaking, the pointed pile of flour had been flattened. At this point, it was time to knead the dough. This time, the dough is different from usual. To make a crispy outside and tender inside scallion pancake, you need to use boiling water to mix the dough. The hot water just taken from the stove was still steaming. She poured it all into the bowl. This is boiling water. First, don't use your hands to stir. Use the rolling pin to turn the flour into a flaky, shredded texture. She asked the camera robot for a close-up. By this time, the temperature difference has mostly dissipated. Now, we knead the dough by hand. For the bowl, Jeong Xiaoxiao's hands were small, but her small hands had great strength. She gently pressed and kneaded the flaky flour into a dough with skill, then rolled it around in the bowl. Soon, the dough in her hands grew larger, and the bottom of the bowl and her hands became cleaner. The flaky dough gradually became smooth. But for scallion pancakes, smoothness isn't enough. They also need to be soft. At this point, we need to let the dough rest. Rising naturally takes about 30 minutes. Today, for the competition, we'll put the dough in a constant temperature box to speed up the process. While the dough is resting, let's prepare the side dishes. Chopping scallions was obvious. The bright green scallions were sliced into small pieces, filling the air with a fresh onion aroma. As an experienced cutter, Jeong Xiaoxiao finished chopping all the scallions in less than 2 minutes. With plenty of time, Jeong Xiaoxiao thought that since pancakes are best served with soup, she quickly made a light scallion, shredded pork, and tofu soup. Although simple, this soup was made in a large pot. Its clear, bright color and mild flavor made it a perfect pairing for the pancakes. After finishing the dough, the assistant robot was asked to set it aside for preparation. At this time, the dough in the temperature-controlled box was also ready. The rested dough was soft, sticky, smooth, and delicate. Jeong Xiaoxiao sprinkled some flour on her hands, rolled the dough into a long, divided it into small pieces, and rolled each piece thin with a rolling pin. She brushed a thin layer of oil on the greens, sprinkled chopped scallions, then rolled from both sides to form a twisted. Next, she rolled from both sides again, creating a small scallion pancake with many twists. After that, she rolled it up from both ends, making a small, winding scallion pancake dough ball. It was now ready. Jiang Qiuxiu was slow when making the first 3 pancakes, explaining as she worked. But by the time she reached the later ones, she was almost like a machine, rolling and shaping quickly. She folded, stuck, pressed, and placed each small dough ball into the corners of a large tray. Everyone watched, and suddenly someone shouted, "I found something big." Did you guys notice? Why is everyone so excited? I found out there are more than 20 dough balls. Maybe today's quota isn't just for 1 pancake, but 2. Well, it had to be said, this was indeed a very, very big deal. When it came to eating and quantity, the comment section became lively and excited. People asked Jiang Qiuxiu to confirm whether there were really 2 pancakes today. Jiang Qiuxiu looked and shook her head. No. Disappointed. A sudden drop after a high peak. If I hadn't seen 2 pancakes, I could accept just 1, but now I've already imagined eating 2. Just two. You all got tricked so easily. Choo has already made 37 dough balls, so there must be 2 portions. Yeah, it's 38 now. Definitely 2 portions. When Jiang Qiuxiu reached the 40th dough ball, she paused and asked, "Do you all want 2 pancakes? 2 is the best. I love 2, and 2 love me. 2. My big mouth can't even fit 1 pancake, let alone 2. A pancake can only be bitten a few dozen times before it's gone. Not enough to savor, so just 2. Everyone kept insisting on having 2 pancakes. Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled, picked up the bowl and the remaining dough, and said with a smile, "Actually, I was planning to make 3, but since everyone wants 2 so much, I... Before she finished speaking, the comments filled with "I love 2" and "2 love me" suddenly changed to "I love 3" and "3 love me." Everyone quickly covered up the previous words. It was just a joke to tease them. Jiang Qiuxiu didn't stop for long and kept kneading the dough. She quickly finished kneading 61 round pieces with a ring pattern. Then she placed a flat pan on the stove. She had made fried dumplings before using a large pan, so this pan was just right for this time. Using a rolling pin, she rolled the prepared dough into small pancakes, not too thin. She brushed some oil on the pan, and once it was warm, she placed the pancakes on it. The dough met the hot pan, and the thin pancake skin turned golden quickly. The oily parts puffed up, slightly under the high heat. Jiang Qiuxiu switched her tool from a rolling pin to a spatula. When the heat was just right, she gently flipped the pancake in the air with the spatula. She rotated her wrist naturally, flipping the scallion pancake in the air, then used a clever motion to let it fall back into the pan. When the pancake hit the hot oil, it cracked open into more crispy layers. The pancakes were almost done, golden on both sides. The delicious smell of scallion oil pancakes finally spread out. Jiang Qiuxiu only held her spatula. She had to flip each pancake 3 or 4 times to get the perfect crispy layers. At this moment, the camera robot zoomed in on a close-up of the scallion pancakes being tossed into the bowl, stacked one after another. The golden brown crust and soft, slightly white interior, with the irresistible aroma of scallions. I'm starting to salivate. Salivating. Is this scallion oil pancake? It looks so delicious. So many pancakes. Do they all need to be cooked together before sharing? The happiest moment of the day is coming. No. I can be happy twice today. There's more later. The comments were happy, but no matter how joyful the next moment might be, waiting for the food was still a bit tense. Of course, in this live stream, the ones feeling the most tense weren't just them. They were also the neighbors next door. At first, everything was fine. Since kneading dough has no taste, and the dough looks a bit ugly, everyone initially thought Jiang Qiuxiu's livestream was nothing special, simple, ordinary, and unremarkable. 328 victory until over there, the pancake started cooking. Just before the pancake was made, some people here were still criticizing Jiang Qiuxiu for kneading the dough so badly, with strips all over the surface. But in the next moment, everyone caught a whiff of a delicious smell. Fans immediately praised, "Wow, my snow is so amazing." The food smells so good. Once the first person complimented, others followed, praising enthusiastically. The live chat exploded with excitement. However, the host's hands stopped cooking. Then everyone realized an awkward thing just now. Their idol's meatballs hadn't even been boiled yet. So, the smell wasn't coming from this live stream? People turned their attention to the nearby stream and saw that it had shifted from just kneading dough to cooking things in a big pot. The enticing aroma drew curiosity, so some clicked on Jiang Qiuxiu's stream to take a quick look. This made Snow feel alarmed. She couldn't delay any longer. She needed to start frying the meatballs and produce some aroma. Today, she was making her own special dish, honey meatballs. Cooked meatballs with some flavoring, then coated with honey, briefly boiled. This dish looked, smelled, and tasted excellent. Many friends who tried it said it was amazing and had a good chance to win. She made this dish to match Jiang Juju, just to be safe. She didn't expect. The neighbor was so sneaky, cooking so quickly, releasing the aroma, and instantly stealing all the attention. She immediately got more active, heating the pan with little oil, dipping the meatballs in honey, preparing to boil them. After boiling the meatballs for a while, she thought the aroma would attract more viewers, but when she looked at the top right corner, the number of viewers had dropped again. Her heart sank. She turned up the heat a little more, knowing from experience that higher heat would make the aroma of the meatballs more appealing. But the number of viewers still showed no sign of increasing. At this moment, the PK system suddenly announced, "Host Jiang Juju has started food tasting. Members who want to join the PK, please go to claim Jiang Juju's food." She quickly spoke up. "My meatballs are almost ready. Everyone can go to the next door live room to pick up the dishes first, and later come back here to vote for me." The number of viewers in the live room kept decreasing. She told herself to stay calm. She is an experienced host and can't lose. Today it was snowing. She took a deep breath to steady her mind, trying to relax. Suddenly, she realized she was live streaming, and her stream was sharing the aroma of the food from the other side. A tempting scent with a hint of green onion wafted into her nose. Her mind instinctively developed a craving to eat. No, she must stay focused today. The opponent looks strong, so she needs to perform even better. She concentrated on boiling the meatballs, controlling the heat carefully. On Jiang Qiuxiu's side, the food upload was almost finished. 60 pancakes and 20 bowls of soup were arranged for everyone to serve themselves. The tasting would last 15 minutes. She could only turn off the stream after that. During this time, Jiang Qiuxiu carried tofu soup and green onion pancakes to the living room with a camera robot. Finally finished today's work. I'm going to eat green onion pancakes with everyone. She picked up a pancake with chopsticks. Under the light, the shiny oil on the pancake made it look even more beautiful. I absolutely can't let Shueshue down. It's been a long time since she last ate green onion pancakes. Salty pancakes with crispy, fragrant crust. Gently biting into it, the crunch of the outer shell made her feel like eating a crispy cookie. But once chewed, the soft, fragrant inside filled her mouth. With each bite, the aroma of green onions spread across her taste buds. Eating a few more bites of pancake, then scooping a spoonful of hot green onion tofu soup. Delicate and smooth, the silken tofu is the best for clearing the palate. The green onion flavor in her mouth was slightly subdued, and when paired with a pancake, the clear broth and crispy pancake made the perfect match. Jiang Qiuxiu, the food streamer, didn't say much or even look at the camera, but her satisfied expression made everyone feel an uncontrollable hunger. People couldn't help but wonder, is this seemingly ordinary but slightly fragrant pancake really this delicious? Of course, only the fans of the Neighbor Snow today would worry about this issue. Jiang Qiuxiu's fans wouldn't say a word and would just start eating. Zhu Hongfei is a fan of the food streamer who is snowing today. Just from his name, you can tell he's a loyal fan of today's snow. After all, each platform can only register one ID and nickname, and once chosen, it can't be changed. Even so, he's willing to be a streamer's supporter, definitely a true fan. He loves not only today's Snow's excellent cooking skills, but also her soft, Sweet voice, a little, and her charming appearance, a little. Overall, he's been a fan of Today's Snow for 2 or 3 years. There are hundreds of fans like him. They formed a small chat group called Snowflake Surprise, which is a semi-official management group outside the streamer's control. They've experienced a few rounds of the annual PK, player kill, in the group, so they know the process well. Before this PK started, Zuz Hongfei and the group agreed that, even though they had to compete for food in the neighbor's live stream to vote, they wouldn't eat it afterward. Back then, they said things like, "We must firmly support Snow Snow. Shouldn't we show some true fan spirit? We're all true fans. How can we be fickle? Just eat the meatballs prepared by Xiao Shui. Eat. Eat 100 of them. What's in the neighbor's live stream? We should show the spirit of the top. At least the top fans of the food area. We only eat food made by our own streamer." The reason for this decision is that this is a core fan group. As core fans of Snow Snow, they want to boost their own competitiveness. No matter how good or bad other streamers' dishes are, they won't eat them. This way, they can wholeheartedly love Snow Snow, and in future arguments with other fans, they can confidently say Snow Snow's dishes are the best. Anyway, they haven't tried others' cooking. Maybe they'll miss out on some good streamers, but who cares? For love, we always have to give up some things. Anyway, I haven't seen anyone particularly attractive, haha. Snow Snow's cooking isn't bad either. It has that rotating restaurant vibe, and it's quite innovative. This afternoon, during the gathering, Snow Flying was also happily chatting with everyone. There was a limited time, unlimited supply of scallion pancakes and tofu soup, and he had already grabbed a share. The white porcelain plate held slightly oily pancakes and steaming white soup. The aroma was light but tempting. The food was always fresh, it wouldn't cool down. It sat there, constantly releasing the scent of scallion oil, and because it was close by, the sensors picked up the smell very clearly. It smelled so good. No, he had to make the pancakes and soup disappear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist. He would let Snow Snow down. He absolutely couldn't do that. 3:30, everyone. Destroy Jiang Jojo's dish, okay? Yes. That's right. The scallion pancakes disappeared. Snow Flying looked at the empty plate with a look of regret. He destroyed the plate, then licked his lips, which were nothing on them. Click, click. What was the name of this pancake again? Scallion pancake? So, is this flavor the taste of scallions? It's sinful, so sinful. He had ultimately betrayed the group. So, did you all destroy Jiang Jojo's dish? Yes, destroyed. No way I would eat it. Yes, it's gone. I didn't eat it. It was destroyed, humanely. Hundreds of men all claimed they didn't eat it. Snow Flying looked at these fake statements and chuckled inwardly. He thought for a moment and sent a message in the discussion group. I ate that person's dish, but I still think Snow Snow's is tastier. At that moment, the chat group froze for a second, then a string of question marks appeared. If no one understood what just happened, that was too fake. You ate it? Didn't you eat it? I only took a bite. And then finished everything in one bite? That wasn't my intention. I just saw her eating so deliciously during her live stream, so I took a bite. At Snow Flying, you're good at fishing. Did you eat it too? How does it taste? Snow Flying's feeling? He just felt, why did Snow Snow make only 3 pancakes, but she gave 6 to those meatballs? From the amount alone, I think Jiang Jojo isn't better than Snow Snow. Exactly. Everyone was laughing and chatting, sharing their thoughts on the taste of scallion pancakes and praising Jiang Jojo's reputation. Suddenly, someone in the group started asking questions in quick succession. What do you mean now? Did you eat them? Didn't we agree not to eat? Why does it seem like everyone has become and abandoned me? Wait, what? Did you really destroy them? Yes, isn't it to support Xiaoxue? Don't you think it smells good? Yes, but isn't it to support Xiaoxue? When you destroyed them, didn't you think about taking a bite? Exactly, didn't you say we need core competitiveness and support Xiaoxue? At Xiaoxue. Why isn't Xiaoxue in this group? Brothers, remember this ID. True fans, wow. She's practically like Xiaoxue's parent. Fatherly love is like a mountain. It moves us, I'll never claim to be Xiaoxue's top loyal fan again. While everyone was chatting, Jang Kujwi's live stream had already gone dark, indicating her broadcast had ended. Only Xiaoxue was still continuing to cook meatballs. Her viewers had surged from 150 million to 700 million in no time. But Xiaoxue wasn't happy. The fact that her rival's stream was shut down brought her more viewers. What does that mean? It just shows she's a bit shorter than the other. Crowds of millions watched at the same time, but the comments on the screen weren't messy. Most of the comments were from Xiaoxue's fans. Her fans had already been told in the fan group and circle to stay disciplined. Everyone, go to the rival stream to grab seats and tickets. Don't comment on other streamers or leave bad reviews. We are Jujui's fans. Be friendly and kind like Jujui. Everyone responded enthusiastically, not wanting to cause trouble for their idol. But they didn't chat in the comments. They still talked in small groups. Hey, this streamer's fried meatballs remind me of Jujui's BB Beast meatballs. Yeah, now they're competing, making new dishes every day, but I still miss the old dishes. BB Beast meatballs, forever divine. Just don't know when they'll be back. This might have to wait a little while. 331 You didn't lose unfairly today. Xiaoxue had never been so anxious while frying meatballs. In theory, with so many fans in the live stream, she should talk more to attract them and maybe get some support from her competitors. But no matter what she said, the comments were dead silent, so dull that she felt the numbers in the top right corner were fake, as if no one was really there. Amid endless self-doubt and awkwardness, Maruko finally finished cooking. She quickly divided the food onto plates, drizzled honey and other seasonings, and asked the butler robot to upload the dishes while she started introducing them to the camera. Even if no one responded, she couldn't get discouraged. These were dishes she worked hard to create, and she believed someone would like them. This is a meatball made from Gugu beast meat, as announced by Agricultural Research. I used honey and other seasonings to grind the meat into small pieces, shape them into balls, and cook them so they smell of honey and... While she was talking, the robot had uploaded all 20 servings of meatballs, and the screen instantly opened a claim link. Millions of people clicked on the link at once. Because of the high traffic, the live stream even froze for a moment. Today, it was snowing, and she had never experienced this before. She wondered if this was the trouble of a top streamer. But before she could think much, the number of viewers in the top right corner started dropping rapidly, like a roller coaster. In less than a minute, the viewers dropped from 700 million to 300 million. This huge drop made her completely flustered, unsure how to speak, but she managed to say a few words. After 3 minutes, the viewer count returned to her usual level. 150 million people. She realized that the fans from the neighboring stream had already left. Sadness filled the female chef's heart. She sat at the table with her meatballs, eating and talking to her fans. She picked up a meatball, took a bite, her eyes red and moist. Did you all go to the neighbor's stream to get food today? Did everyone leave? Is it just my fans in the live stream now? She asked several times. This scene made the core fans, young and old, feel a tight ache in their hearts. Snow is so pitiful. So, should we still vote for Snow? What else can we do? If we do this, will we accidentally affect the neighbor? If that happens, she might get removed and there will be no next round. Are you joking? Someone posted a screenshot in the group. The other person has just over 600 million online, while she has over 100 million, and some people have even switched sides. Do I have no hope of winning? Is there really no hope at all? There's hope. Xiaoxue, maybe you have a tiny chance of winning. Yes. Just a small chance. Today, Xiaoxue saw these comments and almost vomited blood. Her eyes turned red. What do you mean? Is her cooking really so much better than mine? Not that much, just a little. Yeah, just a little. The little princess, who had never felt so much unfairness, had tears in her eyes. This group of people, those saying it's impossible, after Xiaoxue's time sharing ended and her vote failed, she posted 2 sets of spaceship emojis in the live chat. All right, don't be sad. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we're not afraid of running out of firewood. If you lose, you lose, but we're still the little princesses of the food zone. As long as Snowy is here, we will always love. Many messages scrolled through the comments. After she bowed with tears, she said goodbye to everyone. After turning off the live stream, her red eyes lessened and her mood improved a lot. Just then, the editor sent a message. Xiaoxue, are you okay? Not really, Xiaoxue replied, feeling angry when she thought about the voting situation today. Why are our live data so different? Her data is all hers, but why is mine so low? I feel like many of my fans have gone to her. Was my dumpling soup not good enough? This was what Xiaoxue couldn't understand the most. She really thought her dumpling soup was delicious. Last time at the tea party, I made these dumplings and many nearby people asked about them. I was planning to save this dish for the final. How to say it, your cooking is actually pretty good. Don't underestimate yourself. Your results are actually quite good. Your fans are very loyal. The main reason is that the person you're competing with is too strong. Anyone who faces her will get the same result. Did you also eat the dish she made, editor? How do you think I compare to her? How much better or worse am I? Just a little. Why does everyone say just a little today? Shui, who was feeling annoyed, said, I don't want to hear that. I want a more precise answer. In the end, the editor only said, you didn't lose unfairly. After finishing the conversation with the editor, the host's small group chat was full of people asking her why she didn't do well in the competition. They were all competitors from the same period, but she didn't pay attention to them. According to the ranking, there would be a second round of the competition. At 10 p.m. someone would compete again, and she wanted to see how it went. She wanted to find out if this host was really as good as they said. Today, Shui also had the same idea, along with White Stripe in the waves. In the first round, he faced Henry Wang. Although Henry's reputation wasn't great, he was still more experienced and had a recipe in hand. White Stripe lost to him. Old Wave's fans were comforting him. Old Wave didn't care. If I lost, I lost. Anyway, I made it to the second round. I don't want to continue competing. I want to go eat something. What kind of nonsense is that? White Stripe. At 10 o'clock, I will also watch the live broadcast. I want to go eat something. He loudly announced in the fan group that he was going to learn the latest skills from the new host and then improve himself. His fan group was usually playful, so someone immediately formed a team. Here they come. At 10, let's go to Jiang Jiujiu's live room with Old Wave and have some fun. Jiang Jiujiu didn't know about the chaos outside. After finishing a scallion pancake, she asked her assistant robot to clean the kitchen, chatted with Mingmei about the live broadcast, rested for a while, and then at 10 o'clock, she was ready. This time, she was more experienced than in the first round. She still kneaded the dough, but this time it didn't need to be perfectly smooth, and the steps were simpler. She paused at a few key points to explain, then started preparing the filling. For the second round, Jiang Qiuxiu wanted to make a preserved vegetable and pork pancake. The preserved vegetable and pork pancake she ate in the 21st century was not fried. It was made by street vendors who used a high-temperature stove fueled by gasoline, with charcoal fire and lime to grill thin pancakes. The pancakes were crispy yet chewy, topped with a thin layer of preserved vegetables and meat. The charcoal fire was hard to control, so sometimes the pancake would get a hole burned in it. But despite the holes, its unique flavor was unforgettable. Today, I didn't prepare a high-furnace roasted pancake. Jiang Qiuxiu found the rack and stove she used for grilling oysters before and bought some larger stones. Without a traditional oven wall, using stones to cook the pancake is just as delicious. 333 steamed pork with preserved vegetables and pancake to make the pork and preserved vegetable pancake. The most important part is the filling and rolling the pancake. We choose dry preserved vegetables and cut them into small strips, and the meat as well, Jiang Qiuxiu said, holding up a piece of pork to show the camera. Before, we made meatballs by grinding the meat, but for the filling, we don't want to grind the meat into a paste. If the meat is too soft, the layers won't be rich. To make the best pancake, the meat should be cut into strips by hand. This process is difficult because the cuts need to be even and quick. Otherwise, during a 2-hour live stream, she would spend 2 hours just cutting meat. Fortunately, this is Jiang Qiuxiu's strong skill. Both White Stripe and Today's Snow are watching the live stream. They are both full-time streamers with distinct styles, but they both truly value their streaming careers. After all, they do it full-time to make a living. So, it's true that they want to learn some skills from Jiang Qiuxiu's stream. But who knew they would see such a difficult task? Cutting such strips? The key is, even after cutting like this, the comments are full of laughter, with only a few people expressing amazement. What does this mean? It shows that people are used to it now. Making pancakes doesn't involve many steps. Once the dough is kneaded and the filling is mixed, she begins to wrap the pancake, like wrapping a bun, sealing the filling inside, pressing it flat, poking small holes with a skewer, and then rolling it out with a rolling pin into a thin sheet. It looks smooth and flowing, and viewers praise it. Wow, the pancake is so thin, looks amazing, but from a professional's perspective, why can she make the meat fillings so evenly distributed? Is poking the holes the key to making the pancake thin without tearing? Unlike scallion pancakes, the preserved vegetable and pork pancake can't be flattened all at once and then topped. It has to be done piece by piece, or the pancake will dry out if left on the board for too long. So, Jiang Qiuxiu took out her prepared rack, firestone, and large stones. This big setup excited the viewers even more. Wow, is she using new utensils again? Seeing the shelf, I miss my grilled oysters. The firestone heats up, and the smooth stone on top becomes very hot. Jiang Qiuxiu uses a small brush to apply a little oil on the stone, then presses a thin pancake onto it. The soft pancake can fully contact the hot stone. Because it's pressed too tightly, the middle of the pancake expands and puffs up. Jiang Qiuxiu then rolls out another pancake. Just as she smooths it out, she flips the first pancake. Both the stone and the pancake are very hot. Jiang Qiuxiu stretches out her hands, her slender fingertips with a hint of pink, and without hiding anything, she lifts and flips the pancake. There are 2 stones prepared, just enough for Jiang Qiuxiu to alternate making pancakes. As the pancakes cook, a smell of preserved vegetables fills the air. It's not very strong, but the aroma makes people eager to taste. However, they need to make 20 pancakes before they can start tasting. So everyone can only watch eagerly, unable to eat yet. I can't take it anymore. I really dislike this waiting system. Why can't we just make the pancakes and start eating right away? Me too. So annoying. We have to wait until all 20 are ready. So frustrating. Isn't that what the people above said before? When you were trying to grab food in the live stream, you didn't say it like that. Police, that was in the past. Now we can all grab the food. Thinking about it this way, live streaming the competition isn't so bad. At least, when you click in, it's no longer that sorry, the quota is full. Please try again next time. Everyone is lively and excited, full of anticipation and teasing about the food. Spectators like Lonely White Stripe and the Snow Falling Today are a bit envious, immersed in this lively atmosphere. After finishing 20 pancakes, it's finally time to share them. Having done many live streams, fans and Jiang Qiuxiu already have a good understanding. A robot scans, confirming 20 spots full, and everyone rushes to grab their pancakes. Lonely White Stripe and the Snow Today also rush forward. Snow Today looks at the pancake in front of her, connects her sensors, and takes a gentle bite. It's not a real pancake, but the sensation transmitted to her brain is incredibly clear. As she tastes the bits of meat mixed with preserved vegetables, she almost opens her eyes wide. Ordinary diners eat, and their first thought in their minds is delicious, so tasty. But the moment the food host tasted this piece of meat, all she could think about was, what method did she use? Since it was grilled at high heat, the meat should have lost its moisture, so why does it still have this texture? Is this flavor from the stone grilling? What is the ratio of meat to the vegetable called preserved mustard greens? Sometimes, food hosts can describe the feeling of eating delicious food better than regular diners. Things they can't make themselves, others can, and do so very well. She finally understood why editors and her fans said the food from the neighbor's place was better than hers. It's truly impressive. Tonight, with snow falling, she surfed the internet with mixed feelings. It's midnight now, and the company's annual competition is in the middle stage. They're spending money to buy trending topics. Many streamers appeared on camera, and there was lots of promotion for the Federation's live broadcasts. The food section was still lively. There was a lot of discussion about this year's top contenders. Without a doubt, Jiang Qiuxiu is a dark horse among the older group. She joined the company less than half a year ago and quickly advanced to level 12, gaining many fans with her talent. In the first round of the competition, she achieved such a high score that it pushed the food section's contest results to the top. But no one knew that today was not the peak, only the beginning of the peak. After 2 back-to-back rounds, even with her long mental training, Jiang Qiuxiu was starting to feel tired. She half closed her eyes after taking a shower and collapsed onto the bed. Mo Si finished his work and saw her win the contest. He sent her a congratulatory message right on time, but after a long while, she didn't reply. He opened the window, jumped onto the roof, and looked outside. He saw the lights had gone out. It seemed she was exhausted. The morning light was faint, and a new day and new contest had begun. After some free time, Jiang Qiuxiu's life became busy again. Every day, she had to rush from place to place. The contest didn't wait, and she couldn't miss her schedule. The food in the temperature-controlled box was running low due to large supplies. Sometimes, she had to work overtime in the morning to prepare fresh food and deliver it to the rescue center. Moreover, Jiang Qiuxiu insisted on doing mental training every day. After 3 or 5 days, Mo Si noticed that she had even become thinner. After finishing her mental training, he stopped her. The other person's slightly round face suddenly developed a small pointy chin in just a few days. Qiuqiu, your schedule has been very busy lately. If you're tired, you can pause your mental training for now. No need. She just finished training, her face glowing like spring blossoms. I think this busy period is just right. I feel that being busy makes me feel pretty good. After getting energized, everything around her went smoothly. She passed her challenges easily, her mental training improved steadily, and at the rescue center, Brother Leopard's data was improving and about to be transferred as important experimental data to the military lab. It also proved that Jiang Qiuqiu's food really helps interfere with genetic breakdown. The young girl managed her life very well on her own. Even if you're feeling good, you still need to pause your mental training, said Jiang Qiuqiu. Her mental progress was impressive, but her physical fitness was still stuck. Cooking every day is a kind of special mental training. To improve myself, you should focus temporarily on strengthening your body. Do you run every day? Jiang Qiuqiu asked. I do run. It's not just running. Running alone isn't enough, Mo Si said, opening his device and sending Jiang Qiuqiu a simple physical training plan. Based on your fitness, I made a small plan. The plan was detailed and well thought out, covering a lot of future steps. Do you have something going on recently? Message from the military. I have a mission, and I need to leave this afternoon. Although it was just a simple farewell, the way they looked at each other made the feelings strangely intense. But the matter wasn't finished yet. After the rescue center's work is done, someone will contact you. For now, you can go to Mrs. AI for mental training and the upcoming gravity tests. I already told her about this. On this snowy afternoon, Mo Si left the starry sky behind. The reluctance to part quietly settled in both of their hearts. But despite the sadness, the patrol on the polar planet and the Federation's live PK matches still had to go on. 3:35. The final PK, with Henry won the Federation's live food competition, was reaching its decisive stage. After Mo Si went to patrol the polar planet, Jiang Qiuqiu participated in several more PK matches. Without a doubt, she was always the top contender in every match. Along the way, some casual viewers in the food streaming community call her the vampire, meaning that anyone who shares the stage with her will be drained of energy. Fans with weak resolve might even turn against her instantly. It's like sacrificing our strength to strengthen the enemy, which makes people sad and tearful. Tonight, Jiang Qiuqiu won the second-to-last match in the live PK competition. Amid the fans' cheers and comments, she turned off the stream. After about 3 or 5 minutes, Mingmei sent a message to congratulate her on time. Tomorrow is the final PK match. Currently, only 2 streamers in the food section have a perfect winning record, Jiang Qiuqiu and Wang Hengli. So tomorrow, Jiang Qiuxiu will compete against Wang Hengli to fight for the top spot as the best food streamer. Jiang Qiuxiu is very confident in herself. Mingmei is also full of confidence. She is curious and said, Wang Hengli's reputation and fans have been steadily declining lately. I thought he would stay in the top 5, but I didn't expect him to make it to the final. It's not surprising, Jiang Qiuxiu said. She had tasted Wang Henli's cooking once, and it was actually pretty good. The new PK format requires fans to try both dishes, so some will definitely choose his. Plus, Jiang Qiuxiu noticed that Wang Hengli has been working extremely hard lately, as if he's been stimulated. He's been live streaming every day, making 3 dishes each time. He looks exhausted, as if he's betting everything to win. During the stream, viewers couldn't see his true character, only that his dishes were good. In this situation, winning the vote wasn't particularly surprising. Then, tomorrow you and him, I will win, she said confidently, believing she could beat him. I will take first place. Great, a male voice interrupted. Qiuxiu, I believe in you. Waiting for you to be number 1 in the region. Xiao Qian's voice was cheerful. Recently, he had been discovering talented streamers in different regions, and their performances were good. He considered himself to have achieved a grand slam, and he was in a great mood every day. Hearing his voice, Jiang Qiuxiu teased, maybe we can look forward to being number 1 overall. That's a bit difficult, Xiao Qian said practically. But since Qiuxiu has been making miracles since she started, maybe she can do it. Jiang Qiuxiu smiled but didn't reply. We talked about other things for a while, then both hung up the call. She wants to be the top streamer in the main area. Since no food streamers have ever held that position, she really wants to take it. She aims to be number 1, leaving the deepest impression on people. Of course, that's for later. Right now, her focus is on tomorrow's final showdown with Wang Hengli. In Jiang Qiuxiu's mind, many dishes with a strong advantage flashed through her thoughts. She not only wants to win, but also to beat him convincingly. She decided not to use dishes she had already made, or those that take too long, like 20 servings. Her eyes scanned the room and suddenly landed on the firestones and racks she used a few days ago. They smell good, with a strong aroma, and can be used to prepare many dishes as a reward for her fans. She remembered a popular snack that has always topped the late-night food charts, variety-style cuisine. Many people would definitely like it. So, she decided. It's you, barbecue. Wang Tuan. I want a ruthless mom. Unlike Jiang Qiuxiu's relaxed attitude, Wang Hengli was about to explode. He had tasted Jiang Qiuxiu's dishes during her live streams. He knew very well that, although he had the recipes, his overall skill was no match for Jiang Qiuxiu's. The difference was too cruel. Unless Jiang Qiuxiu's hands were broken, he would never win. Thinking about broken hands, his face twisted involuntarily. If it weren't for buying a hit on the dark web, he'd still have some savings. He wouldn't be so broke now. Money from Song was pushing him hard, saying that if he didn't get first place, he'd have to hand over the recipes. He absolutely wouldn't give up the recipes, but not handing them over to that stingy person. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have signed such an unfair contract, letting all his earnings flow into the studio. His streams looked glamorous, but most of the money was taken by the company. He was left with only a tiny portion. Plus, Wang Hengli's spending was not frugal, and after the company froze his subsidies, life became tough. He thought that fighting for second place might make Song loosen up, but he still insisted on the recipes. Late at night, Wang Hengli angrily threw off the blanket and strode into the next room. Inside, his wife and Tuan were cuddled together, sleeping soundly. This warm scene made him so angry, he couldn't stand it. He was working hard here to earn money, and was so annoyed, while these two people were happily resting. He felt his anger rising and, in a fit of rage, Hengli grabbed the woman's neck hard. Soft skin can't handle such a hit. The woman opened her eyes in pain. Her quick reaction made Hengli even more excited. Tuan was pushed aside by Hengli because she had to go live on camera tomorrow. This wasn't the first time seeing such a scene. Tuan hugged her little doll and watched everything in the dim light. After a while, the crying in the house slowly stopped. Henry cursed and went back to his room to sleep. Tuan Tuan then ran to her mother and softly called out, "Mom." To Anchuan, "He hit you again." Tuan Tuan threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, I don't want this dad anymore. Can he just disappear? Can he just disappear? I don't want a hitting dad. Can we live without a dad? Mom is worried no one will take care of you. Those uncles and aunts like me very much. Without a dad, I can still take care of Mom." Her innocent words made the woman hold back tears. She didn't want to be so harsh, but many years ago, Henry had once been her Prince Charming. To Anchuan, "We will be together from now on." Hearing what she wanted to hear, Tuan Tuan hugged her mom and her doll, smiling. Jiang Qiuxiu had a busy day. After her training, she started picking through the food delivered from Tao Tao Fresh. Barbecue follows the idea that everything can be grilled, so she chose a variety of foods. From familiar meats to less common ingredients like 7 whole vegetables, eggplants, and shrimp, Jiang Qiuxiu prepared some of each. At 7 p.m., the final showdown finally began. Everyone in the food world was talking excitedly about the final battle, but tonight, when the live stream really started, everything was calmer than expected. Since they couldn't hear each other's voices and were watched by millions, arguing was useless and only made people dislike them more. At first, the live broadcast was peaceful, but even within peace, waves of tension still flowed. 337 skewers versus barbecue. The live room lit up as each fan entered their favorite host stream. This was the biggest and most watched food showdown online, a live duel between 2 popular hosts. It was the first public face-off between a veteran star and a rising new talent. Henry Wang's fans were familiar with Jiang Qiuxiu's name, and vice versa. Jiang Qiuxiu's fans didn't like Henry Wang much. Welcome everyone to my food live stream. I am Jiang Qiuxiu. Today is the final match of our food competition. Thank you all for your support along the way. We should be thanking Qiuxiu for all the company, bringing so many delicious dishes with me through every night. I can't drink my nutritional drinks. Today's stream is different from usual. After the competition, I won't close the stream right away. Jiang Qiuxiu prepared to fix a bug in the contest. The stream will stay live until midnight. I will keep serving food. If everything goes well, everyone can enjoy a feast tonight. Another surprise? Awesome. I'll tag all my friends to come watch. Really? A feast? I don't believe it. Sly smile, throwing a giant mouth at the abyss. The waves of enthusiasm quickly flooded the entire live room. Everyone was excited and happy, and no one mentioned going to Henry Wang's stream to challenge him. Tonight, Jiang Qiuxiu just wanted to defeat Henry Wang in one way, with magic to fight magic. Meanwhile, Henry Wang's face darkened. When fans watched the stream, both hosts' streams shared sensors and screens, but the hosts couldn't see or hear each other. Henry Wang felt a bit nervous. He used another device at home to listen in on Jiang Qiuxiu's words through a headset, so he could react instantly. When he heard Jiang Qiuxiu mention stream delay, his first thought was that she was using it to tease viewers and boost her popularity. He shouted sneaky but also wondered. She didn't do these things before during her streams. Why suddenly now? Could it be that she's also a little afraid of him? Thinking this way, Wang Henry felt a surge of motivation within himself. He is also a chosen one, a master of cooking skills, and he also raised his head confidently and said to the camera, "Today is the day I give back to my old and new fans." During this live broadcast, whether we win or lose, we will all enjoy food until dawn. I've prepared several dishes, and I hope everyone can have a good time eating. Naturally, the comment section was filled with applause and praise. After a warm-up, both of them started their cooking routines. Jiang Qiuxiu planned to make barbecue today, which involved washing vegetables and threading skewers. Wang Henry's main dish was skewers, because after streaming for a long time, he found that skewers received the best response from fans. No matter how many times he made them, many people still came to eat, and there were many varieties. Each time, the ingredients were different, bringing a fresh feeling. Both of them washed vegetables and threaded skewers, so viewers naturally thought they were working in sync. In Qiuxiu's live chat, everyone happily asked, "Is today skewers? I love skewers. Are they making a comeback?" Last time I only got radish. Can I eat other things this time? Are these skewers? I really love this flavor. Wah wah wah. So delicious. Wang Henry actually has a bit of talent. No. Jiang Kikyu, who was washing cauliflower, looked up and said, "Today is not skewers. It's a different kind of delicious food. It's barbecue," she explained. Due to time constraints, Jiang Kikyu worked very quickly, probably the fastest she had ever been in any of her live streams. She used a strong water flow to rinse some vegetables with shells and corners, piling them aside. Then she took out leafy greens, washed them carefully, and set them aside. Once all the vegetables were prepared, she started slicing meat. For barbecue, pork belly is essential. The well-balanced fat and lean meat, when grilled over charcoal, releases fat, turns golden and crispy on the outside, and remains tender and juicy inside. She prepared several skewers of this. She almost didn't need to look at the cutting board. With one hand holding the knife and the other pushing, she moved steadily but quickly, slicing evenly and neatly stacking the slices on the table for plating. Besides pork belly, she also prepared tender beef, cut into small pieces with a slight red hue. The pieces weren't too large, as bigger pieces are hard to control over the fire. They might burn on the outside while remaining raw inside. But if they were too small, they could easily turn into little balls, losing the tender, juicy texture of the beef. The food should be of a suitable size, slightly curled in hot weather, then turn into a smooth white color. Brush on some barbecue sauce, and when the moisture just starts to seep out, it's ready. Take a bite. The unique aroma of beef mixed with the barbecue sauce bursts with juice. No one would want to stop after just one skewer. Besides beef, there is also beef fat. This is rare. Jiang Qiuqiu discovered it by chance at the Agricultural Research Institute. When buying, it's called white fat tissue. It sounds a bit scary, but when eaten, it's like crispy fat bits, but tastier than fried food. The melted beef fat on the outside is filled with a rich, savory juice. Whenever Jiang Qiuqiu prepares a dish, her mind immediately pictures how it will look after cooking. So, even though her ingredients are still laid out in front of her, she begins to feel hungry. Hearing sounds but seeing nothing makes her nervous. Wang Hengli calls someone over and projects Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream onto his robot camera. Seeing that Jiang Qiuqiu's setup matches his own, he feels a little scared inside. But when he hears her turn on the grill, he relaxes. It's okay if they're not exactly the same. If they're not identical, among countless foods and countless people, someone will always prefer his. But before he can fully relax, Jiang Qiuqiu's quick and neat preparation makes Wang Hengli feel in his heart. Why is she so fast? Cutting everything so quickly and neatly. How does she do it? He is determined not to fall behind from the start. Wang Hengli grits his teeth and speeds up his knife work. He's never done this before, so his speed is uneven at first. But soon, as his focus intensifies, sweat beads form on his forehead, and his eyes become more concentrated. Wang Hengli gradually increases his pace. He still can't match Jiang Qiuqiu, but compared to his usual self, he's making progress. Wang Tuantuan's mother, Feng Hua, is also watching him from the side. In the beginning, Wang Hengli was just like this. He is a talented chef. He also cares for Wang Tuantuan.
But then,
Feng Hua's expression changes to something strange. Wang Tuantuan feels nervous, hugging his doll and bumping into her. It's unclear whether the child was careless or if she was hurt more seriously. The collision suddenly worsens the pain she was already feeling, and Feng Hua almost lets out a sound. 339 Grilling. Pork belly, beef, eggplant. She looked down at the child, who looked up at her. The blue inside her small shirt collar was clearly visible. Tuan is such a cute child. She should be cherished and cared for. Good boy, she said, hugging the child. Wang Hengli finished preparing his dishes first. Today, he planned to cook 3 dishes for his live stream. Although mainly skewers, he also made a pepper-flavored stew and a pot of clear seafood soup. Each dish needed its own time, so he started with the broth. The broth, with some spiciness, animal fat, and spices, quickly released a fragrant smell. The taste was a bit strong, but it immediately caught the attention of the viewers outside. The number of viewers in Wang Hengli's live stream slightly increased. It was actually a little more than Jiang Qiuxiu's by about 1 million. Winning made him very happy and more energetic. He chopped meat and prepared seafood faster. Compared to his happiness, Jiang Qiuxiu seemed very calm. She was still preparing the skewers. All the vegetables had just been threaded onto skewers, and most of the meat was also prepared. We still have a small amount of meat to marinate here. For example, these bird wings and bird legs. We cut a few slashes and rub the marinade we just prepared on them. That's not the best way. The best way is to marinate first, and then refrigerate for a day to make it tastier. But today, we don't have time, so some viewers immediately commented that she always did it this way. It's never the best. When will she do it the best? Looking forward to it, QAQ, she chuckled. If everyone isn't tired of eating after this meal, we can have a contest before the next round of PK. What do you think? No way I'll get tired. Why is there another round? Isn't this the last one? Are you silly? This is the final round in the food zone. There will be a PK with other zones later. Oh, I see. This is my first time joining, I didn't know. As time went on, all the skewers were prepared. Jiang Qiuxiu quickly brought out her large barbecue grill and her box of firestones. When she lit the firestones, she added the marinade and oil she had prepared earlier. The number of viewers in the live stream dropped a little again. This passive situation was suddenly reversed when smoke rose and the charcoal fire reacted with the food. Grilling isn't hard, but making the food taste good is the real challenge. Bright green chives are the king of barbecue ingredients. Placed on the grill and brushed with slightly spicy barbecue oil, the green vegetables quickly become shiny and oily, turning from tough to soft, and a little smoke rises. There are also butter and shrimp, pork belly, and lotus root slices. Grilled lotus root slices are Jiang Qiuxiu's favorite. The slightly thick slices are brushed with oil and placed over the hot coals. The high heat cooks the raw lotus root, turning the outside a light yellow. When you bite into it, it's crispy and refreshing, with a delicious taste. More items are added to the grill, and the smell of barbecue becomes even stronger. This barbecue smell is very special. It's not just the flavor of one food, but a mix of many foods creating a wonderful, lively aroma. Besides skewers, Jiang Qiuxiu also made grilled eggplant. But large eggplants take up a lot of space, so she only made one. The purple eggplant is brushed with oil, turning from hard to soft. She cuts it open with a small knife. The beautiful purple skin suddenly splits open, revealing the pure white inside, with soft, silky flesh. She spreads it out and pours the prepared garlic sauce over it. The eggplant and garlic sauce will blend together in a wonderful way. The aroma is very tempting. The competition is getting more intense. Wang Hengli sees Jiang Qiuxiu getting better and worries. He needs to take the lead. He stirs the stew in the pot over high heat, then lifts the lid. Besides the skewers, a new aroma of stewed meat fills his live stream. It's not just meat, there's seafood too. But Wang Hengli doesn't open the lid for the seafood stew. He chooses to cover it and simmer over medium heat. He has smelled the seafood soup before. For some reason, it doesn't taste the same as in the recipe. Keeping the lid on all the time doesn't make the aroma tempting enough. He waits a little before opening it, only for half a minute, which is the best way to release the tempting smell. His mind is racing. The comments are full of different things, and some ideas look familiar. He quickly turns around and calls Wang Tuanchuan over. As a cute little girl, only 5 or 6 years old, with a lovely appearance, Wang Tuanchuan is very eye-catching. When they first appeared on the live stream screen, many young boys and girls were instantly captivated. Maybe this is the girl I've never met before. Wang Henry handed her a small spatula and stirred the pot. Tuan Tuan, are you hungry? We'll start eating soon. But Tuan Tuan didn't cooperate like she usually did. She just responded with a simple, "Oh." Wang Henry's face darkened. He gripped her arm and underarm tightly, applying more pressure. "I'm hungry, very hungry." Finally, the live stream continued smoothly. The appearance of the little girl brought more viewers to Wang Henry's stream. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuxiu's first batch of grilled food was ready. It was steaming hot, sprinkled with cumin, pepper, chili powder, and sesame seeds, smelling very delicious. She used a robot scanner to record the most beautiful moment of the food blooming, but didn't upload it immediately. Trying to gather 20? No. Jiang Qiuxiu smiled and shook her head. Once the review is open, you can't upload food for 15 minutes. Today we're taking longer, so everyone can get a little more. Someone asked if they could get whatever they wanted today. No, she replied. Each skewer doesn't have 20 portions, so you can't just grab any skewer. I'll upload them in stacks so everyone can open their barbecue like unwrapping gifts. So, is there a chance to get 5 skewers of greens? That's possible too. Honestly, I dislike that possibility. As they talked, more skewers were stacked aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuxiu's marinated chicken wings and meat were also ready. At this moment, Wang Henry's live stream was nearing the end. The skewers were cooked, the seafood soup just needed a few more minutes to simmer, and the meat broth only needed some seasoning and fresh vegetables to be complete. As he sprinkled carrots into the pot, Jiang Qiuxiu was also adding ingredients. Bright orange crumbs floated in the air and landed on the delicious-looking chicken wings coated with seasoning. The high heat made the chicken skin turn golden and crispy, and the slits in the wings slightly lifted, revealing the tender meat inside. The firepower of the stove was a bit weak, so Jiang Qiuxiu replaced the fire source. Soon, the chicken wings turned a light brown. She picked up a brush and coated them with a layer of barbecue sauce. The sizzling sound of the ingredients being quickly evaporated, but the flavor of the seasonings remained on the chicken wings. Repeating this process a few times, turning the wings, brushing on more seasoning, the oil drips down the bamboo skewers, falling into the fire sparks with a crackling sound. The aroma grows stronger, and the smell of spices and broth creates an inviting atmosphere. Suddenly, the number of viewers in the live stream increases. The rising viewer count on Jiang Qiuxiu's stream means that some viewers are leaving Wang Hengli's side. Losing viewers is not a good sign. Wang Hengli quickly decided to open the lid of his seafood broth, which had been kept covered for an hour. The fresh aroma burst out, making the smell even more appealing. But this small burst of fragrance isn't the main weapon. After opening the seafood broth, Wang Hengli quickly called over 2 assistant robots to start serving dishes and setting up the table. Within 3 minutes, he was ready to serve. He admits that he can't compete with Jiang Qiuxiu in cooking skills, but he can take the lead. Cooking competitions are never about the smell or presentation alone. They are about the taste buds of the diners. Whoever's food wins the favor of the viewers' taste buds will win their hearts. But taste buds are different from other senses. Eating one dish and then another in a short time can interfere with the flavor perception. He prepared 3 dishes, a spicy skewer, a hearty stew, and seafood. After tasting these, the tongue won't be as sharp for a while. Then going to try the neighboring barbecue. A smile appeared in Wang Hengli's eyes. When one side uploads dishes, both sides' fans receive notifications. As Jiang Qiuxiu's viewers gradually leave to get their own food, the scene becomes quieter. Jiang Qiuxiu thinks it's about time. She roughly counts the number of skewers, deciding that once the chicken wings on the grill are cooked, she will serve them. Cooking chicken wings takes some time. When she starts serving, she's already 10 minutes behind Wang Hengli. During this time, some viewers are just eating, and the scene of fighting for spots doesn't seem as intense as it was at the beginning with Wang Hengli. Plus, after she finishes, the comments are quiet, with few people talking, unlike the lively praise on the neighboring stream. But Jiang Qiuxiu remains calm. After finishing the data reading, he leisurely held his skewers and took out 2 bottles of homemade light ice grape wine, then went to the living room to enjoy the skewers. Wang Henry saw her and thought she was trying to use her beauty to turn the situation around after feeling at a disadvantage. He quickly came up with a plan. He also brought over a few bowls of soup and half a pot of skewers to the living room, set the table for Wang Tuan, and ate dinner together. While eating, he asked, "Tuan, do you like tonight's dinner?" Most of the camera shots were focused on Wang Tuan. Yes, Wang Henry was quite insecure about his looks. The little girl ate a few skewers, and her fair face quickly turned red. Her lips slightly swelled, and every time, Wang Henry would tell her to stop eating spicy food. He would then kindly smile and say, "You can't eat spicy food, but you love it so much. Are you going to be a little spicy pepper at such a young age?" At this moment, many fans would send cheerful gifts, saying the little girl was adorable. But today, Wang Henry might be getting impatient. Seeing the girl cry from eating spicy food, he still asked if she liked it, which one she liked best, and said he would get it for her. Spicy food can be uncomfortable, but Tuan Tuan still chose a few of the spiciest skewers. After today's competition, her father was about to leave. She didn't want anyone to like that man. An ugly man. There must be some hidden agenda. Some comments on the live chat already said children shouldn't eat spicy food and that she should drink more soup. But now everyone was sitting at the table. Wang Henry, like Jiang Qiuxiu, seemed fully immersed in tasting his own cooking, completely ignoring these messages. At this moment, his mind was filled with beautiful fantasies. He ate his own dishes, and today he performed better than usual. In 15 minutes, the tasting session would end, and voting would begin. His live chat was filled with comments praising the food, everyone complimenting it, and his votes for victory would surely be more than the next person. Maybe Jiang Qiuxiu wasn't as impressive as he thought, just good at one particular dish. Or perhaps she had mastered a higher-level recipe than himself. If he won this competition, he would beat the new girl with the pretty face, and Song would definitely continue to support him. Although Qian Song was only an illegitimate child, he was still part of the Qian family. Perhaps he could tell Qian Song that this woman had a recipe book. This woman was also connected to young Master Qian, so Qian Song would definitely want to bring her over no matter the cost. Then he would hold 2 copies of the recipe book, becoming the true king of the food section. With his position more secure, he could make some requests to Qian Song, change his treatment, and form his own team. If Qian Song refused, he could also support young Master Xiao Qian. As the top supporter, he believed he wouldn't be rejected. Going there might also give him more chances to interact with the host. Thoughts of these plans made Wang Henry feel more excited. Just then, the live stream device beeped. Wang Henry was very familiar with this sound. It's the notification that the voting platform for the competing hosts is closed. This also meant the voting was about to start. He quickly switched to the live stream view and set aside Wang Tuan. In the first 15 seconds of voting, both sides' votes increased at a similar rate. The federal streaming company made the process more fun by not showing the exact number of votes at that moment. Instead, they displayed the votes in a way that increased by thousands. At the start, both sides had plenty of votes, so the growth looked similar. But once a turning point was reached, the gap would suddenly widen. For example, at the 15-second mark, the growth rate slowed noticeably. They had just reached 40 million votes, but why did the speed suddenly become so slow? Wang Henry's expression froze as he stared at the live stream. In stark contrast, Jiang Qiuxiu's votes had already surpassed 150 million. Her votes kept increasing without pause. He glanced to the side and saw her fans already celebrating her victory in her live stream. How is this possible? Her live stream data was so poor just a moment ago. No one was saying she was delicious in her chat. There must be some secret behind this. The crown of first place was already on her head. The combined viewers of both streams were about 1.5 billion. Not everyone voted, but roughly half, around 700 to 800 million people, participated in voting. About 500 million people had cast their votes for Jiang Qiuxiu. The official announcement has not been made yet because not all voters have cast their ballots, and the time has not come. Once the time arrives, everything will be settled. At this moment, Jiang Qiuxiu doesn't know that tonight's most exciting event isn't her and Henry Wang's food contest for first place. The crown is about to fall or not. Regarding the inevitable defeat, Henry Wang is performing online. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I can't believe I could lose. I refuse to listen, I refuse to listen, I can't believe I could lose. You're finished, you definitely have some unfair tricks, and now I will start my show." Terry is also happy for Jiang Qiuxiu. He just finished his last task of the year and missed many of Jiang Qiuqiu's live streams during the mission. He felt very sorry. Today, he just returned and heard about the overnight delivery, and he was extremely happy. Plus, today luck was on his side. He got 5 chances to draw, and each time, he drew meat. As for the annoying host next door and the dishes they made, although Terry didn't want to eat them since there was meat, he grabbed some anyway. He thought, even if I don't want to, I'll try a bit. Unfortunately, after trying, he felt disappointed. Well, maybe not exactly disappointed. As someone who might be a bit simple but has been in this scene for a long time and has a very sensitive tongue, Terry's taste in ingredients is definitely better than most. Henry Wong's dishes, if served alone in a live stream, are still edible. The braised meat soup is decent. The seafood soup has some flavor, better than most hosts' dishes, and it's tasty enough to tempt Terry's wallet. But this skewered food, without comparing to others, it's okay to eat, but after tasting Jiang Qiuqiu's grilled skewers, jewel-like and perfect, the flavor from the seasoning is just a side note. Eating bird meat, you taste the texture of bird meat. Eating pork belly, you get the flavor of pork belly. Eating BB beast meat, you taste the juicy explosion. Although all skewers are seasoned similarly, each has a different flavor, brought out by cooking methods, without changing the core taste of the food. Henry Wong has many types of skewers, but they all taste the same, bland with a little spicy flavor. After a few, Terry couldn't eat any more. It was too unpleasant. And there are countless others who share the same opinion. Wang Hengli didn't expect that he initially wanted to use a spicy, flavorful, and fresh dish trio to take the lead and win everyone's taste buds, but accidentally faced Jiang Qiuqiu directly, creating a strong contrast between the two dishes. The biggest fear was that similar appearances would lead to comparisons, then every flaw would be obvious. The final voting results were just as Terry imagined. Jiang Qiuqiu won with the most votes, while the host, whose name I can't recall, sat silently in the living room, looking like a sad puppy with a gloomy face. Really can't handle losing. Terry made a wolf face to show his disdain, but he didn't expect that he had an even bigger reason to be upset. At this moment, Qiuqiu was discussing with everyone which skewer was the tastiest. As a good wolf, he definitely voted for the chicken wings. Such meat with small bones is truly wonderful. Chicken wings. The middle wing is the best, lotus root slices are delicious, eggplant. I grabbed the biggest eggplant, everyone's opinions varied, showing that everyone has their own favorites. Oh wait, am I crazy? Why did I get a turnip again? Why is there turnip at the barbecue? I hate turnips, everyone was actively commenting in the live chat. Jiang Qiuqiu's every showdown felt more like a friendly gathering than a serious competition. Since the incident with the haters, the live stream was always filled with good food, warmth, and happiness. Almost 2 hours had passed, and the competition was about to end. Jiang Qiuqiu stood up, ready to work late into the night. At this moment, Wang Hengli also stood up. 3:44 You take the stage, I take the stage. What a grand show. Wang Hengli suddenly appeared in front of the camera and coldly questioned, I suspect there is a conspiracy. My votes were stolen to make sure Jiang Qiuqiu's fans could see. He specially added a huge barrage filling the entire screen. He was so confident that his votes had been stolen. Because the voting was almost over, Jiang Qiuqiu had 800 million votes, while he only had 170 million. Even if he lost, he believed he couldn't have lost so badly. It was a complete defeat. His mind is actually very sharp. He is sure that his ticket was stolen. He must act quickly and cause a scene during the live broadcast. First, this way, no one will talk about the big difference in votes between him and Jiang Qiuqiu. Instead, everyone will focus on the ticket-stealing incident. They don't know why the tickets were stolen. Maybe the young master was eager to make someone the top winner and was afraid Jiang Qiuqiu wouldn't win, so he stole some votes. Their skill levels are quite close after all. Unexpectedly, perhaps because his votes were slightly fewer, the theft made the difference very obvious, and he noticed it. He wants to make this a big issue. Today's competition doesn't matter. He still has another chance. If he can get the recipe from Jiang Qiuxiu and compare again, he can become even stronger. With everything clear in his mind, Wang Hongli's speech became faster. Is power in this company everything? Are people just being bullied because they have no backing? After many days of working tirelessly, Wang Hongli's eyes were already red. Now, tears seemed to make him look like a brave man shedding tears. I don't know if you've done this kind of thing before, but today, Jiang Qiuxiu, you stole votes so blatantly. Do you think the people behind you would want to bully an ordinary food streamer? What would they be thinking? Food live streams are supposed to be pure. You, by involving capital forces, have made the whole market dirty. As someone who has experienced many hardships, Wang Hongli's passionate performance made it seem like there was really some secret behind the scenes. It must have been a real vote theft, and the actor is very into the role, but the audience isn't cooperating. The first to not cooperate weren't Jiang Qiuxiu's fans, who were angry about the fake votes, but the fans who had been in Wang Hongli's live stream from the start. Fake votes? Stealing votes? Impossible. I also think it's impossible. With that skill, why would he need to steal votes? I feel like our live stream's votes were stolen. Honestly, today's dishes are okay when eaten alone, but compared to the next door, they're really a bit inferior. After the vote results came out, I kept wondering why he still got 170 million votes.
Agree, you won.
No way he stole votes. Everyone online here, who did you vote for? Let's see the names. The person speaking is a very important VIP, and their colorful comment box naturally attracts attention. So, in the next moment, Jiang Jiujiu, Jiang Jiujiu, Jiang Jiujiu, Wang Hongli, suddenly, a flurry of comments appears. After about 5 or 6 mentions of Jiang Qiuqiu, only then can you see Wang Hongli clearly. Wang Hongli couldn't ignore this. He almost burst a blood vessel from anger, unable to catch his breath. It seems the rival group's influence has grown so much that they've even bought out the top 10 spots in my live stream. Streamers without strong backing are constantly being squeezed out. Top 10? He just wanted to say something fair. Who dares to attack him? If he doesn't do something about being accused, wouldn't that be a waste? Shut up, fool. You can't handle the truth. 345 lost its original flavor. Maybe he didn't expect his fans to talk to him like that. Or perhaps he was a bit confused, truly hypnotized himself into thinking that this fan was also bought out by Jiang Qiuqiu's side. Wang Hongli was very angry and started arguing with him live. He and the fan in the top 10 kept arguing. He said, "Do you know that during the tasting, more people in my live stream are talking than in the rivals? Top 10, I know, but do you really think it's because your food is that good? Top 10, do you know why the people next door aren't talking? They're busy eating. Who has time to send comments? They're too busy eating." At this moment, the top 10 said something that really hurt Wang Hongli. It's really delicious. Everyone is eating, so they don't have time to complain or gossip. As a wealthy person, the top 10 also has followers. A group of people started fighting in the comments. After Terry led Jiang Qiuqiu's fans into the chat, what they saw was chaos. The whole live stream was a mess. That fan was very fierce, making Wang Hongli so angry that his head was smoking, trembling, and his face turned red. Jiang Qiuqiu's fans asked in the group, "Is this all? Do we still need to speak?" It seems even his own fans don't believe him. If we join the fight now, won't it make Jiang Jiujiu look less dignified? Let's just watch the show. 1 to watching the show, so everyone decided to watch the chaos. Wang Hongli was so angry he said, "What do you know? Do you know the inside story? Jiang Jijui's branch company boss is the young general manager of Federal Live Streaming. He is the host of the Young Masters channel, so there's no reason for him to target you. What benefit would targeting you bring? We have a special relationship, so she will definitely target me." Thinking of something, Wang Hongli suddenly stopped. This matter hasn't been made public yet, and he can't speak carelessly. Otherwise, it could cause chaos, and Federal Live Streaming might not tolerate him. He refused to say more, but his pause caught the viewers' attention. They left comments teasing him, but he wouldn't say anything further. He only insisted that there was cheating and unfair practices, but few people agreed with him. Some found it boring and left. Jiang Qiuqiu's fans also thought it was dull, and decided they wouldn't visit that live stream again because it was too low class.
Just then, 2 hours had passed.
All the voting officially ended. Jiang Qiuxiu's and Wang Hengli's live streams went dark briefly, then split apart. The system announced the winner of the PK, and Wang Hengli's channel was quickly stripped of its title. The top host of Federal Food Zone was now Jiang Qiuxiu. A group of fans didn't bother to stay longer and quickly moved back to Jiang Qiuxiu's channel. Meanwhile, fans who had been watching Wang Hengli's stream also lost interest and left in a flash. His live stream was now sparsely populated, with only a few viewers left, mostly idle viewers. His live stream was completely empty. Wang Hengli looked at the empty channel and wondered how it suddenly became like this. Were his dishes not good enough? He had clearly beaten many other hosts, so why did he seem so down and out? Even if he had lost, it shouldn't be this bad, right? Why did his fans abandon him so quickly? While he was thinking, a message suddenly appeared in the comments. Your live stream is getting more and more boring. It used to be about food and family. Now it's just about fights with the neighbors. I came to relax and enjoy food, not to watch fights. Another wave of viewers left the stream. Meanwhile, next door, Jiang Qiuxiu's fans were celebrating her victory. Countless people sent their blessings in the chat, and some generous friends topped up the live stream with virtual gifts at this moment. She smiled and said it wasn't necessary. Starting a delayed live stream isn't to make everyone spend money, it's to share my happiness with everyone. Let's not talk too much. Let's keep grilling. Once the PK is over, only 20 more skewers need to be uploaded, and the platform will disappear. After saying that, she set up the fire and took out the remaining skewers she had worn but not finished grilling, placing them on the rack. Tonight's online viewers were much higher than before the PK started. The source of the viewers was obvious. Someone mentioned in the chat about Henry's ticket scandal. Jiang Qiuxiu didn't comment, only saying, regarding the ticket issue, the company will give a detailed explanation. We are insiders, so what we say doesn't count. Why bring this up? This is Juju's live stream. Let's talk about food, not other things. Yeah, focus on the food. At this moment, a familiar holy light chat box appeared. She is now in first place. As her top fans, instead of looking forward, you're only looking back. Isn't that a bit out of date? As loyal fans, the host has leveled up. Shouldn't you also work hard to level up? Constantly worrying about this is too petty. The topic about Henry was quickly pushed aside. As time passed and the aroma of grilled skewers spread, no one mentioned him anymore. After the PK ended, uploading dishes became very free. Jiang Qiuxiu finished grilling 20 skewers and set up a table. Everyone, like opening a blind box, ate, chatted, and shared their thoughts. In a warm and happy atmosphere, it was already midnight. Most of the skewers had been eaten. Even Jiang Qiuxiu, who had upgraded her mental strength, was a bit tired. After uploading the last 20 skewers, she stretched and looked at the camera. Finally, it's over today. Too many people earlier, sorry I couldn't give a proper acceptance speech. Jiang Qiuxiu coughed lightly, smiling warmly. Her round eyes sparkled under the lights, looking very friendly and gentle. Now that so much time has passed, those still in the live stream are probably my most loyal fans. Yes, that's right.
Y Matitanium Alloy fan.
Mecha Alloy fan. Everyone expressed their deep fandom in the comments. Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled and said, looks like everyone has different tastes. After laughing, she looked seriously into the camera, as if addressing everyone watching, and said, the food section's competition is almost over and I've won first place. She pointed to the top right corner of the live stream and said, I'm actually very confident. Before the competition started, I already believed I could win first. If someone else said such proud words after winning, people might say she was getting too full of herself. But this is Jiang Qiuxiu. Her confidence, backed by strong skills, shines brightly. Yeah, I've always believed I was number one. Even before it started, I knew Qiuxiu was the best. In my heart, only Qiuxiu is number one. Her confidence is so charming. But when the title was officially awarded, I realized that this first place was something we all achieved together. I've said thank you many times already. Even if I say it again, you might be tired of hearing it. I know you'd rather hear me say, 347 Henry Wong, law enthusiast, that tomorrow's food showcase will offer lots of delicious dishes. Yes, yes. You really understand us. That's the best way to show thanks. Is that true? Jiang Qiuxiu blinked, neither confirming nor denying. Qiuxiu, say something. My heart is pounding. I feel like I might fly away. Please don't give us hope, just to let us down. The comments flooded in quickly. Jiang Qiuxiu responded softly. It's true. Even though the comments couldn't be heard, the excitement and cheers like, wow, amazing, so great, made it feel like a celebration. Jiang Qiuxiu has been preparing for tomorrow's food showcase for a long time. She used to spend 3 extra hours each day practicing and saving the dishes. This is her way of thanking her fans, with a little clever plan. Although her followers increased during the competition, they are all scattered. Everyone loves food. What could be more tempting than a table full of delicious dishes? Don't ask me what I have planned. You'll find out tomorrow. Open at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and most of the things you want will be available. All right, it's midnight now. Everyone should go to sleep. Jiang Qiuxiu yawned. Today, no late-night chatting in the circle. Rest early, everyone. We'll see you next time for the showdown. Another showdown? Of course. The food section showdown is over, but the one in the other zone will start soon. The small crown was already on her head, and Jiang Qiuxiu was now aiming for a bigger one. That day, everyone listened to Jiang Qiuxiu. After the live broadcast, they held back their urge to talk and didn't rush into the circle to chat or build new posts. The early riser, Qiu Xingren, planned to chat with friends and discuss what dish would appear in Jiang Jijui's food showcase at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But as soon as they logged in, they saw that the top trending topic in the food section was actually about Wang Hengli. Wow, who bought this trending topic? Even a spendthrift dares to buy the top spot. But when they clicked in, they found that although the news was in the entertainment section, it was actually about a criminal case. Entertainment food news. Last night, Wang Hengli, the top live streamer in the federal food zone, was arrested at his home by federal criminal police. Reliable sources reveal that this streamer, in his quest for first place, repeatedly ordered from the dark web and is suspected of murder. Federal Morning News. Is the federal live streaming platform neglecting regulation? Its streamers compete in such violent ways, yet no one seems to know. According to our media, besides illegal dark web orders, Wang Hengli's studio also repeatedly spread false information to smear rivals. Federal Legal Daily. Various newspapers rushed to report on Wang Hengli. The pictures were even sharper, showing police in black uniforms handcuffing Wang Hengli directly. In the federal system, police cannot use handcuffs without sufficient evidence. They already handcuffed him? No wonder she became number 1, surpassing Jujui. Murder for hire. Even murder cases are being made public. For the federal live streaming company, this was a huge scandal. Many of Wang Hengli's former fans were stunned. After what happened yesterday, they thought they had just upset a not-so-generous host. But today, they realized they didn't offend a host. They offended the law. Prison reserve? Hiring someone to commit a crime? 348, so you weren't worried about him, huh? This incident caused a lot of fuss. Various media outlets and even official sources mentioned it. The federal live streaming platform quickly responded. Regarding Wang Hengli, the issue was no longer just about the host. It involved the company's management and politics. Yesterday, Jiang Qiuxiu stayed up most of the night. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was a message from MOC. Her eyes softened as she read it, and then her phone rang. Mingmei was calling. Qiuxiu, did you see the news? Wang Hengli was arrested. Arrested? Jiang Qiuxiu raised her voice. It seems you didn't know, Mingmei said urgently. He's gone crazy. Can't he just do his live streams properly? If he doesn't have the skill, he shouldn't be in the food section. He's making the whole industry look bad. Her tone was unusually tense. Jiang Qiuxiu quickly glanced at the news and asked, how does the company plan to handle this? What can they do? We can't clarify this easily. His branch is already a bit strange, and such an incident isn't just about the host. The platform is involved too. It's very annoying. Also, today you should be trending at the top, but this news pushed you down. Not a big deal to miss a day on the trending list. The hot searches in the food section didn't bring Jiang Qiuqiu much attention anyway. She wasn't bothered. Why was it exposed last night? Was it just a coincidence? Or was it a rival of Wang Hengli? Still under investigation. It probably isn't a rival. Xiao Qian has gone to headquarters to look into it. We don't know when he'll be back. She suddenly seemed to understand why Ming Mei was so irritable. The company belonged to the Qian family, and Xiao Qian was also part of it. When something suddenly happens, Xiao Qian probably feels quite stressed.
Let's not talk about this.
By the way, congratulations on being #1 in the food section. Isn't that what we expected? Yes, but besides that, the invitation for the annual meeting has arrived. Today, I'll have the delivery robot bring it to the Xingkong Xiangyang community entrance. Remember to check it. Got it, I will. Then in a few days, there will be the first-place district friendship competition. This contest isn't very formal. You previously said you wanted to try your best. The friendship match is different from our current PK. It will use the latest PK format, and fans will vote. The one with the most votes wins. Xiao Qian and I both know your food looks very tempting. But when competing against the district's top player, being delicious might not be enough. Some hosts have loyal fans who will never vote for another streamer, even if they think your food is very good, just to support their favorite idol. In short, Ming Mei was worried that Jiang Qiuqiu might have too much hope and be disappointed, so she said a few more words. Showing concern, Jiang Qiuqiu nodded a few times. I understand. Ming Mei's sister, don't worry. I said I'll stay calm. After the competition, winning or losing doesn't matter much. I'm glad you think that way. You are the most talented streamer I've seen. Even if you don't win first place this year, after a year of experience, you still have a good chance next year. The friendship competition was not mentioned again. Before ending the call, Jiang Qiuqiu softly comforted Ming Mei. The media involved this time are big media, but they are mainly entertainment accounts, so there won't be any big issues. Xiao Qian should be back soon, so Ming Mei's sister, you don't need to worry. Then I'm not worried. Alright, so Ming Mei's sister isn't worried. Jiang Qiuqiu responded. When Xiao Qian comes back and finds out you're so calm, he might feel a little sad. Ming Mei, you've been acting a bit mischievous lately. Jiang Qiuqiu, @ 349 going to Mrs. AI's house for training.
Got it.
After ending the call, Jiang Qiuqiu logged into Henry's circle. His circle had already been exposed yesterday, and this morning, more bad news came out, almost revealing everything. Now, several fans of gourmet streamers are in his circle criticizing Henry. Henry's fans also think the law-abiding streamer is not as good, and there are hardly any positive replies. Occasionally, a few fans defend Henry's cooking skills, but they are quickly overwhelmed. The number of followers in the circle is dropping rapidly. Once the top streamer, now clearly declining, on the verge of falling completely. Jiang Qiuqiu felt a hint of regret. She had tasted the dish made by Wang Hengli. It was actually quite good. He was a talented cook, and with some focused effort, combined with her own unique daughter and dad live streaming style, she believed he could become a great streamer someday. She was surprised he had gone down this path. At this moment, Jiang Qiuqiu didn't know that Wang Hengli, who looked decent on the outside, had done many unkind things. Now, she had more important things to do. After quickly washing up, she put on a cotton coat, took the dishes she cooked last night and earlier from the temperature-controlled box, and packed them into a small lunchbox. She wrapped a scarf around her neck and hurried to Mrs. Ayer's house. After MOC left, Jiang Qiuqiu went to Mrs. Ayer's house to check in and practice. There was a set of gravity training equipment there. Jiang Qiuqiu spent about 3 hours inside each time, pushing her physical strength close to its limit. It was snowing lightly outside. When she arrived at Mrs. Ayer's house, her clothes hood was filled with tiny snowflakes. Knocking loudly, Jiang Qiuqiu called out, "Mrs. Ayer, are you home?" The old lady heard the familiar voice and quickly came to open the door. The smiling face of the young girl immediately caught her eye, and her gaze softened. "Why are you here so early today?" "I woke up early. Nothing much at night, so I came early." Jiang Qiuqiu held up the lunchbox.
Tashta.
"Mrs. Ayer, have you had breakfast? Want to eat together?" The old lady glanced at the lunchbox. I knew you were coming, so I didn't eat breakfast. Come in quickly. Let's chat inside. In the yard, an energy-powered transparent barrier was set up. Sitting inside, you could see the vast sky and falling snowflakes outside, but they couldn't get in. So, having breakfast in the snow had a special charm. Of course, Jong Kikyu and Mrs. Iyer weren't really interested in the scenery. They were more focused on the food. It was already 10 o'clock, and their stomachs were still empty. They didn't care about the scenery. The soup was still hot, warming their bodies. They also had some meat and lightly seasoned grilled vegetables from earlier. As time passed, the plates on the table quickly became empty. Only then did the two lift their heads to look at the snow. Do you want to rest a bit before going to the gravity room? Yes, Jong Kikyu replied lazily. Eating so much makes me feel like vomiting if I go there now. That's true, Mrs. Iyer agreed. Then, during this free time, let's practice healing mental power together. Training in healing mental strength, also called connecting emotional mental strength, is a special mental training method unique to Federation mental healers. It means that a mental healer can activate their healing mental origin, infuse their emotional and healing mental energy into their healing medium to achieve the effect of healing individual mental issues. Broadly speaking, the stronger the mental power, the higher the healing mental strength, and the more abundant the emotional mental energy, the better the healing results. Mrs. L doesn't have a pot here, so Jiang Qiuxiu can't show her skills. Instead, she learns to activate her deep healing mental energy within her mental sea. But Jiang Qiuxiu picks it up very quickly. At least the new nutrient solution doesn't leave a lingering taste. After practicing back and forth for over an hour, the feeling of fullness disappeared, replaced by a slight emptiness. The food she brought was finished. Seeing Jiang Qiuxiu exhausted, Mrs. L went home, took out a tube of mental repair liquid, and handed it to her. Jiang Qiuxiu. She showed a strange expression again. Mrs. L rolled her eyes. Drink it quickly. Chugging it down will make it tasteless. If you don't drink it, you'll be too weak to go to the gravity room later. That I can go back and get something to eat, Jiang Qiuxiu blinked and said. Mrs. L, that's a waste of time. Besides, the purity of the mental energy in your food isn't enough for you to recover fully right now. Just drink it. If you don't, I'll get you another flavor. The so-called other flavor was a low-quality version, even more unpleasant to taste. Jiang Qiuxiu had tried it once before. Thinking of that suffocating taste, she quickly drank this tube. It was unpleasant, but at least it didn't leave a lingering taste. After a little discomfort, it was gone. She finished the nutrient solution, looking like she had survived a disaster. Mrs. L couldn't help but laugh. You young girls, just drinking some nutrient solution. After you finish, you look the same as when I do. Is it really that bad? Yes. Jiang Qiuxiu said seriously, it's really terrible. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to drink this. Your look makes me think of someone. Mrs. L's gaze blurred slightly. Then she turned her head away. He's just like you, troublesome. When he's sick, he refuses to drink this too. This tone carries a slight sense of nostalgia. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at her for a while, feeling that Mrs. Iyer's eyes held many stories. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Qiuqiu entered the gravity room. The 4 times gravity made it hard to breathe. Under such pressure, Jiang Qiuqiu instinctively released her mental energy around herself, both to resist the outside environment and to protect herself. With such great pressure, even running in a small room consumed a lot of energy. So, before 2 hours passed inside, Jiang Qiuqiu felt like she had been pulled out of water. Like usual, after training, she lay on the sofa in the small living room to rest. Mrs. Iyer came over and used her healing mental power to help her smooth out her mental energy. The care from a powerful person gave Jiang Qiuqiu some comfort. Why did you increase to 4 times today? I feel like I've already adapted to 3 times. Her body had adjusted, which meant it was time to move to the next step. Mrs. Iyer paused, realizing she had underestimated her. She didn't expect the young girl, who looked gentle and beautiful, to be so determined and persistent. She was hardworking, talented, humble, and calm, truly a natural talent. Thinking of something, Mrs. Iyer asked Jiang Qiuqiu, Qiuqiu, can you cook now?
Huh? Why?
I want to give you a test, Mrs. Iyer said with a plan in mind. All the dishes you brought from home were made with ordinary methods. Recently, you've been learning healing mental meditation and training, right? Today, try to make a dish using healing mental meditation and show me. Sure. Jiang Qiuqiu agreed very quickly. Her sixth sense told her that Mrs. Iyer suddenly asking her to cook probably meant there was a reason behind it. Is there a kitchen here? Do we have basic seasonings and ingredients? She led Jiang Qiuqiu to the kitchen. The kitchen in the small yard looked like it wasn't used often. Many appliances were new, and the knives and fruits and vegetables stored there were so fresh they seemed to drip water. As soon as Jiang Qiuqiu entered the kitchen and touched the spatula, it felt like a fish entering the sea. The initial joy was undeniable. Mrs. Iyer thought to herself, no wonder Jiang Qiuqiu is a food healer. Her genuine, pure love for food is the best way to heal mental and emotional energy. Jiang Qiuqiu touched the potatoes and beef brisket in the box and immediately decided to make a stew with potatoes and beef brisket. She knew the cooking process very well, how big to cut the pieces, how long to cook them, when to add seasonings, and what temperature to use to keep the beef brisket tender. However, these steps are simple when done alone, but she had to follow Mrs. Iyer's instructions and use healing mental energy. She was trying to do two things at once, focusing more on controlling her mental energy. This made everything feel awkward. When she entered a deep meditative state and sank into her mental energy sea, time seemed to fly. Jiang Qiuqiu could only focus on two things at once, controlling her healing mental energy and cooking. She could only use a small amount of mental energy. In her mind, that strand of mental energy was so thin, like a strand of hair floating in the air. She thought it was nothing special. Meanwhile, Mrs. Iyer, standing nearby, kept calmly thinking, every generation produces talented people, and each one is better than the last. New waves chase the old, and the old wave rests on the beach. Her mental healing ability was unmatched, and her talent was so unique that it was no wonder others coveted her. Who wouldn't want to nurture such an extraordinary talent? A gentle-looking orphan girl with no background. Jiang Qiuqiu's ambition lasted until 3 p.m. That was when she finally finished making the stew with potatoes and beef brisket. Just one dish, cooked in a small pot, made Jiang Qiuqiu sweat again. As she stepped out of the small kitchen, she saw Mrs. Iyer holding a bag of white towels. Jiang Qiuqiu casually grabbed one and wiped her sweat. Mrs. Iyer, I'm fine now. Go to the yard first. I'll bring the dish over, she said.
No.
Jiang Qiuqiu hung the towel aside. If you're going to serve the dish, I'll do it. The pot was very hot. If you want to serve, just bring the rice. Today's stew with potatoes and beef brisket was slightly undercooked, unlike her previous attempts. The beef was tender and not dry, and the potatoes had just absorbed enough broth, soft and sticky, but still holding their shape. They wouldn't fall apart when picked up with chopsticks. Today's potatoes were a bit mushy, probably because she spent a little more time controlling her healing mental energy. She was reviewing her steps, trying to find where she went wrong. But Mrs. Iyer was very satisfied. This dish wasn't as good as the best spiritual nourishing broth, but compared to ordinary nourishing broth, its effects were almost the same. She took a bite and praised Jiang Qiuqiu, saying, "You cooked this dish very well today." Huh, Jiang Qiuqiu shook her head. "It doesn't taste as good as the last time I made it. I'm not praising the flavor this time." Mrs. Iyer looked at her. "I'm talking about the healing effect. Qiuqiu, even though you haven't started school yet, I believe you will become a mental healer who can bring happiness and comfort to others in the future." Mrs. Iyer extended an invitation to her. "Tomorrow, I need to visit an old friend for a checkup. He's quite stubborn and doesn't want to drink the mental nurturing liquid. Do you have time to go with me and see him?" After staying here for a while, Jiang Qiuqiu knew Mrs. Iyer's identity. In the entire Federation, not many people can be called her old friend or have her visit for treatment. Mrs. Iyer's invitation, Jiang Qiuqiu did not refuse. In the afternoon, feeling exhausted, she returned home and uploaded the prepared dishes to the food showcase. Her task for the day was finished. All her work was done, and although it was not yet dark, her fatigue made her very sleepy. On her way home, Mrs. Iyer mentioned that she might need Jiang Qiuxiu to use more healing mental energy tomorrow, so Jiang Qiuxiu went to bed early. Meanwhile, the Federation's live broadcast headquarters was still brightly lit. The issue with Wang Hengli was still hanging over everyone's heads. Qian Duoduo sat in the chairman's seat, feeling very restless. She had visited Qian Song's house earlier and had the intention to provoke him, to make Qian Song and Qian Xingxing compete. But she only wanted to push Qian Xingxing a little, to make him feel some competition and stop being so full of compassion all the time. Unexpectedly, things turned out like this. It's really a mess. Qian's Song is hopeless. Besides his face, there's nothing about him that resembles her. Dad, are you not going to respond to this? After taking over the branch company for half a year, Qian Xingxing had gained some experience and was more capable than before. The major media haven't spoken out yet. We need to respond quickly and positively. Otherwise, when the situation escalates, we'll be in a very passive position. Yes, I understand. Then why didn't you call the boss of the branch company over? Qian Xingxing also frowned and said, besides apologizing and clarifying, we need to see how the management of the branch company is related to this host. Is there any hidden manipulation involved? If so, we must release an announcement quickly, or it could be very troublesome if competitors take advantage. Especially with the annual meeting coming up and the highly anticipated friendship match about to start, the Federal Live Streaming Company has invested a lot of manpower, resources, and money into this. They cannot let this once-a-year big event be tainted by such a scandal. Qian Xingxing suggested several solutions, such as having the branch manager speak directly, or having the headquarters explain after understanding the full situation, then having the host share the message, and even forming an alliance to counter negative public opinion. Using the power of fans and hosts to prove their innocence. He kept proposing feasible ideas, but Qian Duoduo didn't say a word. Young Qian's lips were dry, and occasionally, when he glanced at his father's gaze, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why aren't you talking? Are my suggestions not good enough? The man at the head suddenly stood up. Qian Duoduo is about 1.8 meters tall. Although he is nearly 100 years old this year, well-maintained, he still exudes the charm of a successful middle-aged man, looking very elegant. He walked over to Qian Xingxing and patted his shoulder. Xingxing has grown up. Your suggestions are all very good, Qian Duoduo said with a smile, his eyes seeming to recall the past. You are gradually becoming an excellent successor. The atmosphere suddenly became emotional. At that moment, Qian Xingxing felt a bit strange. Listening to Qian Duoduo reminisce about his past, about how he looked as a young boy, and about the happiness of the 3 generations of the Qian family living together with Grandpa still around, this strange feeling became even clearer. Qian Xingxing stood firm. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Always like this, he smiled. I feel like something big is coming. Yes, something big. 353 Henry Wang threatened us to get him. In Qian Duoduo's plan, Qian Xingxing is his legitimate heir, although the concept of a legitimate heir is no longer popular now. Star's mother came from a noble family in the Federation. Although she died young, and Star's connection to his maternal relatives became weaker over time, their noble status gradually declined, no longer as prominent as before. However, he still held 10% of the shares given by his grandfather. This was also his child, whom he raised himself. Although he showed some naive and foolish kindness in business, his intelligence was obvious. If he could change his view of business and the company, in 100 years, Star could become a great successor. His first plan was to have Qian Song pressure the artists under Star. In unfair competition and pursuit, Star often misunderstood others' intentions. But unexpectedly, Qian Song's top person, who was once the best, fell into the water without any trouble. That's okay. He had a second plan ready. Maybe, with a good background, Star could stay clean in the chaos. But what about the people around him? There are friends who can't be bought with money. He decided to teach Star how to become a capitalist step by step. Make the people around him leave him, see those he helped turn against him for profit, push him into despair, and finally destroy his fixed beliefs. Let him know about the existence of the illegitimate child. By then, he should understand the importance of profit above all. But unexpectedly, another foolish son messed everything up. When Henry Wang's issue was just reported by the media, the PR department of the Federation's live broadcast company was already preparing a clarification statement. It wasn't a big or serious matter, and it didn't really reach Qian Duoduo's ears. Relaxing, Qian Duoduo watched his branch's data grow rapidly, thinking about who to pull down, when he received a message from the illegitimate child. During work hours? At this time? What's wrong? Qian Duoduo's voice was icy, like 200 pounds of ice. Not working. Why are you messaging me? Something happened. Dad, what should I do? Shut up, stay calm. What happened? Dad, I am the Wang Henry under my name. We need to find a way to get him out. Qian Duoduo, are you crazy? Better things have appeared. Are you still defending him? Aren't you clear-headed this morning? No, Dad. It's him. He found out about our relationship and said that if we don't protect him, he will tell everyone on the internet about us. Everyone knows that the only heir of the Federation Broadcasting Company is the Crown Prince. After his wife died, Qian Duoduo didn't remarry, and there was even a lovely story about him. If a love child suddenly appeared at this time, especially one about the same age as Qian Xingxing, and this child even worked at a subsidiary, it would definitely affect the stock price and Qian Duoduo's reputation. How could you let him find out so much? He has also seen you, Qian Song said sadly. We look alike. Do you have any weaknesses? Someone he cares about. He says he doesn't care about anyone, only himself. Then make him speechless. Cut off all media coverage. That's useless. Qian Song thought about it. He recorded a video before, saying that if he went to jail, the video would be sent to countless people. So, you're very good at signing people, Qian Duoduo said firmly. He did all this right under your nose. Qian Song. Qian Duoduo hung up the call. Using mature methods to solve problems, Qian Duoduo also once tried to protect someone, but the person holding him wasn't from the Federation police anymore. It even involved the military office. He checked and found out that his platform's host was suspected of hiring someone to harm a military officer. Qian Duoduo. This person was almost certain to be doomed. After confirming again, Qian Song told him that the video was real. Rather than passively letting these things come out, Qian Duoduo wanted to take control. So, he called Qian Xingxing back overnight. Xingxing, I need to tell you something. Before I say that, I want you to know that you are my favorite son. What do you mean by that? Qian Xingxing looked at Qian Duoduo suspiciously. Dad, you sound like you have several sons. You only have me. Qian Duoduo's eyes changed as he said the words. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? The middle-aged man looked sad and sighed. I never wanted to tell you this, so you could happily be the little prince of the group. But now I have to tell you, Star, you have an older brother. The air and sound in the room froze for a moment. Little Qian looked up, full of disbelief. What did you say? He didn't even call his father by his name. Qian Duoduo was a bit upset but held back. I said, you have an older brother. Do you have another wife besides my mom? It's not about a wife. It was something from the past, an accident. I didn't know about this child at first, Qian Duoduo explained. I only found out later. Later, that word sounded so fitting here. Qian Duoduo felt like he was throwing a tantrum like a child. He didn't say much, just made up a story about what happened back then and subtly made Qian Star feel that he had simply made a small mistake that many people might make. A busy man rushed from his district to the meeting just before he could share his success with his father. The bright light of hope was shattered. All the fatherly love in Qian Star's eyes disappeared like bubbles. He said a lot of words, but avoided the main point. Qian Star directly asked, what do you want me to do? Your brother's existence has been discovered. If he suddenly appears, it might affect the company's stock price. So I hope you can accept him. You're about the same age, and you both look a bit like me. 2 half-siblings might cause issues with shareholders. Maybe when your mother gave birth to 2 children, one of them was just... He didn't finish his sentence. Qian Star cut him off immediately. No. The exhaustion from traveling and worries about the company suddenly turned into anger. Before he could process the fact that his father had a secret child and he wasn't his only son, he heard more nonsense. He felt like his father's love for his mother might be fake. Mom is only my child. Dad, did you call me to the headquarters just to say this? Star was feeling confused and didn't want to stay any longer. He grabbed his things and tried to leave. If that's all, I don't agree. Star, stop. I can't stop. When he reached the door, the young master took a deep breath and said, Honestly, Dad, talking to you today made me feel a little sick. He didn't turn back and walked away. Duo also looked upset. Since gentle words didn't work, he decided to solve the problem in a more serious way. Great news! Brother Baozi is feeling much better. Xiao Qing is happy. The next day, the snow stopped. Because Jiang Xiuxiu went to bed early, she woke up early too. The first thing she did was log into her social circle. Yesterday, her food showcase had dozens of varieties, nearly 500 dishes, the most she had ever posted since opening the showcase. She wanted to see what everyone was saying. She smoothly entered the group, where the highlighted topics were always about strange and funny things. How to temporarily have Choo-Choo's delicious food every day. Please teach me quickly. Should we find a bag and put Choo-Choo inside? Then keep her as a chef. Are you crazy? Do you dare do that? Do you believe the boss or the millionaire sister will fill your house? You might get your head cut off. Choo-Choo can only be shared. No one can own her alone. Choo-Choo belongs to everyone. Everyone was arguing like they were at a fan event. The original poster finally appeared and said, What are you all thinking? This is a serious post, not about treasure chests or random copied stuff. Didn't you notice? Yesterday's food showcase, and today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow's live streams are all on break. The big competition is only happening after the day after tomorrow, which means there will be a 3-day gap in the streams. During this time, we can't get any new food. If you want to have Choo-Choo every day, I suggest not eating all 5 dishes I posted yesterday at once. You can divide them into 3 meals and enjoy them slowly. You're only saying this now that all the plates are empty. Why didn't you post this before the event started? Why post it now? We've already finished eating. Just thinking about being away from Choo-Choo for 3 days makes me want to cry. Jiang Xiuxiu thought that if this was a normal post, it wouldn't be so popular. Sure enough, after scrolling a few times, the original poster appeared again. It's because you all finished eating that I came to post this. Attached image warehouse jealousy. I managed to get 6 dishes yesterday. All of them are main courses. I still have 5 more dishes to prepare. In 3 days, I can eat 2 each day, and on the last day, I will have 1. Then I will wait for the broadcast to continue seamlessly. What kind of monster is that? Get rid of it for me. Does anyone recognize this ID? I want to report him. Jiang Qiuqiu finished reading and burst out laughing. She enjoyed herself in the group for a while before getting up. It was still early, and Mrs. Iyer also sent a message asking what dishes she planned to make today. She was going to send her a list. What dishes to make? Depends on the tastes of the diners. Does that old gentleman prefer a certain flavor? Not the taste of nutritional liquid, Mrs. Iyer said casually. He's older, so light soups are best. Light, nourishing soups in the middle of winter? I've thought of it. Should I make a list and send it to you? Jiang Qiuqiu didn't ask why she couldn't bring the ingredients herself. Probably for safety reasons. Not overthinking it, Jiang Qiuqiu went straight to Taodao Fresh, took screenshots of ingredients like Mia beast, scallions, garlic, and other seasonings, and sent them to Mrs. Iyer. Mrs. Iyer got it. Mrs. Iyer, we'll leave at 10 o'clock. If you're tired, you can rest a bit longer. If not, you can get up. Jiang Qiuqiu, do you want to have breakfast together? Mrs. Iyer, not today. I need to prepare some things. Little girl, you can eat by yourself. All right. She got up, washed up, and had a hearty, fragrant breakfast. Before leaving, Jiang Qiuqiu received another message. Wow, she really has many people sending her messages today. Looking at it, it was from Xiao Qing at the rescue center. She was busy earlier, and the people delivering meals to the rescue center had all become assistant robots. Jiang Qiuqiu had forgotten that yesterday was already the last day of the 15-day observation and testing period. Xiao Qing sent a message early in the morning. Is there something wrong? No, I just checked my data fluctuations yesterday afternoon. I can understand a little. Miss Chiochio, you're amazing. He came specifically to tell Jiang Chiochio that the test had probably been successful. The military office should give an official response in the next couple of days, and Jiang Chiochio would be under their protection. By the way, there's another good news. What good news is this? It's Brother Bao's happy event. Xiao Qing said excitedly about Brother Bao. Yesterday, during testing, he suddenly changed from a beast form to a half-human form, and the testing team took him away. They said Brother Bao reacts most strongly to everything. He can receive more systematic treatment at the military headquarters and might become a key experimental subject. Is that so? That's great. Yes, I just wanted to ask, Miss Chiochio. If the military calls you to supply some things for Brother Bao, could you also tell me about his condition? After saying that, he added anxiously, I know all this is confidential, I won't ask more. I just want to know if he's doing well. That shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Chiochio agreed. Sure. If you have anything to say, I can also pass it on to him. Miss Chiochio, your kindness and your appearance are both very bright. This time, they sent a special person to pick them up. Jiang Chiochio and Mrs. AI sat in a special hover car. The special vehicle has its own dedicated track, and the driver is very skilled, making the ride very smooth. After about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. This is a residential area with a denser layout than the Starry Sky Stroll. Most houses are single-story or villas, each with its own yard. There are no tall buildings in the entire neighborhood. Before entering, Mrs. AI and Jiang Chiochio underwent an AI scan to confirm their information was legal and that they carried no illegal devices. Only then did the gate open. Once inside, it felt different. If the guards and spying eyes in the Starry Sky Stroll were hidden in the shadows, everything here was out in the open. There were soldiers in dark green military uniforms patrolling with energy guns. Small cameras were on various buildings and trees, and occasionally, small flying robots moved in and out of view. Jiang Chiochio followed Mrs. AI along the path. She seemed to come here often, and she greeted 3 patrol teams, each team's leader acknowledging her. Mrs. AI was very friendly, responding whenever someone greeted her. Soon, after winding through the area, they reached their destination. Then, Jiang Chiochio saw today's patient. He looked quite old, but his spirit was very good. He didn't seem like the mischievous old man Mrs. AI described, who was about to reach the street corner. Instead, he was lively and cheerful, smiling as he talked to Mrs. AI. AI, you're here. If you didn't come soon, you'd probably be too stubborn to live, Mrs. AI asked immediately as she entered and sat down. Did you finish the mental nourishment liquid I left you last time? Do you often have big mood swings? Have you gone back to pretending to operate the mech again? The old man quickly answered. Finished it.
No squeaks.
I didn't. Mrs. AI rolled her eyes at him. Let me check your condition. She wanted to see if the patient had been following medical advice recently. If his condition improved, it meant he was controlling his impulses. If it declined, he was clearly risking himself. Mrs. AI used her mental power to sense his state. His condition hadn't worsened, but it hadn't improved either. It seemed he had done what she advised, but not every day. You're still not taking your health seriously. Haha, I'm over 100 years old. Just taking it easy.
Don't worry too much, AI.
Enough about me. Let's see the little girl you brought. The old man glanced at Jiang Chiochio. Even under the watchful eye of a senior expert, Jiang Chiochio wasn't afraid. Her gaze was honest and clear. When she looked at the old man, her eyes were confident and natural. The old man was pleased and praised. Is this the girl you mentioned? She's really pretty. Oh, so you just now noticed she's pretty. Mrs. AI pulled Jiang Chiochio to stand in front of the old man. Let me introduce her. She's the little healer I specially invited for you, Jiang Chiochio. Chiochio, he's the old man I told you about who doesn't like drinking nutritional liquid. You can call him Grandpa Yuan. Yuan Zhengwo. He puffed out his beard. Why do you suddenly say I'm an old man who doesn't like drinking nutritional liquid? What? Do you like drinking it? Who would like to drink that? And the main point is, does it matter if he drinks nutritional liquid? The important thing is he's an old man. Seeing the old man look embarrassed, but unable to argue, Jiang Chiochio couldn't help but smile. It's time to show real skill. After Jiang Qiuqiu smiled, Mrs. L couldn't help but smile too. After the smile, she became a bit more serious. I don't like drinking nourishing fluids, but even if I don't like it, I still have to drink it when my body needs it. For example, Yuan Zhangwo, who retired injured, has mental health issues that become more unstable with age. Someone like him needs to take at least 6 doses of mental nourishing fluid each year to keep his mind stable. But even with advice, it's hard to convince him. Forget it, old Yuan said with a sigh. Drinking this stuff is like not drinking at all. It's not a magic potion that works after 1 dose. Look at that old friend. He's been drinking for 10 years and still looks sickly. I don't want to drink anymore. Although everyone knows that mental nourishing fluid is good for mental health, it's not a miracle cure. New injuries take about 10 days or 2 weeks to heal, and old injuries need years to show improvement. Plus, it tastes bad, you have to drink a lot, and it takes a long time to see results. If you stop drinking for a while, it doesn't seem to matter much. So, none of Mrs. S old comrades, who retired over 10 years ago, drink it regularly. Except for that one very eager old friend. Everyone else, like old Yuan, is the same. Full of energy and spirit, the old prankster said, I've been working the battlefield for so many years. Finally retired. It's time to enjoy life. And now I have to drink this mental nourishing fluid, like eating every day 6 times a day. It makes me unhappy. Just turn a blind eye and stop arguing about it. He looked at Mrs. L with hopeful eyes. But Mrs. L rolled her eyes at him. No, you have to drink. Once I open my eyes, I'll drink everything. If I drank it all at once, I'd probably close my eyes before opening them. It was clear that old Yuan was very resistant to the nourishing fluid. At this moment, Mrs. L pulled Jiang Qiuqiu close. All right, I know you don't like drinking nourishing fluids. Today, I'll change things up for you. Huh? Old Yuan was surprised. Change things? How do you change it? From that moment, the conversation between the two suddenly shifted to Jiang Qiuqiu. Mrs. L gently pointed at Jiang Qiuqiu and introduced her to old Yuan. This is Qiuqiu, a talented mental healer. I know. You mentioned this to me in our communication yesterday. Old Mister said with a wink and a warm smile to Jiang Qiuqiu. Today I see you again. You look young and full of energy. He praised Jiang Qiuqiu and she modestly smiled. Grandpa Yuan is the same, very energetic. Stop talking about being energetic, he said. She is a spiritual healer who uses food as a medium. The food she makes contains strong healing spiritual energy. Just then, the cheerful old man suddenly paused, looking at Jiang Qiuqiu with some disbelief. Then at Mrs. L. Do you mean, eating the dishes made by the young girl is like drinking a nourishing spiritual liquid? Mr. Yuan Zhangwo nodded, then quickly composed himself, raised his hand to his lips, cleared his throat, and looked seriously at Jiang Qiuqiu. Little Qiuqiu, I hope you don't mind me asking, are your dishes really delicious? Well, Jiang Qiuqiu blinked, and under Mr. Yuan's expectant gaze, she replied, probably the kind that makes you want to eat 6 bowls a day. Really? Mr. Yuan asked. Mrs. L said, Qiuqiu, it's time to show your real skills. Someone go to the kitchen and show your talent. 368. Do you think I won't criticize a pretty young girl? So clever. The ingredients in the kitchen were purchased by Mrs. L through the security guards here. Mr. Yuan Zhangwo knew about this, but didn't pay much attention. It's just buying some things. But now he cares a lot. Jiang Qiuqiu had already entered the kitchen. Judging by the traces, it didn't seem to be used often, but it was still very large. The kitchen at the starry home was already quite big for Jiang Qiuqiu, but here it was even more impressive. She would need a while to roll around before she could go back and forth. After admiring the space, she started looking at the ingredients. The seasonings and side dishes she wanted to buy were placed in the fridge on the table. When she opened it, she was pleasantly surprised to find that, besides the mutton and the items on her list, there were many other ingredients. There was pork, beef, some eggs, even bamboo shoots, tofu. All kinds of strange and familiar ingredients. It was almost noon, time for lunch. Making just lamb soup seemed too stingy, so she decided to prepare a full table of dishes. Beef and carrots are cooked together as a pair, while tofu is fried separately to make spicy tofu. Tomatoes are paired with fresh tomatoes, and pork is cooked with a good balance of fat and lean meat, just right for pork belly. The leftovers are used to stir-fry bamboo shoots, making the dish more flavorful. Finally, a bowl of hot, fragrant, and tender lamb soup is prepared. So delicious. After deciding on the menu, Jiang Qiuqiu first measures out rice and cooks a pot of rice. Once the rice is ready, she prepares the soup. Today, she bought half a large lamb, which is too much to eat at once. She plans to use the lamb leg bones and meat to make the soup. The kitchen's sharp knife is very keen. She holds the knife upright and carefully cuts open the soft lamb belly, slicing smoothly and confidently. Soon, she separates the needed parts. She sets aside the leg bones. To make the soup, she cuts the bones into small pieces. She switches to a wide kitchen knife and, with a firm chop, cracks open the lamb leg bones. Using the knife and the cleaver alternately, she separates the meat from the bones, then soaks them in cold water. Soaking helps extract the smell from the lamb meat. In the soaking water, she adds some hawthorn berries. Although they seem unrelated, the flavor of hawthorn helps neutralize the lamb's strong smell and adds a nice taste to the soup. Next, she begins preparing other dishes. All ingredients are cut before cooking, which makes the process easier. However, the old man watching from outside the kitchen gets a little nervous. He asks, "What are you doing? I see that the young girl has strong knife skills and strength, but cooking, is that what's in the pot? Is it food or soup?" Yuan Zhengwo looks worried. "Are you not turning on the stove? Are you trying to invent a new way to eat and boost energy? Are you worried I haven't taken my mental health supplement on time, and the military is punishing me?" Yuan Zhengwo suddenly looks surprised, as if he sees through everything. "You even brought a young girl here? Are you trying to impress me with a pretty girl? What if I eat something strange and terrible and can't criticize others? Are you trying to hide that?" He looks like he understands everything.
Mrs. Erer.
She really didn't think so much. "What are you thinking? I really came to change your taste," Mrs. L said about Jiang Qiuqiu's cooking, unable to find any fault. "Her dishes are always delicious and never boring." "I don't believe it. The food was so tasty that it made people stop and enjoy it. Surely it's just soup made with spiritual nourishing liquid, or dishes cooked with it, or stews, all of which sounded like strange, dark recipes. Otherwise, how could there suddenly be a food-based spiritual healer, and the food they make has healing powers comparable to spiritual nourishing liquid? That just doesn't seem possible. If such a person really existed, and considering the young girl was probably still in school, such talent would be unheard of. It must be fake. Don't think about punishing me. I will never admit defeat. I won't eat it." "Really?" Mrs. L looked at Yuan Zhengwo. "Then don't eat it later." Mrs. L smiled. "Definitely don't eat it. For the next week, you have to send me videos every day of you drinking 6 bottles of spiritual nourishing liquid." He definitely wouldn't eat it. The bet was set. Mrs. L supervised other patients in the small group. Old Mr. Yuan, feeling bored, said he wanted to go out for a while. "I'm going to fish in the garden." "Go ahead." He happily packed his fishing gear and left. Mrs. L watched his joyful back, a slight smile on her lips. Suddenly, she had an idea, but she needed to discuss it with Qiuqiu first. From what Xiao Ma and Chengyu said, this girl's situation wasn't great. Although she had earned some star coins from other jobs, her real savings weren't much. She needed to ask if the girl was willing to earn some less liquid assets. Mrs. L's thoughts were unknown to Jiang Qiuqiu. She had already prepared all the side dishes. Now she just needed to start cooking. First up was carrot stew with beef brisket. This dish was a beginner-friendly beef recipe. It wasn't hard to make. The beef, after being blanched, was stir-fried in a pot, then seasoned with sauce, slightly colored, and then water was added before it was brought to a boil. While the soup was simmering, she took out the lamb that had soaked for over half an hour, sliced it into pieces about 5 millimeters thick. The soaked lamb still needed to be blanched. High heat would draw out the blood foam. She used a slotted spoon to remove the foam, then poured in and garlic water. The secret to making this lamb soup flavorful and spicy is adding Sichuan peppercorns, orange peel, and hawthorn before starting to cook. Lamb itself is tender and moist. When prepared well, it is crispy but not overcooked, rich but not greasy. It can stand out on its own without many side dishes. After adding the ingredients, Jiang Qiuxiu covers the pot with a lid. Mrs. AI Air comments, "Qiuxiu, try to use your healing energy to help the dish." Both dishes that need to be cooked are now on the stove. Next, she starts cooking. She heats the oil, turns on the cleaning robot, which mostly removes the smoke. When the oil reaches about 60% of the desired temperature, she adds old tofu. It's not very slippery, but frying it makes it taste wonderful. Since everyone is sensitive to strong flavors, she uses less chili. Once the tofu sets, Jiang Qiuxiu gently shakes the pan, causing the white cubes to roll around. Using high heat, she thickens the sauce. The aroma of the tofu quickly spreads far. Besides the tofu, she will also cook dried bamboo shoots with meat, tomato scrambled eggs, and after finishing the vegetarian dishes and placing them in the temperature-controlled box, only the last dish for today's lunch remains: braised pork. Jiang Qiuxiu has made braised pork many times. She is so skilled she can do it without looking and still succeed. At first, Mrs. AI Air, sitting beside the kitchen, could still work. But as the aroma grew stronger, she put down her device. She couldn't help but look up at Jiang Qiuxiu. Not only her, but also the small security guards passing by, attracted by the smell, couldn't help but stop and take a moment to enjoy it. Of course, outside the door, there was also someone else, Grandpa Yuan, drawn by the smell. Yuan Zhangwo was fishing in the garden. Because he retired early and has a lot of experience and a good position, he chose one of the best spots in the neighborhood. Not far from the flower garden, there's a fish pond. Usually, when he has free time, he plays with his mecha on the Star Network. After a while, when he gets tired of that, he invites a few neighbors from nearby to come fishing in the pond. Most of the fish are released after catching, and no one really eats them. It's mainly about enjoying the process. Today is a special day. AI Air came for follow-up check. Everyone around was afraid of being asked to drink nourishing liquid, so no one appeared. Only Yuan Zhangwo happily stayed by the fish pond. He thought AI Air is really a good doctor. When he was on the front lines before, he worked tirelessly to treat everyone, never stopping even when his mental strength was drained. Now that the war is over, the new generation has taken over, and they have stepped back. Yet she still cares so much. It's a pity that many who have stepped back no longer want to do that. Drinking nourishing liquid is too bitter. When he was young, he already endured so much hardship. Now, having to keep enduring more is too difficult. It's not like a magic cure, and it takes so many years. Living that long, he feels he has lived enough. Life is precious, but it should go naturally. Sometimes, death is not something to interfere with. After all, fallen leaves must return to their roots. He hopes AI Air won't come to see him in the next week. He happily swings his fishing rod. The hook moves, but the fish dare not bite the bait, so he can't catch any fish. Still, Yuan Zhangwo feels very happy. As a former elite soldier, Yuan Zhangwo's senses are very sharp. He quickly notices a faint, pleasant smell in the air today. It's subtle but very nice. Just a little scent is enough to make his mouth water. He stands up. Who is it? Who is doing this in the big yard? He follows the smell forward, eyes slightly closed. As he walks, he looks in the direction and gradually stops. Could it be his own home? His eyes show a look of surprise. His home looks no different from usual. The only difference is that a young girl is cooking in the kitchen. Cooking? The closer he gets, the stronger the smell. So, is this the smell of her cooking? He quietly sneaks around the living room. He peeks inside. The kitchen is just ahead, but it seems empty inside. Just as he leans forward again, a hand suddenly appears on his shoulder. What are you doing here, AI Air? How come you suddenly appeared behind me?
The food is ready.
I came to find you for lunch. Then AI Air's wife directly calls Yuan Zhangwo to the kitchen to serve the dishes. There are quite a few dishes. Come quickly and bring everything to the side hall. We're having lunch. Yuan Zhangwo doesn't refuse. He obediently follows her to the kitchen. Then he gets a more direct sense of the smell of the dishes and sees what they look like. The rich, Fragrant sauce looks very appealing, and the clear soup has no connection to the nourishing liquid. At this moment, he fell silent and said nothing. I will not eat. Watching the old man obediently pick up his bowl, Mrs. L sighed softly. Chiu had just brought the rice to the side hall. Seeing the two elders serving dishes, she quickly went over and said, Let me do it. No need. You should sit over there and wait. We'll serve, they replied, then quickly went to the side hall. Jiang Chiu smiled and scooped some lamb soup. Today, I cooked 8 dishes for lunch. They were piled on the round table, colorful and fragrant, making everyone around it look eager to eat. No one had started eating yet. Old Mr. Yuan held his chopsticks and said, Oh, I thought Chiu was joking about how tasty it was, but it's really this good. Cough, cough, Grandpa Yuan, you haven't started eating yet. No need to start. Just smelling this aroma makes me feel relaxed. Nothing compares to drinking the nourishing liquid, Yuan Zhengwo said seriously, holding his chopsticks. No wonder Elle said eating is like drinking the nourishing liquid. It's almost like a treatment. I can't wait to start the treatment now. Elle, let's eat. Hold on. Mrs. L grabbed Grandpa Yuan's chopsticks. You promised me that if you finish this meal, you would make a video of drinking the nourishing liquid every day for a week. Do you remember? Did I say that? Yuan Zhengwo looked surprised. I don't remember. L, are you sure you're not mistaken? Before he finished speaking, Mrs. L pressed a button on the terminal. A passionate speech from a man echoed at the dining table. I won't eat. I won't eat. I absolutely won't eat. Don't try to punish me. I'm going to the garden to fish. And our audio challenge is still on. You're breaking the rules. How can you record freely? That hurts me. Why are you like this? So, do you admit to the bet? If you don't, you can't eat. Yuan Zhengwo glanced at the food on the table, then hesitated over the nourishing liquid. He was conflicted for a moment. Then, he quickly reached for the braised pork. All right, I agree. They took turns, and it was quite interesting. Jiang Chiu thought that there are many ways to treat patients. Sometimes, she jokes and chats with them, making life quite lively. While thinking, Yuan Zhengwo had already eaten several pieces of meat. He was the fastest. Seeing Jiang Chiu eating politely, he said with a smile, Little girl, don't be shy. This is so tasty, eat more. I'll ask, he said, picking up a piece of braised pork. What kind of meat is this? It's so delicious. It's Gugu Beast meat. Gugu Beast? He was again overwhelmed by the fear of military rations. It was hard to believe. With a shocked face, Yuan Zhengwo ate several more pieces of braised pork. Grandpa Yuan, you shouldn't just eat meat. You can try other things like this carrot. No, he interrupted. The Federation suggested that soldiers should eat enough vegetables each month. The higher the mental power, the more vegetables they need. Yuan Zhengwo's monthly vegetable intake was quite large. He was tired of eating vegetables normally, and today he still had to eat more. He wanted to refuse. But before he finished refusing, he remembered that this was food made by a gifted healer with excellent culinary skills. Maybe. All right, I'll try. The carrots in the beef brisket stew had been simmered for a while, but they weren't too soft yet. They absorbed the aroma of the beef and were coated with rich, fragrant gravy, yet still retained a bit of the carrot's texture. The flavor was strong, but not overwhelming. It was very different from usual vegetables, and it surprised Yuan Zhengwo. This was also very delicious. So, his chopsticks kept moving between the braised beef and the carrot stew. He kept switching back and forth. He was sharing the love equally. Both gene hybrids and mental power users had big appetites. After nearly an hour, 8 plates on the table were mostly empty. The 3 of them were holding bowls, drinking mutton soup. The slightly spicy mutton soup was a favorite of Zhengwo. He sipped 2 bowls but wasn't satisfied, so he went to the kitchen to fetch a big bowl of broth himself. When he left, he was alone, but when he returned, he was followed by a small tail. A young teenager, dressed in a light blue down jacket, with gray-white hair, looking fresh and smiling brightly, came in with him. He first greeted Mrs. AI politely, then suddenly realized there was another person here. He spoke. Good afternoon, little sister. Which family are you from? Jiang Chiu looked up. met his gaze, and was about to say hello when she saw the young man standing still. He was stunned for 3 seconds, then his face lit up with joy. Chiu, 372. Meeting a little fan at first glance, he instinctively called out the name of his idol. After that initial reaction, he confirmed it again. He had seen this face many times, hundreds of times, and there was no way he could be mistaken. He was actually seeing a real Chiu. The young man was clearly lively and energetic. After making eye contact with Jiang Qiuxiu, he quickly ran from Grandpa Yuan's side to Jiang Qiuxiu's and excitedly started to introduce himself. "Grandpa, this is the person I told you about who cooks incredibly well, #1 in the whole Federation, the food magician. Whoever she cooks, it's always super delicious, the master of braised chicken and the master of BB beast meat." Before Jiang Qiuxiu could react, he was circling around her, praising her with colorful words. Speaking sincerely. Jiang Qiuxiu. Even she, confident as she was, found it a bit overwhelming. Finally, Grandpa Yuan called him to stop, saying, "I'm about to pour the soup. If you want some, sit down yourself and stop talking so much." Didn't he notice the girl was already feeling shy? All right, I got it. Bye, responded. He then sat gently beside Jiang Qiuxiu and softly asked, "May I sit here?" "Of course," Jiang Qiuxiu said. As soon as she agreed, he shifted slightly and sat steadily on the stool. The remaining lamb soup in the big pot was less than 4 bowls. Each person had a spoon, but it wasn't even enough to fill the bottom. Grandpa Yuan saw his bowl wasn't full and looked a bit unhappy, complaining to his grandson. "You didn't come back for dinner. Just drink nutritional liquid outside and eat at the rotating restaurant." Why come back? Bai had already finished his bowl of soup. But at this moment, Bai was too distracted to reply. This was the first time he tasted a delicious meal made by Juju in real life. Unlike the food he usually grabbed during live streams, real food had a richer, more comforting aroma. Drinking hot soup made him feel warm all over. He ate big bites of meat and sipped the soup eagerly. Along with the warm feeling, he also felt an unmatched sense of fullness. As the flavors of lamb soup exploded in his mouth, he felt happiness so deep that he couldn't even find the right words to describe it, except for happiness itself. Wait, why are there suddenly so many empty bowls in his hands? He opened his eyes and saw that the soup in his bowl was already gone. The lamb soup was finished and old Mr. Yuan had eaten enough. At this moment, Mrs. AI Air took him to the diagnosis room to observe his mental state. To keep Jiang Qiuxiu from feeling bored, old Mr. Yuan asked his grandson, Yuan Bai, to take her for a walk. This made Yuan Bai feel very excited. "Juju, hello. Can I introduce myself in front of you?" He looked at Jiang Qiuxiu eagerly. Jiang Qiuxiu looked at his expression with some helplessness.
"Of course," she said.
She wasn't a bad person. "Hello, my name is Yuan Bai. I've been following you since you were making small cakes. I'm your biggest fan." Before they met, he had prepared 1,000 words to say to his idol. But now, he only added one more sentence. "I'm very happy to meet you. I'm Jiang Qiuxiu." "I'm also very happy to meet you. Qiuxiu? Not Juju. Is that your real name? Like the autumn season?" he asked with curiosity. Jiang Qiuxiu nodded. Right after she nodded, Yuan Bai couldn't help but smile foolishly. Yuan Bai thought to himself that he was probably one of the very few people who knew Juju's real name. Knowing something others didn't was just too wonderful. He smiled happily to himself. Jiang Qiuxiu, curious, asked, "Why are you so happy all of a sudden?" "Because of you." Yuan Bai looked lively and full of energy. "Today is just a dream come true." He went home casually, smelled something delicious, and wanted to have some soup. Suddenly, he saw Juju. Not only did he see her, but he also ate a bowl of soup made by Juju herself. Besides drinking soup, I also greeted Juju face to face and learned her real name. Surprisingly, I even thought, maybe today I can add your contact to my device. I openly expressed my liking for Jiang Qiuxiu. Seeing her confident and straightforward attitude, I couldn't help but smile. She said, "Adding a contact isn't just a maybe. It will definitely happen today." After that, she showed me her personal contact code. I was a bit surprised but quickly added her as a friend. Once the friend request was accepted, I put away my device. We then went outside to walk around the garden while chatting. Most of my questions were about live streaming, covering many different topics. It was clear I was a dedicated fan of her live streams. Juju, what dish are you planning to prepare for the next regional competition? I haven't decided yet, she replied. I was shocked. Do you come up with dishes on the spot? Not exactly, Jiang Qiuxiu said. I think of many dishes beforehand and then decide which one to cook at the last minute. I nodded, realizing that the choice of dish was unpredictable. What's on the menu for tomorrow's product showcase? Jiang Qiuxiu had already prepared this. It will probably be rice rolls, BB beef meatballs, and fried gugu chicken fillets. These are the 3 dishes most often featured. People who follow the food showcase are familiar with these items. I love eating rice rolls. Hearing about them made me happy, but I still had a question in my mind. Juju, can I ask you something related to the food showcase? If it's offensive, you don't have to answer. No, go ahead. These 3 dishes are shown most often. Is it because you really like making them? Or is it because... I paused and asked, are they simpler to prepare? This was a question that touched the soul. Jiang Qiuxiu didn't hide it. Both reasons. The main factor is that they are easier and can be made in larger portions more easily. Got it. We fans can understand. Making so many dishes is tiring enough. If they are too complicated, Juju would be too exhausted. Talking about fans, I shared many funny stories from the fan group with Jiang Qiuxiu. It included stories about fighting against online haters, how a group of older fans disguised themselves as moderators to block fake accounts, how they tricked new fans into looking at the display window so they wouldn't take up spots, and all the funny moments of organizing votes together. Jiang Qiuqiu listened carefully and often said to Yuan Bai, "Thank you all." Walks always seemed to pass quickly. As evening fell, Mrs. Iyer had already finished checking Mr. Yuan's mental state. The time for the private hover car to pick them up was near, and Jiang Qiuqiu had to go home. Yuan Bai waved goodbye to his idol with great reluctance. Mr. Yuan also waved goodbye with teary eyes, unwilling to part. Of course, he was emotional. If he wanted to see the young girl again next time, he would at least need to finish a whole basket of nutrient drinks. The hover car slowly disappeared into the distance. The grandfather and grandson, each with their own thoughts, entered the house. Yuan Bai clung to his grandfather, asking, "Why did Qiuqiu come to our house today? Did Grandma Iyer bring her over as a guest? Will she come again next time?" Yuan Zhangwo replied, "She didn't come as a guest. She came to treat my injury." Injury? Yuan Bai was surprised. Is she a mental healer too?
Wow.
Qiuqiu is amazing. Then will she come again for the next checkup? Not necessarily. Yuan Zhangwo sighed. Your Grandma Iyer is really clever. She knew to bring someone to treat me. She even said bringing Qiuqiu was to give me a change of pace. But right after that, she warned me that if I don't drink my mental recovery liquid on time, she won't bring Qiuqiu over again. Yuan Bai's eyes lit up. She actually threatened me. Yuan Zhangwo said angrily. Do I look like someone who's afraid of threats? He decided not to drink it today, but to start tomorrow. Where are you going? Yuan Zhangwo noticed his grandson walking away after only a few words. Grandpa, I'm just going to get something. I'll be right back, Yuan Bai called out. When Yuan Bai returned, he was holding several silver tubes of liquid. Before his grandfather could speak, Yuan Bai placed 6 tubes in front of him. Grandpa, it's time to take your medicine. Meanwhile, the hover car on the return trip moved through the dim night. The snowy evening didn't offer much of a view. The surroundings were dark, but with the heater on inside, it wasn't cold at all. Jiang Qiuqiu used the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors to draw small pictures on the mirror of the floating car. Then Mrs. Iyer called her, Qiuqiu. Mrs. Iyer, is something the matter? I want to discuss something with you. Mrs. Iyer spoke seriously. Jiang Qiuqiu also became serious. What is it? How do you feel about cooking today? Are you tired? I wouldn't say tired. She could handle this level of activity now. I enjoy cooking, so I don't find it tiring. It's like this. The matter was a bit long, so Mrs. Iyer summarized it briefly. In short, she wanted to hire Jiang Qiuqiu to cook at her comrade's house. That Jiang Qiuqiu looked uncomfortable. I'm afraid I can't do that. I usually need to do live streams at home, and I'll start school early next year. If I have to cook every day, I probably won't have enough time. Not every day, Mrs. Iyer shook her head. About twice a week. Jiang Qiuqiu was still thinking, then Mrs. Iyer added, I remember you're going to Federation University, right? After you start school, you won't need to go to their house. You can just prepare everything at school. As a trade, they will provide you with healing crystals. Healing crystals, a new, unfamiliar item appeared in Jiang Qiuqiu's mind. She paused and asked, What are healing crystals? Have you heard of the Stone of Fate? Of course. The small stone used to measure mental strength. Everyone in the Federation should know about it. Are healing stones related to the Stone of Fate? Yes, they come from the same planet. You haven't reached the level of advanced healer yet. Once you do, and start training your mental power, using healing crystals will make your work much easier. Jiang Qiuqiu also considered this. Cooking twice a week after starting school at Federation University is much less stressful than every day. Plus, in the Interstellar Era, it's very convenient to store ingredients in thermal boxes. She can prepare everything in her free time and just take it out when needed. Building good relationships is very beneficial for her. If that's the case, then I should be able to handle it. That's great. Mrs. AI smiled warmly. Those old guys are lucky to have such good fortune. When they got home, it was already evening. Since there was no live broadcast task today, Jiang Qiuqiu finished washing up. Remembering that Xiao Qian's matter was still unresolved, she called Mingmei Jia. Is this Qiuqiu? A low voice answered on the other end. Mingmei Jia, what's wrong? I feel something might go wrong. Jiang Qiuqiu frowned. What happened? I don't really know. Mingmei felt that the situation with the Federation's live broadcast was changing too quickly. But the previous editor-in-chief was replaced because he was corrupt and colluding with powerful people. Now, they want to replace the current editor-in-chief. This is Xiao Qian, the young master of the Federation's live broadcast. I don't know the exact reason. The headquarters said our branch might need a new editor-in-chief, replacing the young boss. Yes, Mingmei was very worried about Xiao Qian. I saw the internal news, and everyone was stunned. I sent a message to Xiao Qian, but he hasn't replied. I also contacted my mentor at headquarters. She doesn't know what's going on either. I'm scared now. Could something have happened to Xingxing Qian? Although this guess sounded strange, could he have encountered space pirates on his way back? Maybe he was kidnapped, and the headquarters is trying to stabilize things by replacing the editor-in-chief. Otherwise, she really couldn't think of any reason why the young boss would disappear from the company. After experiencing so many things, Mingmei had already become a capable editor. Jiang Qiuqiu rarely saw her so flustered. Don't worry, Mingmei Jia. Jiang Qiuqiu comforted her. Kidnapping is unlikely. If it were kidnapping, there would be some news. It's probably something else. Right now, there's no one to ask. This made Jiang Qiuqiu remember. Mingmei Jia, do you remember the eldest daughter of the Deus family? She should be in the same circle as Xiao Qian, right? Maybe we should ask her. Yes. We can ask her. After finding a breakthrough, Mingmei quickly arranged her plans for tomorrow. Xiao Qian had once taken her in a floating car to visit Meilin's home, so she knew the address there. She decided to bring some gifts to visit, hoping to learn something useful. Otherwise, should I go with you tomorrow? No need. Mingmei declined. You're going live the day after tomorrow. Just stay home and prepare tomorrow. Deus's family is in the wealthy district and I don't have her contact info. We might not get in easily, so we'll have to wait there for a while. She kept talking about related matters involving Qian Xingxing, her concern obvious in her words. Jiang Qiuqiu understood clearly. Then, Mingmei, you should rest early before your trip tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. After ending the call, Jiang Qiuqiu felt less sleepy. Qian Xingxing didn't expect to be controlled like this. He left the company feeling anxious. He planned to go to the branch office overnight, but Qian Duoduo sent him a message saying she wanted to talk to him more that evening. He admitted his mistakes and said many things. Although there was no need to discuss this anymore, facing his former father's gentle words, he hesitated but still decided to meet. He thought he was there to accept an apology, but he didn't expect. When the man arrived, His attitude was aloof and commanding. He said, "Xingxing, I'm here to inform you, not to ask for your opinion." Qian Duoduo stood in front of him, his tall figure casting a shadow over Qian Xingxing. "You must send this message." "No way." Qian Xingxing immediately refused. Qian Duoduo sighed. "Really? I will never admit to those things. You have a strong pride." Not sure what he was thinking, Qian Duoduo suddenly sat down in front of Qian Xingxing. "Xingxing, you've really grown up. You used to be like a child, never acting like this," he said with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. If it had been before, Qian Xingxing would have seen these words as his father's deep love. But now, at this moment, he longed for the past, yet just a moment ago, he wanted to force his illegitimate son into his mother's. How ironic. However, stars, growing up comes with a price. After becoming more sensible, you'll have many weaknesses. Qian Duoduo looked at him with a gentle smile. "You will agree. I believe so." Then, Qian Duoduo went upstairs. Qian Xingxing didn't want to think about these things. He grabbed his coat and tried to leave, but just at the door, he was stopped by the housekeeper robot. "Sorry, you don't have permission to leave." "Ruda, move aside." "Sorry, you don't have permission to use me." He realized he had been tricked. His father called him back, but it wasn't to apologize or discuss. It was to imprison him. He rushed upstairs and kept knocking on Qian Duoduo's door, but there was no response. He made loud noises, but just behind the door, Qian Duoduo sat beside the smart housekeeper, watching the security cameras outside, resting his chin on his hand. As children grow up, they need proper guidance. Qian Xingxing waited outside for 2 hours. He couldn't hold it anymore, so he returned to his room, trying to contact Mingmei through his device. But when he opened it, he found his device was restricted in this house and couldn't connect to the internet or send messages. The next day, he wanted to talk to Qian Duoduo, but it was all useless. Qian Duoduo ignored him. Along with his father's silence, he saw the housekeeper robot announce the company's order. His position at the branch was terminated. That was his effort for over half a year. The branch had various streamers he supported, a familiar work environment, and people he wanted to see. After reading the message, the housekeeper robot directly dialed the live streaming company's line. Qian Duoduo's elegant face appeared in front of Qian Xingxing. "Xingxing, do you see the surprise I brought you?" Qian Xingxing clenched his fists. "How could you do this?" "Why not?" Qian Duoduo smiled. "This is the first lesson I give you. Don't reject everything so easily because it might lead to consequences you're unwilling to accept. Do you really have to do this?" 377 The Victory of the Cunning, Appearances of a Gentleman. Qian Xingxing looked at his father confidently talking on the screen. Suddenly, he felt like crying, but at the same time, he didn't want to cry in front of Qian Duoduo. "What have you done to Mom? Are your feelings for your mother fake? She likes you so much, and you used to. That person isn't really your mother's son. The son she had with another woman is not your brother. How sad must she be?" When talking about that gentle woman, Qian Duoduo momentarily lost focus. He thought he was still willing to let Qian Xingxing be his heir, perhaps as a way to make up for that gentle woman. It was also his last bit of love for her. "Your mother is a sensible person. If she were here, she wouldn't refuse because she wouldn't want to make things difficult for me. Xingxing, your stubbornness makes it hard for Dad, but you are Dad's most loved son. I won't hurt you." But then he changed the subject. "I know you care about many people. What are you trying to do?" Xingxing asked anxiously. "This is our family matter. Dad, don't drag others into this. You're calling me Dad again. It seems the people at the branch office really matter to you. Our company fires some underperforming editors every year." He spoke slowly and calmly. Xingxing felt his heart grow cold. In just 2 or 3 days, it seemed like he had gone through things he had never experienced before. Everything from the past suddenly collapsed. He was behind a wall, unable to escape because the person behind him was someone he wanted to protect. He shouldn't have agreed to these rude demands. Xingxing made one last effort. "Dad, how many children does Mom have? Do Uncle and the others know?" "Even if I admit it, Uncle knows. Actually, anyone could publish this news. I could too, but Dad wants you to do it." Not only to make the news more believable, but also because Qian Duo wanted to control Xingxing. Xingxing, in 10 minutes, Dad will go to a meeting. I won't be home today. Qian Duo gave his final warning. If you don't tell Dad the answer, the new editor-in-chief will start tomorrow. He doesn't like young female editors. At that moment, Xingxing was forced to make a choice he didn't want to. Then the man on the screen smiled and said, "You are a good child. Dad loves you the most." Suddenly, Xingxing felt that love was disgusting. You just waited home for news. You are still the most favored young master of the Qian family. Finally, this is the second lesson your father gave you, to attack a person's weakness, which is the easiest way to win. After saying that, Qian Duo hung up the call. He felt very happy because he had once again achieved a complete victory in his fight with his son. He gave a slap and quickly offered his sweet treat in return. The housekeeper robot immediately issued a second notice. The branch editor remains unchanged, but the official letter was sent to the wrong recipient. However, the door access and internet inside the house still haven't been restored. The cold wind was fierce as Mingmei drove her floating car to Deus's castle. She wanted to get closer, but she was quickly stopped by security. The castle of a noble family is equipped with guns. When she came with Qian Xingxing, she didn't see such strict security, but now, coldly, a gun was pointed at her from afar. Please do not come any closer. No matter how much she tried to explain, Mingmei was just an ordinary person. Being pointed at by a gun, she instinctively stepped back, but thinking of Qian Xingxing, who had not responded, she didn't leave. She asked, "I'm here to deliver food to Miss Deus. May I please go in? Do you have an appointment?" An invitation? Mingmei didn't answer. That meant no. Security shook his head. "Please leave." Mingmei clenched her fists. "I came here once before. Please send a message to Miss Deus for me. No invitation, no entry. Please leave." The situation became tense. Mingmei couldn't think of a better solution, so she could only wait there. Security told her to stand further away. She didn't want to be too far, but she was still driven back by the gun. There was no choice but to move further away. Soon, light snow began to fall, gradually turning heavier, covering the ground with a white blanket. Now, Mingmei was glad she was wearing a bright red coat. She didn't know what Miss Deus was doing, hoping she might come out once. Meanwhile, her beloved Merlin was at home directing the chefs. The 5 head chefs of Deus's household were busy under her command. In the large kitchen, Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream was clear, with bright sound. "Today, I want to eat tofu. Everyone study how to make this tofu. Yes, Mississippi, make sure it's exactly the same. Whoever makes the tastiest tofu." Merlin thought for a moment, deciding money was the best reward. "I'll give him 10,000 star coins." The chefs, who had been a bit lazy, quickly got to work upon hearing about the 10,000. Seeing the busy kitchen, she nodded with satisfaction. Can't this Federation live streaming company just hold a few more competitions each day? After one match, they even have a break, which makes Jiang Juju not stream for several days. They really don't understand design. When I have time, I must ask Uncle Qian to improve it. Back in her room, lying on her heavy lace-round bed, Merlin thought, "This is so boring. Has life been this dull since graduation?" She thought being a socialite and celebrity would be fun, but it's just attending boring parties with disgusting people. It's better to go back to school.
School. Yes.
I want to go to school. But if I go back, I can't go to the girls' academy again. I already graduated from there. Going back would make it seem like I didn't learn enough. I need to find a school where I can continue studying. Which school should I choose? Never mind, such complicated things are better left to Jiang. Oh, where is Jiang? She called a few times for the butler, but no one answered. So she got up and sent Jiang a quick message. "Merlin, where are you?" Jiang is currently in the main house. The Das family has only one daughter. The Duke is very fond of his precious daughter, like giving stars but not the moon. Recently, he noticed her expenses had increased a bit. It's not a big deal, but any change warrants asking about it. "Merlin, what has she been doing lately? Why are her pocket expenses a bit higher? Miss has been really fond of eating lately. Zhang replied respectfully. The chef she likes is quite expensive. Well, then why not invite the chef to come to the house? That chef is quite costly. The Duke expressed his doubts. He asked, costly? How much? 100 million? 1 billion? Or 100 billion? If Merlin really likes her, there's no harm in inviting him over. He sent out an olive branch, but the other side refused. All right, said the old Duke, who didn't like to force others. If you don't want to, that's fine. Spending some money isn't a problem, and it gives Merlin something to do. I often am not at home. The old butler told me Merlin likes you. Don't betray the young lady's trust. Understood, he replied. While they were talking, Zhang's device beeped. It was a special message tone from the young lady. He glanced at it. Duke, the young lady is looking for me. Merlin is looking for you? Then go ahead. Zhang nodded. I'll take my leave. As he stepped out, his device beeped again. The old Duke transferred some money to him. 1 million stars. The message simply said, take good care of the young lady. He finally understood why so many people once fought to serve the Deus family. It truly is a wonderful, generous, and friendly family. Both the head of the family and the young lady are very kind. Lowering his gaze, he prepared to go to the main residence. Before he even entered, a maid stopped him. Manager Zhang, someone is here to see the young lady. Who is it? Do they have an appointment? No appointment, but I heard they came once before, bringing food for the young lady. The maid, who had been outside cleaning, was stopped by Mingmei. She remembered seeing Mingmei come here before and knew her story about visiting once. The visitor wanted her to pass a message inside, promising. She felt a shameful flutter in her heart. Bringing food, Zhang quickly sent a message to Merlin after hearing those words. Soon after, Merlin hurried downstairs, still wearing a proud smile. Star is very clever. They came again to bring something for the young lady. Zhang, let's go. They headed to the main gate together. In the snow and wind, a lone figure dressed in red was especially noticeable. Security saw Merlin and immediately saluted. Young lady, go call the person at the gate inside. Mingmei's hands were sore from rubbing, but she finally saw Merlin. She quickly got into the car, carrying a thermal box, and hurried into the Deus family estate. Next to the gate was a small reception room with heating. Merlin, afraid of the cold, took 3 people there. What did you send? Who is coming to deliver things? Miss Deus. Please help us. Mingmei stood up and bowed to Merlin. What's going on? Merlin looked at her reaction, hesitated, and asked, what happened? Did your company go bankrupt? No, it's not that. Mingmei explained that she lost contact with Xiao Qian and that now, with the upcoming PK, they can't reach Xiao Qian. The branch company is also facing a change of chief editor. Everything is uncertain, and everyone is worried. We also can't get in touch with the headquarters, so we're here to ask if you know what's been happening with the Qian family lately. She spoke a lot, but Merlin's mind was only filled with live broadcast, PK, worry, uncertainty. Uncertainty. Could it affect that little Chu's future? I don't know what happened, Merlin said. But I can ask around. Wait here a moment, I'll send a message to Uncle Qian. The Qian family and the Deus family are both part of the upper class, and they share contact information. The Deus family is a wealthy and powerful noble family, higher in status than the Qian family. So when Merlin called Qian Duo, he was very friendly, and his tone was warm and pleasant. But Merlin didn't feel that way. Since childhood, except for that group of women, almost everyone spoke to her like that. What she cared about most now was Uncle Qian. What's been happening with Xingxing lately? She asked directly. Her message made Qian Duo freeze. It's Merlin Deus, the only daughter of the Deus family. Why would she ask about Xingxing? He paused, and Merlin tensed up. What's wrong? Is something serious? Nothing's wrong. Then why can't we contact him recently? Recently, something small happened at our home, and he hasn't been in touch with the outside world. What's wrong, Merlin? Are you looking for him? If he's fine, then there's no problem. By the way, is he planning to stop working at your branch? Then everything's fine. After exchanging a few polite words, Merlin ended the call. On the other side, Qian Duoduo looked at Merlin's ID number and fell into thought. The shining star of the Deus family, the only heir. Whoever can take the crown jewel will wear the crown. Having wealth and noble status can surely bring the Qian family to the top. It seems he needs to reevaluate his son once again. Does the star fall on the crown? Hey, you heard that. Nothing's wrong. Then I'll send a message to little Qian. She opened her device and saw the message sent in the morning, which canceled the notice about changing the editor-in-chief. She had been standing in the snow and didn't realize it. Just sending a message to little Qian and not getting a reply. But she already checked the situation with his father, so Mingmei felt at ease even without a response. She quickly stood up to thank the person. Merlin raised his hand. It's just a small favor. No need to apologize. Consider it your reward for bringing me food. By the way, after you go back, you should quickly tell this streamer that everything's fine, and she doesn't need to worry. Okay, I understand. The atmosphere briefly became tense. Mingmei and Merlin came from very different circles, so they had little to talk about. Plus, the young lady was hungry, so she asked, "Miss, do you have anything else to say?" "No. Thank you for your help today. It's just a small matter." Merlin didn't mind. He stood up. "Do you need me to send a hover car to take you home?" "No need, Miss Merlin. I'll drive myself." "Then would you like to come to my house for a warm cup of tea?" "No. Thank you." Mingmei stood up, shook off the snow from her body. "There are still things at the company I need to attend to, so I have to go back." "All right." "Wait a moment." Merlin suddenly remembered something and stopped Mingmei. "Can I add your device ID?" "Of course." After exchanging contact info, they parted in the snow. On her way back in the hover car, Mingmei also checked in on Jiang Qiuxiu to ensure she was safe. At the Deus residence, Jiang carried a food box and said, "Miss Mingmei really likes that streamer. Her cooking does have some flavor. Let's go back now." When she reached her room, she finished eating the food that was sent over. At this moment, the kitchen also served the tofu she requested. The chef who prepared it was truly a top-tier professional. The flavor was about 60% perfect. It was a pity. She took a few bites and then put down her chopsticks. "Let's give the reward to the chef who made the fourth dish." "How do you think I can invite her to my house to cook just for me?" she asked. Miss often made such wishful statements. Jiang thought for a moment and said, "Maybe buying the Federation Live broadcast company could work, but I have to become the head of the Deus family first. I don't have that much money right now." Upon hearing this, Jiang smiled. The young lady always said the most adorable and strange things. That day at home, the military personnel arrived. As Xiao Qing had previously mentioned, after testing, the military believed Jiang Qiuxiu indeed had the ability to intervene in gene collapse, and her ability could grow stronger over time. They sent a high-ranking minister to discuss this matter with Jiang Qiuxiu. MOC was not present, but everything was handled very formally. From explaining the benefits Jiang Qiuxiu could receive to her obligations, each detail was carefully considered. They did not bully her just because she was young. All the terms were very favorable to her. At first, she thought MOC was looking out for her, but after quietly asking, the other side shook their head. "We follow the rules. The General's military office never shows favoritism. Even if Your Excellency was recommended by someone, that person only deserves credit for the recommendation. The honor is all yours." After saying this, he pushed a letter of appointment toward Jiang Qiuxiu. "You can decide whether to fill it out. We look forward to working with you." After carefully reading the terms, Jiang Qiuxiu signed her name in the lower right corner of the appointment letter. The minister shook her hand and said, "From today on, you are officially a mental health therapist appointed by the Federation military. No matter where you are, we will do our best to protect you." Later, the two exchanged terminal numbers, making it clear they could contact each other through the terminal if needed. Before leaving, Jiang Qiuxiu remembered something. "Oh, Minister Wang, wait a moment. I have a question for you." I have a question. Didn't you guys pick up a hybrid soldier with a leopard gene from the rescue center to be an experiment? How is he doing at the military headquarters? Is he getting better? If he is to continue as an experiment, should I keep bringing food to the military and observe his reactions?" When she asked, the atmosphere suddenly became tense for a moment. Minister Wang and the person accompanying him exchanged a glance. both surprised that Jiang Qiuxiu brought this up. It was originally just a simple, routine question to show concern, but their reactions made the situation seem unusual. What's wrong? Is Brother Leopard not doing well? It's more than just not doing well. Actually, the general had previously said not to tell this young mental healer about the matter. But since she asked, not answering was also a form of response. Well, Miss Jiang. He explained the situation briefly in just a few words. Jiang Qiuxiu listened in silence for a moment, feeling suddenly down. When she sent the two military staff out, Minister Wang couldn't help but comfort the girl, who looked about the same age as his daughter. This was his own choice. You've helped him, but many things can't be forced, just like Brother Leopard's complete animal transformation. I understand. Thank you all. After they left, Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't help but recall what they said. The leopard who returned to human form was not because of a gene collapse, but was truly a last glimpse of hope. He transformed into an animal shortly after being taken to the military headquarters. Following his own will, the military didn't release him after his transformation. Instead, they ended his life at his conscious last moment. It was a way to stop Brother Leopard from suffering. He asked the military to cover up what happened. He wanted the rescue center staff to remain hopeful and confident. After all, he was cured. 392 people with gene collapse. This was the first time Jiang Qiuxiu faced death since arriving in this era. Not someone dying in front of her, but someone she knew, her patient. They disappeared quietly, without a trace. It wasn't because of her, but she felt a strange emptiness in her heart all afternoon. Until Mingmei Jie sent a message saying that Xiao Qian was fine. I only then realized what was happening. After preparing the dishes for tomorrow's live broadcast, Jiang Qiuxiu lay down early and started searching for topics like gene collapse and the animalistic transformation of retired soldiers. Unlike previous searches, which mostly had clear answers, there wasn't much content about this on StarNet. Gene collapse is believed to be caused by incomplete human evolution. Over a long period, humans, in order to survive in space and fight the insect race, instinctively awakened many animal genes from the ancient blue star era in the new Federation galaxy. People gained stronger strength, better physical health, and mental power, enough to pilot mechs and fight against insects and aliens, eventually becoming the rulers of the new galaxy. But with power, there are also problems. Not everyone can get perfect strength. Those who are affected by imperfect power are called gene collapse sufferers. The final fate of gene collapse sufferers is usually similar. Only the timing varies. Almost no one can interfere. Over 50 years ago, a royal prince developed this disease. He was very talented and loved, and dozens of the strongest mental healers at the time tried to treat him, but nothing helped. His death marked the end of this disease's story. If it couldn't be cured then, ordinary people who get it will just have to wait for death. There is also a small online group called the Gene Collapse Sufferers Alliance. Jiang Qiuxiu hesitated for a moment whether to click in, but in the end she did. It was a simple post. I don't understand how I was diagnosed with this disease. I'm only 47. I wanted to spend my life fighting on the battlefield for the Federation. I got sick with this disease. Why wasn't it caught earlier? I'm married and have children. I'd rather die on the battlefield, where I could get a pension. How can I tell my wife and kids? Is there something wrong with my genes? Will it be passed on? I'm in the early stage now. I saw a post here before. A poster also has this disease, but she's optimistic and has been fine for 20 years. Everyone, don't worry too much. Relax. Retired soldiers don't need to worry. The Federation won't forget us. I am recording my health condition here. I am a mixed blood of Tibetan antelope genes, with level of mental strength. At 31 years old, I was diagnosed with genetic collapse syndrome. In the first month, I felt very good. In the second month, my condition remained okay. In the third month, unbelievable, I met a very kind and cute girl at the help center who wanted to donate natural food. She kept trying to contact me through my device. In the first year, I couldn't resist such a warm-hearted girl. I went to the military hospital for a checkup, and my health was still very good. This made me wonder if I really had the illness at all. Below, A group of patients is congratulating him. He also smiles and shares their happiness. Jang Kikyu can't help but smile when she sees this. In the third year, my reaction is still very mild. She isn't married yet and says she wants to be my girlfriend. I feel both scared and excited. Should I agree? She is just an ordinary, kind girl. I went to the hospital for a detailed checkup. The doctor said they couldn't confirm what the future holds. I felt confused. In the fourth year, my condition slightly worsened. The doctor said it was because of my emotional stress and told me to relax. That girl found out about this and left. She said she didn't want to make things difficult for me and told me to take good care of myself so the illness wouldn't get worse. I miss her very much. After she left, I thought about many things and my condition worsened again. It's clear that this person is very humorous and lively. Even at this point, he comforted the other patients who follow his updates. Someone in the community once said that health and mood are unrelated, but I experienced it myself. They are connected. So everyone should stay relaxed and happy. Life is not just about surviving. Jang Kikyu scrolls down and sees that the girl came back, and they had ups and downs, facing disapproval from their parents, disagreements, but eventually they got married. Then, in the 13th year, everything suddenly stopped. The original poster never appeared again. The only comments left were from those who later joined the community. Most posts in this group are like that. Jang Kikyu reads a few more articles but stops, feeling a bit overwhelmed inside. And suddenly, she really wanted to work hard at training, studying, and becoming someone who could truly overcome difficulties and cure genetic breakdowns. She thought that sometimes her ideas were very naive. She wasn't a superhero, but she occasionally wanted to save the world. At night, MOC contacted her. He was talking about Brother Baozi's situation. I was planning to keep it from you. Why keep it from me? Are you afraid I can't accept it? Jiang Qiuxiu asked him.
MOC hadn't thought about it that way.
He saw Jiang Qiuxiu's strength. Even if she was sad upon hearing the news, she wouldn't fall apart. Just that, I guess the people at the help center will come to ask you about the situation. If you don't know the details, you can hide it. But if you find out, MOC said, it will be difficult for you. But after thinking carefully, he said, there's nothing difficult about it. I will follow Brother Baozi's last wishes and tell them I am safe. When the time is right, even if she reports her safety, Xiao Qing and the others will know the truth. They talked a bit more about Brother Baozi. Jiang Qiuxiu asked MOC how things were on the Polar Star. Every year, they come here. The soldiers are very tired. I don't know when the war between humans and insects will end. Hopefully it will be soon. I also don't know when I will become very strong. The reason she felt this way was clear to MOC. The more he understood, the more he thought the girl was precious. He softly comforted her. Qiuxiu, you are improving very quickly. With time, you will definitely become the strongest mental healer in the Federation. I want to treat patients with genetic breakdowns. You will definitely succeed in the future. The words he said about the black hole will come true. As Jiang Qiuxiu spoke, her eyes lit up with fierce determination and fighting spirit. As an ordinary girl born under the national flag and raised in spring breezes, Jiang Qiuxiu truly wanted to help others whenever she had the ability. Not out of naive compassion. Across thousands of years, time had given her special abilities, and she wanted to use them. Not to let the pearl be tarnished, but to make it shine brightly. And to walk a different path from others. A new journey. Let's go. With a quick move, she began a healing mental energy meditation. Tomorrow, Jiang Qiuxiu will be full of energy again. Support our district's representative. On the day the district competition started, Xiao Qian finally returned. When he came back, he also brought some good recommendations, which boosted Jiang Qiuxiu's popularity even more. She easily defeated today's opponent, the top game commentator in the district. Her first win was successful. Although she didn't win the main category, everyone in the branch was very happy. Mingmei was also very happy, but she noticed that Xiao Qian's mood didn't seem very high. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Mingmei asked as she approached his office during the cheers. Since you returned from headquarters, you don't seem very happy. I'm fine. Qian Xingxing forced a smile.
Just a bit tired.
Oh, tired? Then you should rest more, she said, pausing for a moment. Did something happen at home? We couldn't reach you earlier, so I went to Miss Merlin's house to ask her to call Mr. Qian. He said some things happened at your home. Is that why you're feeling down? You actually went to see Merlin? Qian Xingxing understood. No wonder yesterday Qian Duo suddenly sent him a message, saying he still had his old charm and many young girls were chasing after him. So that's what happened. What's wrong? Should I not have gone to see Miss Merlin? Mingmei asked. No. Qian Xingxing saw that Mingmei's expression was off, so he quickly took her hand. Thank you for going to see her.
Thank you for caring about me.
Mingmei blushed for a moment, then pulled her hand back from Qian Xingxing's. Her tone became gentle and slightly reproachful. If there's nothing else, I'll go now. After Mingmei left, Qian Xingxing sat at his desk, thinking for a long time. He casually looked around and saw the logo of the Federation live streaming company hidden in the office. This company, named after the Federation, was the blood, sweat, and effort of the Qian family, his grandfather and great-grandfather. He inherited his grandfather's ambitions and wanted to make the company great. But his father, Qian Duo, had clearly gone astray. He needed to set things straight. It was impossible to inherit the company from him. He wanted to become the new boss. Qian Xingxing was full of determination, and Jiang Qiuxiu was also full of determination. Recently, whether she is live streaming cooking or cooking casually, she no longer uses her previous relaxed style. Instead, she has adopted the method taught by Mrs. AI, focusing her mental energy and concentrating fully on cooking. It's been a short time, so she is a bit inexperienced, but her progress is very clear. Her improvement is almost visible to the eye. By deeply developing her mental strength, her dishes have become tastier. As a result, Jiang Qiuxiu is more confident about winning first place. Her confidence shows on her face, and naturally, her fans cheer loudly, supporting her everywhere with banners and cheers. And she doesn't only have her own fans. Since she became the top in the food section, other streamers who had lost to her have also spoken out. Lu Bai. The food section's competitions are still ongoing. Please continue to support at Jiangjujiu and vote for the talented chef. Today Snow, sending a vote for at Jiangjujiu in the competition. Let's help her climb the rankings. Food Love, vote for our colleague at Jiangjujiu. Let's push the food section's ranking higher. Stepping out of this door, she automatically represents the food section. This is no longer just a battle between streamers, but a contest between districts. She will lead US toward glory. In the past, the food section's rankings were never very high because there was no one who truly impressed all the streamers as number one. Without a clear leader, the others couldn't be suppressed, and the strength of the food section was scattered, making it hard to rise. Also, their skills weren't strong enough. When they competed, they couldn't gain a big advantage, so opponents simply refused to eat their dishes. Sometimes, even if they did eat, they didn't vote for them. Since they couldn't reach the top ranks, everyone became more relaxed, and internal conflicts grew more serious. But this year is different. Someone is sitting at the highest point, looking down proudly at the twinkling lights below. The food section streamers are rising together. They fight like gods and kill like Buddhas. I suddenly feel our district might also have a chance to rise. Have they already won the first competition? I saw it. They crushed the competition. So strong. It seems this big boss can win every time, always pulling ahead by a large margin. White in the Waves is also in this group. He joined everyone's chat and said, "She is indeed very strong. She might be the most promising person we've seen in recent years to reach the top. The big boss has appeared." I saw him supporting that top player in the food community. White in the Waves. Our district has never had anyone in the top 20. It's a relatively small district. Every year at the annual meeting, we're mocked as small community streamers. We hope Jiang Da can help us turn things around. Oh, wow. Does Brother Lang think she can make it into the top 20? White in the Waves. No, I've never thought that. What kind of talk is this? Just as everyone was about to ask what White in the Waves meant, he added, I think, based on her skills, she can at least make it into the top 10 or top 5. So strong? Widen the waves. If you think that's hard to believe, you can check out her recorded live streams or follow her live tomorrow. Widen the waves. After watching her live, you'll understand. Today, snow falling. Not to brag, but the more she fights for the top, the more fans she reaches, and the more new followers she gains. Our district hasn't seen new growth in a long time. If new people come in, it's good for everyone. After analyzing the situation rationally, some people posted support messages for Jiang Jiujio on their social media and personal circles. This unprecedented unity boosted Jiang Qiuxiu's popularity even more. She received a bunch of @mentions on Xinguang. After thinking for a moment, she posted a simple message. It was a picture of her cooking with a lively stove, sizzling pork belly in the pan, and 4 characters in the middle of the pot. Food zone. Next to the cooking picture, she shared last year's annual meeting ranking for all districts with the caption, "Heat rising, temperature climbing." It was straightforward, even a bit bold. This reply made some streamers, who didn't know the full story, start to wonder. But they didn't realize that within her inner fan circle, Jiang Qiuxiu was even more impressive. After the second round of competitions began, loyal fans often asked in the dedicated fan group what Jiang Qiuxiu planned to cook the next day, whether she had a schedule for her streams, how she was doing lately, whether she felt stressed, and so on. These questions couldn't be answered by the moderators, so she decided to add Jiang Qiuxiu to this loyal fan group herself. When the message appeared on the screen saying that Wan Xing had sent a group join request to Jiang Jiujio, everyone in the group was shocked. All words turned into one thought. Why did you add Jiujio to this group? But I don't want to be just the first in everyone's hearts. Why didn't you say something in the group when you added someone? Yuan Bai was originally chatting happily in the group, joking around freely. When she saw Jiang Qiuxiu joined, she quickly hid her message and turned into a lurking viewer, watching the screen secretly. Everyone's reactions were quite strong, which made Wan Xing full of questions. Wan Xing, didn't you say before that you wanted to get close to Jiujio? Wan Xing, you guys are so eager every day, asking if the manager can invite the host. Now that the invitation is sent, what about you? Wan Xing, are you shy? Acting all bashful? Don't be like that. You all call yourselves strong men. We really thought you didn't have permission. Wan Xing, haven't you heard our angry shouts? Please keep the idol away from fans' daily lives. Please withdraw the invitation. Wan Xing. It's too late. At this moment, Jiang Qiuxiu appeared. Jiang Jiujio. Yes, it's too late because I've already joined the group. Jiang Jiujio. I looked. Are you unhappy that I joined? She knew her fans loved silly jokes. Seeing their lively and vivid reactions, Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't help but tease them. No way. Jiujio joining the group is a great honor. Happy. Everyone celebrate. Just a little teasing. How could they not be happy? After a quick laugh, everyone immediately withdrew the messages they had posted earlier. Suddenly, the screen was full of withdraw messages. Those who couldn't withdraw after 2 minutes started encouraging each other with welcoming words, and a quick reply pushed the previous messages to the top. The atmosphere gradually became friendly. Wan Xing had something to do and left the group. The active fans felt a bit shy at first, but after close contact and seeing that the written words of Jiang Qiuxiu and her live version were pretty much the same, they couldn't help but ask. Someone asked if Jiang Qiuxiu had prepared the dishes for tomorrow's match. Jiang Qiuxiu saw this and thought everyone was worried she might be nervous, so she sent a message in the group. Don't worry, no need to be nervous. The dishes are ready. Then, that overly enthusiastic older brother, who hadn't appeared in years, showed up again and sent 3 question marks. That overly enthusiastic older brother, who hadn't been around for years. Nervous? I'm not nervous. Juju, you're always amazing. I just want to know what we'll be doing tomorrow. Maybe we'll meet in our dreams tonight. That overly enthusiastic older brother, who hadn't been around for years. I will always believe in Juju. No matter winning or losing, Juju will always be my number 1. This is probably the most sincere words in every fan's heart. Even though the competition is intense, in the hearts of loyal fans, the goddess doesn't need to compete with anyone. She is always my eternal first. For the fans in the group, Juju is this special presence. At first, no one thought that people from all over, with different backgrounds, would connect over a dish, but it happened. No one thought that, as they grew up, they would still fight in the comments with teenagers over a streamer, even willing to spend a lot of money. All of this is driven by pure, genuine love from the heart. Juju's dishes bring happiness, her community feels warm, and Juju herself seems especially gentle and adorable, so many people have been following that overly enthusiastic older brother for years, repeating this somewhat poetic phrase of true love in the fan world. Juju will always be my number one in my heart. How can anyone not like such a fan? Jeong Juju, but I don't want to be just the number one in everyone's hearts. This is a secret part of Juju that she can't see. Jeong Chio is never afraid to show her goals. She speaks cheerfully, saying she wants to be the real number one. This also made the fans in the group pause for a moment. Although everyone loves Juju and trusts her abilities, believing her dishes are irresistible, the top spot in the live streaming zones isn't so easy to take. The number of people, factions, and various issues are not always simple to explain with just strength, but some middle-aged fans immediately remembered Jeong Juju's age. She's just a young girl who just turned an adult. What's wrong with having some ambition? They don't understand all the twists and turns inside. Just imagine Choo seriously saying, "I want to be number one," which makes people feel adorable. Then strong men and women quickly jump in saying, Okay, number one. Choo, am so great." After a while of praise, an experienced person explained to Chio that it's not good to casually say you want to compete for first place, because if a big streamer hears it or if you don't win, you might be criticized. He is very rational and thoughtful about Jeong Choo, which is why he said this. Choo, I'm not afraid. Choo, I'm not afraid to show my goal. I just want to be first, to compete bravely for first place. Even if a big streamer hears it, that's okay. Even if I don't win, it's fine. Choo, everyone can have a goal. Even if you don't reach it, as long as you try, that's enough. Her words show the youthful spirit of ambition. She dreams of success and isn't afraid of failure. As everyone got closer, they suddenly saw that the soft, sweet, gentle-looking Choo also had a different side. Jeong Choo, but I'm still very happy to have everyone's support. I'll announce tomorrow's menu here, so everyone doesn't have to worry. Jeong Choo, tomorrow we'll make tempura set meals, mainly shrimp, with some sweet or salty vegetables. Don't dream too much, the bonus is back. Eat a little more today and tomorrow. So, is it tempura shrimp? It sounds a bit familiar. In the end, the discussion about food in this group came to a close. Meanwhile, next door, after Wan Xing added Jeong Chio to the fan group, the active big shots quickly created another group chat and added hundreds of veteran members. Group name, The Hidden Corners Jeong Can't See. They argued about whether to add Wan Xing to the group. Can't add her, she's already part of Choo-Choo's group. If we add her, isn't she a spy among us?
But
you even added Terry, who's a lone wolf. Who added him? Didn't you see it's a secret corner? We've added him, so stop arguing. We're not plotting a rebellion. If we do something surprising, they won't tell everyone, right, Terry? Terry, the lone wolf. I won't cause trouble or reveal secrets. I also want to act. You see, they are all on our side. Everyone has come, so let's also bring in Wan Xing. Why not include the marketing genius? Even with 300 people, we don't have her cleverness. After thinking it over, everyone agreed it was a good idea to bring her in. So, Wan Xing was added to the group. Wan Xing, what is this about? We want to show the best fan life for Juju. Everyone is positive and harmonious in another group, singing the song of love. Wan Xing, and what about this group? To deal with silly haters, using your sneaky tricks to help Jojo improve even more. She couldn't remember where she had gone wrong. After some greetings, the big brother and the others, who were originally straightforward, steered the conversation back on track. Stop arguing. We didn't create this group to discuss that. We want to figure out how to help Jojo win. Jojo doesn't care if she ends up first, but her fans do. They can't just watch Jojo, with her 730 million fans, go up against the big rival with 4.9 billion fans. Even if we lose, we can't lose badly. We need to act and bring more people who don't use live streaming apps here to support Jojo. Wanxing, that's one point. I think we also need a second step, try to attract some fans from other sections within the streaming app. Yes. Everyone has good ideas, but how do we actually do it? They know the target isn't just anyone, they need some skill to attract people, not just wave a hand. When it comes to thinking, many fell silent. Spreading the word by mouth is too slow and difficult. So, what should we do? Many tagged Wanxing. Wanxing, give me a moment to make a plan. Without a plan, big things can't be done. It's important to have a clear outline before starting. Late at night, Jiang Qiujiu, already asleep, didn't know that her fans were about to create a grand event for her. The path to the sky amid everyone's attention, the second match of the Federation Live Broadcast Division's competition officially began. From internal conflicts to external stations, all branches of the Federation Broadcasting Company started to show their strength, competing fiercely in real estate, shopping malls, and even collaborating with matches. The promotion for this division's match was even more energetic than the first round of internal battles. The purpose of doing this is not mainly to attract new users to the live broadcast, since every year there are competitions and widespread promotions. Most users who want to join have already done so, and those who haven't won't be convinced just by external advertising. Every time, the event is so grand to show the company's strength and the festive atmosphere of the annual meeting. Even before it starts, they begin to warm up, which is a proud tradition of top industry companies. Of course, the lively preparations are not without benefits. They also help promote new talents like Jiang Qiuxiu, who is talented but not yet widely known. The next step in full promotion is to reach new heights. At 6:50 p.m., in winter, it was already dark. Jiang Qiuxiu prepared her equipment and turned on her camera robot. At 6:55 p.m., she followed the system's instructions to open her live stream. Fans who had been waiting could now enter, but the competition had not started yet. The main system was still matching opponents backstage. It wouldn't be until exactly 7 p.m. that Jiang Qiuxiu's stream would connect to her opponents. After one match, Jiang Qiuxiu felt that the main difference between a friendly match and the first round of the contest was that friendly matches didn't split the screen. During her live broadcast, she could see her opponent through a screen share, making it look like they were on the same stage. Also, in friendly matches, the comments from both sides could be seen by each other. The voting system for this round was different from the first. This time, the contestants came from different regions, and their displayed talents and skills varied. The system limited each performance to 1 hour, and only fans who watched the full hour could vote within 5 minutes after the broadcast ended. Fans who watched less than an hour or didn't vote within 5 minutes had their votes cancelled. So, although called a friendly match, it was actually more competitive than the first round. Thinking about this, Jiang Qiuxiu smiled and greeted her fans in the comments. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you again. This is the second match of the friendly competition. Tonight's menu is tempura. Yes, more fried food, but it's different from the fried chicken fillet we had before. It's so late and you're still thinking about food? Shouldn't you be worried about who Juju will be matched with? Yeah, as a career fan, I'm so anxious. You guys are still thinking about eating. Can't you be more careful?
Boo-hoo.
I'm really worried about Chuchu's match situation now. I wonder if my favorite blogger can keep competing. A group of fans excitedly chat in the comments. Alright, then I'll ask. Chuchu, do you know who you'll be matched against? I think that depends on the main system's assignment. See, even Chuchu doesn't know. Asking is useless. Let's stay calm and focus on tofu instead. So, what is tofu? Is it some new type of meat? No, it's not. Just wait and see during the live stream. Everyone will know soon. As the words finish, the clock points to 7 o'clock, and the main system assigns Chuchu a match. Here it comes. 399 shock. Facing the top beauty in the zone. In the first friendly match, Jiang Qiuqiu faced the top streamer in the middle-tier ranking. She easily won that game, and everyone was happy but not too surprised. After all, they are fairly matched players. But today, as soon as Jiang Qiuqiu's live link appeared, half of the comments disappeared. No one directly said it was over, since sharing comments is common, and even if the opponent is strong, no one wants to discourage or offend. However, privately in fan groups and circles, is her skill so poor? She just matched with one of the top 10 in the zone. How could she face the number 1 in appearance? What should we do? It's only the second match. Messages flooded in the fan groups, one after another. What do we do? Why did we get such a strong opponent today? Our plan might end before it even starts. It's over 3.7 billion, and we're just a small part of the opponent. Earlier this morning, fans discussed how to get friends and family to support Qiuqiu. They just made a simple plan, and now, late at night, they encounter such a tough opponent. Even though the match hasn't started, everyone feels a sense of defeat. Don't give up. We still believe in Qiuqiu. Stop talking, stop talking. Qiuqiu's live stream is starting. Come support her in the comments. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing. With a budget of 3.7 billion versus 500 million, the live stream room merged. The most obvious sign is that fans watching the barrage in Jiang Qiuqiu's live room can hardly see Jiang Qiuqiu's name anymore. Most of the comments are cheers from fans of Chenyu, who is from the neighboring beauty area and is considered the top in that category. Although the Ju-star fans have called their friends to support and fill the scene, the situation remains tense. Among the viewers, only a quarter are active in Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream. This is the first time since the start of the PK that Jiang Qiuqiu has faced such a big gap in numbers. The 0 at the end of the viewer count feels very oppressive. Despite her confidence, Jiang Qiuqiu can't help but feel a little nervous. The scene gradually brightens, and both hosts greet each other. Chenyu, known as the top in the beauty area, has a face that matches his name, Chenyu, which means fish sinking. He is a mixed blood, with genes from one of the most beautiful fish in the deep ocean of ancient Earth, the guppy. This gene doesn't give him strong attack power but makes him incredibly beautiful when transformed. He has silky white hair and naturally red eyes. His aura is a mix of bright and cold. He speaks casually and freely. He can sing and dance, but he's not the best at it. His stunning looks and charming personality, combined with any skill, make him a powerful presence. They only have an hour for their live streams. Both start their performances, though they share the stage. The platform is smart. Fans click on who they want to support, and that person's voice becomes louder, while the other's voice automatically softens, so it doesn't interfere with viewers. Chenyu plans to perform a multi-part show, singing first, then a mimicry segment, and finally chatting casually with fans. Jiang Qiuqiu keeps her plan simple. She only has an hour, so she aims to make as much food as possible. She calms herself, knowing the outcome depends on her effort. Her goal is just to prepare good dishes. Tempura batter is the first step, she says. We need to prepare the batter. All foods can be tempura. This dish is very simple to make. Since PK live streams can't be replayed on the main page, fans who want to try it at home can start recording now. Recording started. Open. Time to cook. I recorded it finally. I've learned how to do screen recording now. My old device didn't support it. When my grandson comes, I'll ask him to help me do it. Carrot. Today's main ingredient is still flour. I used the low-gluten flour recently developed by the Agricultural College. Besides flour, we also need some cornmeal, which is available on Taotao Fresh online. You can search for it and buy. The ratio of flour is very important for making the batter. Asked my live stream assistant to put the ratio in the top right corner. Besides the right proportions, the key to making the batter crispy when fried is using oil and ice water. Always use ice water when mixing the dough. After saying that, Jiang Qiuqiu took a spoon and stirred the mixed flour in the bowl until it became smooth. That's just right. Before using the batter, we can add a little apple cider vinegar. You don't need much. A slight sour taste helps balance the greasiness of fried food. If you can't find apple cider vinegar, you can use regular vinegar that's recently available. Once the batter is ready, Jiang Qiuqiu pushed the bowl aside. Then, a lot of question marks appeared on the comments. Did I finish? Is it that simple? Of course not. What was I thinking? I just mixed the batter needed for frying. Now, let's prepare the ingredients for frying. Jiang Qiuqiu chose only a few main ingredients. The first is shrimp, perfect for tempura. The second is pumpkin and sweet potato. In the 21st century, when people think of tempura, they usually think of shrimp, but actually anything can be tempura. After frying, sweet potato and pumpkin become soft and sweet, and their special coating adds more possibilities beyond just being sticky. Besides sweet flavors, Jiang Qiuqiu also prepared a popular ingredient, tofu, which many people have been buying recently. After showing all the main ingredients, it's time to start cutting. The rectangular knife is very sharp. In the space age, a shrimp the size of a basketball is common. Smaller ones are about the size of a large Australian lobster. To make tempura shrimp, she first needs to remove the shell. She quickly cut off half of the head, then gently hold the head and wiggle it, then pull. The black shrimp line is easily cleaned out. After removing the head and the string at the same time, Jiang Qiuqiu used a knife to cut open the shrimp's back. Once she made a cut, she inserted a chopstick from the side into the shell and back, gently pried. The shell then fell off completely onto the plate. Next, she repeated the same steps quickly, finishing with 19 shrimp. From beginner to giving up? Every step needs skill? Is this simple? I give up. The comments were all saying they couldn't learn it. Jiang Qiuqiu nodded to show she understood.
Could she not know?
She said the method I just showed is for experienced people. Beginners have a different way. Jiang Qiuqiu picked up the last shrimp. Why not teach this method from the start? Watching it 20 times would make everyone more familiar. Soon, Jiang Qiuqiu demonstrated why that method didn't work.
Bang!
No more head, no need to pull the thread, just cut with a knife, hold the shrimp, and cut a slit along its back. Don't feel sorry for others, feel sorry for yourself. Tool person. The black thread inside the shrimp was now visible. She started cutting. During this step, you can switch to a smaller knife, which makes it easier to handle. Of course, Jiang Qiuqiu moved quickly. Even with a big square cut, she easily removed the black thread in one smooth motion. Then she began peeling the shell. Lu Sun said, "True beginners dare to face all difficulties. Because skills are just tricks. So, no tools needed, just hands-on." Once the cut was made, you could pull and tug left and right, and the shell would come off. When removing the meat by hand, be careful to keep it intact. After a series of challenges, the shiny, white shrimp meat rested in Jiang Qiuqiu's palm. I suddenly understand why this method isn't used anymore. Understand just 1 hour, not enough time to practice. Great, I suddenly don't want to do this anymore. Cancel the recording. Cancel. Close one, my brain won't let me do this, ha ha ha. The young people shouted to cancel. Grandpa, on the other hand, was still showing off his old skills. It's okay, a little difficult, but I have 6 grandchildren, so I can take my time. I'm not talented, but I have more than 10 younger family members. I'm not afraid of trouble. Everyone can do their part slowly. It also looks not too hard. Anyway, we don't need to do it ourselves. I really feel sorry for these tool-using grandchildren. Light the candles. Add 1 candle. After lighting a few candles on the screen, the first fan of the tool-using character was suddenly mentioned. Don't feel sorry for others. Feel sorry for yourself. Focus on doing well, and tomorrow Grandpa will test you. Oh no, that's tough. Grandpa, Grandma, or even the children are not in the live stream or are behind the scenes. People in the middle of the family laugh out loud, all cracking up. The sons and grandchildren at the bottom of the food chain quickly leave, afraid to speak anymore. Jiang Qiuqiu also can't help but laugh, then starts preparing other vegetables. The vegetables are easy to cut. Just slice them, making sure the thickness is even. After some fun and laughter, the atmosphere in the live stream quickly becomes lively and happy. At this moment, no one cares about winning or losing the competition. Everyone's focus is only on Qiuqiu right in front of them. The atmosphere here is just too joyful. The comments are so. strange and silly that they make people very curious. Chunyu's fans find it strange. Why can the fans of the streamer next door ignore their comments and chat among themselves? And why are their comments so funny? Here it's all, wow, my fish is so beautiful. Wow, I love fish. Isn't it about cooking? Why are there so many side conversations? What about grandpas and grandchildren? Fans in the beauty section of the live stream are the most interesting in the Federation. They often have two completely opposite traits. One is loyalty, so loyal that as long as your face is still there, you are their greatest treasure, their beloved. The other is changeability. Today they like you because of your face, but that love is as fragile as a castle in the air, beautiful but unstable. Tomorrow, they might abandon you for something else. These people are full of curiosity and a desire to learn. Chunyu's live stream has quietly lost some fans. The number isn't big compared to the 3.7 billion base, it's just a small fraction. But so far, Jong Kikia's live stream has just begun. All ingredients are prepared, and now it's time for the most exciting moment. 402 Wrapped Snow fans in Chunyu's live stream quickly noticed that some viewers of the snack channel started typing frequent comments like, I'm dying. The comments from snack lovers changed more often than those from Chunyu, who was performing on stage. This made people curious. Of course, some viewers were drawn in, while others felt that their curiosity couldn't compare to Chunyu's beauty and charm. At this moment, they didn't know that there's a saying, "Your curiosity is the beginning of our love." Jong Kikyu was still pouring oil. The conical-shaped pot was filled about 1/3 full, and the oil was ready. To fry tempura, the oil needs to heat up to about 70 to 80% hot. While waiting, Jong Kikyu moved the prepared batter next to the iron pan. Is she going to fry the batter? Yes, coating the batter. This step is really amazing. After coating, the fried food becomes especially fragrant. The batter mixture quickly appeared. It seemed everyone was experienced, but today was different. Jong Kikyu waved her hand mysteriously. It's not just that. Today is special. I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of special? Jong Kikyu didn't speak. She pinched the tail of a shrimp, dipped it in starch, then rolled it in the batter.
Oh.
Still batter coating? Because Jong Kikyu mentioned different things several times, everyone in the live stream was now searching for differences with a magnifying glass. While talking, the oil temperature quickly rose to about 70 to 80% hot, and smoke slowly rose from the pan. At this point, everyone thought Jong Kikyu would start frying the shrimp, but she surprisingly put down the shrimp and began washing her hands. Jong Kikyu crossed her hands, wiped them dry, then picked up the bowl of batter. Suddenly, a very magical scene appeared in the live stream. The batter, water, and flour mixture was perfectly balanced, not clumpy. Jong Kikyu extended her 5 fingers, dipped them into the batter, then held her hand over the pan. The liquid, under gravity, dripped down. The droplet-shaped batter entered the hot oil, and the air inside was instantly expelled by the high temperature, causing it to float on the surface of the oil. A Maillard reaction occurred instantly, releasing a fragrant aroma from the oil. The temperature was just right. Seeing this, Jong Chiochio sprinkled some snow into the pot. The sizzling sound was very tempting. Once the floating items in the pot were almost ready, Jong Chiochio pinched the shrimp's tail and placed it into the hot oil. Frying tempura shrimp is special because of the crispy coating, she explained while cooking. We need to move it in the oil before the coating is fully cooked so it gets crispy. Soon, the previously small and thin shrimp, coated with a fluffy, crispy batter, turned a beautiful golden color and looked very delicious. Jong Chiochio placed the first fried shrimp on a plate. Then she sped up her actions. Dipping the batter was a bit tricky. She explained again, if you can't use your hands, you can use chopsticks or a strainer to drip the batter. We don't have strict tools, but it's best if the batter is thin. This makes it easier to cook through. At first, she fried 1 shrimp at a time, but later she started frying 2 at once. Working on both sides simultaneously, calmly and steadily, the tempura was fried into long strips, stacked in a dark blue plate. Each piece made a crispy sound as it was placed down. Halfway through the live broadcast, Everyone was eager to get a chance to eat dinner. After frying the tempura shrimp, Jiang Qiuqiu began frying prepared slices of melon and tofu. Frying these items didn't require special skills, just control the heat and timing. The batter didn't need to be perfectly even. When eaten, the soft, sweet potato combined with the crispy coating created a rare and delicious experience. The pile of food grew larger, and the aroma of fried items became more intense. Although the audio systems of the two live streams were separate, everyone shared the same sense of smell. Xiao Jia was a female college student. She was a face lover. Yes, she straightforwardly called herself a face lover. She believed that a pretty face could make people feel very happy. As a college student living in the trend, she was very skilled at watching live streams on her device. On the Federation live stream, her favorite fan was the most beautiful person in the beauty zone, Chenyu. She thought Chenyu's face was just as beautiful as the fish-drowning beauty described by the ancient blue star people. She often admired this face. Every time Chenyu went live, she was there. When Chenyu was in a fight with someone, she was also watching. She was online for a full hour, watching from every angle, just to give her favorite face a vote of approval.
Got it.
Today, she entered Chenyu's live stream as usual. Zai Zai's face was still so beautiful. The content of the stream was a bit repetitive, but that didn't matter. Staying here, she could still enjoy the gentle presence of the beauty and that fleeting feeling of excitement. Now, Chenyu was doing a movie imitation show. This show involved choosing a beautiful scene from a film in the Federation and mimicking it. Although this part of the stream was often criticized by rivals for being simple, boring, repetitive, and lacking skill, but Xiao Jia still liked Chenyu's face. Today, he was imitating a martial arts love story from 100 years ago. It was a long shot, very short, with Zai Zai dressed in ancient costume, super handsome. He was wearing traditional clothes and holding a long sword. The camera was in slow motion. Amidst the sword flashes, the way the stunning beauty approached was very impressive. She made a swooshing sound, feeling herself about to be captivated again. Soon, Chenyu sat behind a prop table. The scene he was mimicking seemed to be with someone else, both of them drinking. Chenyu's movements were very relaxed. He raised his hand, and in a large, transparent bowl, the liquid poured out, gently sliding down from his neck into his collar. Xiao Jia continued to lick her lips, starting to salivate. It was a habit when watching movies, but for some reason, she was just making the gesture. She didn't know why, but as she watched, she suddenly made a swooshing sound again, and could it be real saliva? She froze for a moment, her mind racing. Wait, am I this dirty? Why is there actual saliva? She hadn't thought of anything inappropriate. She just wanted to enjoy the beauty. When she snapped out of it, she noticed a strong, delicious smell filling her nose. She took a careful breath, and the scent grew stronger. The aroma made her feel hungry without realizing it. Then she found herself unconsciously swallowing. Mystery solved? What is this smell? This question only lasted for a moment because the scent from the sensor could only have come from another live stream. What kind of streamer is this? A food channel? She suddenly felt a strong urge to explore. 404. Welcome to my food live stream. Xiao Jia hesitated for just a second, then left. After all, Chenyu's face was nice to look at, but she could always come back later to see him again. Right now, she was more curious about what was happening next door. She wasn't the only one with this thought. In an instant, Chenyu's live room lost billions of viewers. While still acting, Chenyu's earpiece gave him a reminder. His viewer count had dropped by more than 500 million. He glanced at the corner of the screen. Indeed, the numbers had fallen. So what? He didn't care. Chenyu was also a new streamer this year. Like Jiang Qiuqiu, his looks had earned him a strong reputation in the appearance zone. He had risen quickly, relying almost entirely on his face. In the appearance zone, looks were everything. So after being promoted, he quickly defeated his competitors and became #1 in that category. But he didn't really enjoy streaming this way. It was exhausting. If it weren't for certain reasons, he wouldn't even want to stream at all. He didn't want to join the competitions either. The fatigue was setting in again, and all these back-to-back contests felt meaningless to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Qiuqiu stayed calm despite the sudden surge of viewers. She had already finished frying most of the food. On screen, she mixed a sauce, then uploaded freshly fried tempura shrimp and sweet potato chips to the platform. When new fans entered her stream, the first thing they saw was a flashing grab sign on the screen. Who could resist? They immediately clicked to claim it. Before they even realized what was happening, a tempting, fragrant tempura snack set appeared before them. Who could hold back? Jiang Qiuqiu's longtime fans, already spoiled by her cooking, couldn't resist. And Xinyu's fans, tasting this kind of food for the first time, were even less able to resist. At the same time, the tofu was ready too. With the remaining time, Jiang Qiuqiu didn't just sit idle. She carried the fried food into the living room, adjusted the camera robot, and started a mukbang eating session. People kept joining. The cooking part was over. Now it was time to eat. The number of viewers kept growing. She still had time. Hello to everyone still in the live room. Welcome to my food stream. I'm your host, Jiang Qiuqiu. Today I'll be sharing a very special snack from the ancient blue star, tempura. She picked up a shrimp and slowly placed it in her mouth. The camera showed everything in slow motion. Her teeth touched the crispy coating. A soft crunch sounded as she bit down. Then she dipped it in sauce and took another bite. The scene was so vivid it made people's mouths water. Tempura shrimp is crispy on the outside, slightly sweet when you chew, and when dipped in sauce it has a light, tangy flavor. It's hard to describe with words. If you'd like to try it yourself, just click the grab button at the top of the screen. Besides shrimp, she also picked up a few slices of tempura sweet potato. When she gently pulled one apart, thin strands stretched between the pieces. She didn't actually talk much during the stream. Most of the time, she was simply eating. Eating was the best kind of promotion. The more she enjoyed it, the more people were drawn in to place orders. Jiang Qiuqiu was working hard for her votes, and in the fan group, her supporters were also making plans. We can't let Qiuqiu work so hard all by herself. Let's try to attract people from the other side. He already lost 700 million viewers, so his fan base isn't unshakable. Since our numbers keep rising, there's still hope. Alright, I've already grabbed some food. Now it's time to test our skills with words. Since both live rooms share the same comment feed, we can use the chat to draw them over. We could try 405 not only stealing fans, but also trying to charm the host? These odd comments only appeared for a moment. Chinyu was tired. He had stopped doing his film role imitations and entered a more casual phase, doing nothing but chatting. He just talked with viewers, sometimes pulling the camera robot closer to his face. While things were calm on his side, suddenly a flood of strange comments appeared in the shared chat. It was a phrase Jiang Qiuqiu had once used as a title, but later dropped to sound more professional. Shocking. Why are people of all ages moved to tears? Because they tasted. This line, repeated in huge numbers, flashed across the screens of countless viewers. Everyone's simple minds are filled with. Before anyone could react, this wave of comments was quickly cleared and the next wave appeared as, Mom asked me why I was crying while watching the live stream because I ate this. Why is a college girl secretly staying up late under her blanket because an elderly person in their 70s suddenly learning about the internet and spending a lot of money on a device, secretly watching beautiful women every day? Turns out he just wanted to enjoy this. A peaceful family dinner suddenly turns into a fight, and the main cause is a loving couple suddenly starts arguing over something as small as a piece of tofu. A large wave of shocked comments flooded the screen. This new world of comments felt like a discovery for Chinyu's fans, making them ask aloud, "What is this?" By then, the smell of fried food had gradually faded. All that remained was a faint aroma of crispness. Someone started a conversation. That night, Xing's goal was achieved. Soon, these loyal fans who posted comments began chatting with those asking questions. "Fatty friend, we're talking about the food we're eating. There's super tasty fried food. In the cold winter, having a hot piece of fried food warms the heart. Don't miss out if you pass by. Come visit our live stream. Smell that delicious aroma?" Fried tempura, a classic Earth delicacy. Enjoy freely. Then, everyone started typing in the comments. Fatty friends passing by, don't miss out. Enjoy Earth's delicious food. Just saying, the words Earth seem like a catchy slogan, quite eye-catching. Immediately, some people said they wanted to try it, and others attracted by these eye-catching titles went to give it a shot. Chunyu's live stream lost millions of viewers again. While his viewer count dropped like sliding down a slide, the comment section was still lively. He quickly noticed that the fans of the neighboring food channel, Jiangjiu, were quite interesting. They were genuinely fun, so much so that he couldn't help but smile. Oh, let me see, are they trying to pull my fans into their stream? His voice was soft, not deep, like mountain streams flowing clear and cool. Soon, some loyal fans commented that they would never leave his stream for even a moment. I was born in my fish pond. Death is my fish pond. I will never leave it. Fish, don't be afraid. We are here to protect the best of you. The good looks and bright display on the screen also show a fighting spirit. This isn't good. This trend isn't right. Yuanqing organized a fun campaign to rally support in the fan group. Naturally, some people went to Chunyu's live stream. As the cheerful atmosphere gradually faded, the captain of the team stationed in Chunyu's live room suddenly had an idea. They sent a playful message in the chat. Handsome and extraordinary Chunyu, we not only want to attract your fans but also want to attract you. This was just a joke. Usually, the streamer would refuse, and the team captain would follow up with a sympathetic message. We just want more people to taste the dishes our streamer makes. She works so hard cooking, sob. As long as they can lure the pig into the live room and then surprise him, everything would be fine. But unexpectedly, this streamer, with slightly red eyes and shining gaze, suddenly looked interested after seeing the message. Are you inviting me? Sure. Are opponents visiting opponents? Once Chunyu agreed, he immediately opened his device. When streamers connect, they can only see the other's live room screen and choose whether to hear the sound, but they can't smell anything. If you want to taste, you have to go into their live room yourself. So, a strange scene appeared during this competition. Opponent A opened someone else's live room. It's Jiangjiu from the food zone. Let's take a look. Chunyu clicked in. He saw himself on the screen watching himself watching the screen. He joked, my stream is now a nesting doll. Then, he quickly clicked into Jiang Qiuxiu's live room. He was just curious at first, but once he clicked in, a tempting aroma immediately filled his nose, rich and fragrant, seeming to soothe inner restlessness instantly. His throat involuntarily moved, and Chunyu quickly saw some very striking scenes. Fans in the live room often said he was delicious to look at, but when he looked at himself, he only thought he was just an ordinary pretty face. Nothing special. Right at this moment, she felt like she was truly seeing something beautiful. The live stream of the female host was even more repetitive than her own, just constantly eating. But Chunyu thought her visuals were much more attractive. In the close-up shot, something was bitten off with a crisp sound. Everything looked golden under the lights, shining brightly and steaming. Suddenly, he felt hungry. At this moment, Jiang Qiuxiu was still eating tempura shrimp and tempura tofu. Shrimp is a rare delicacy, but the fried tofu smelled just as good. Its soft exterior was crispy, and dipping it in sauce, breaking through the outer layer, revealed a smooth, tender inside. That silky texture was wonderful. Jiang Qiuxiu gradually got lost in her eating, and she spoke less and less. While eating, she suddenly noticed that the number of viewers in her live chat had increased again. It was the last 10 minutes of her 1-hour session. Looking at the time, her chat was very lively now. So she took a closer look. Juju, the handsome guy next door, is watching her live. What does it mean that the handsome guy next door is watching her live? Weren't they competing? Jiang Qiuxiu paused, pulled up the screen sharing, and looked across thousands of miles at Chunyu. Hello, Chunyu greeted with a wave. It was normal to say hello, since they were in front of the public and their fans. On the screen, Chunyu was clearly sitting at a traditional-style long table, with a white plate in front of him holding her tempura set. He even held a small shrimp tail, tasting the food with a sensor. Is this even possible? She couldn't hide her surprise and showed a shocked expression. The two hosts looked at each other from afar, and their fans' eyes were shining, all focused on this scene from every angle. Almost everyone noticed Jiang Qiuxiu's surprise, and then everyone shared the same feeling. Wow, Juju is surprised. I'm surprised too. Is the guy next door a kind person? Coming to visit us during the competition? This is unbelievable. Juju's expression is exactly like mine. When I casually invited the host next door, Chin, he actually agreed? Did the person above invite him? This was a shared feeling among Jiang Qiuxiu's fans. Remaining are the shared feelings of Chinyu's fans and their shock at the unexpected turn of events. 407 people showing shocked faces. 3 questions from Chinyu's fans. First question. What day is it today? My idol's second live PK day. Second question. What are we doing today? Waiting for an hour. Vote, vote, and send the idol to debut in the top spot. Third question. What attitude should we have toward the opponent in the PK? No matter who it is, even if it's a stormy attack. I will never give up my deep and strong love for you. Banner. Only IU love. The fans group is full of passion. Almost every loyal fan has sworn their loyalty to Chinyu's beautiful photos. They are willing to do anything to see Chinyu reach the top 3 in the PK. Before the PK started, everyone thought everything would go smoothly. At the beginning of the PK, people still believed it would be easy, since 37 versus 7, like a husky fighting a corgi, no pressure at all. Even midway, they thought victory was still within reach, because more people were still watching the live stream. But as the event progressed, things didn't go as planned. The loyal fans never expected that they would swear loyalty to the photos and then see them watermarked. What? He actually went to watch someone else's live stream? The loyal fans' faces immediately showed confusion. It turns out I'm not the only one shocked. The other streamer, well, the opponent, is just as surprised as I am. I don't even know what to type in the comments anymore. Is you overconfident in himself, or has he simply stopped caring about winning or losing? The fans flooded the comments with excitement. Chinyu also saw Jiang Qiuxiu's surprised expression. He ate the tempura shrimp in his hand, but it was just virtual data. The sensors in his advanced device made his nerves and senses enjoy a feast. Jiang Qiuxiu didn't speak, and Chinyu didn't speak either. He started eating tempura sweet potato chips again. He is clearly a better eating streamer than himself. When he eats, his expression isn't very dramatic, but every time he takes a bite, his eyes light up. Anyone with a keen eye can tell he's in a good mood. Why does eating make him happy? Of course, because the food is delicious. Many people in his live stream came to Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream to grab spots and try new things. This is the main reason why Jiang Qiuxiu's viewer count suddenly increased. He ate another piece of tofu, and Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't help but call out his name. Mr. Chen. Chinyu finally looked up. Master Jojo, you're also watching my live stream? Did I attract you too? He calls Jiang Qiuxiu Master, which in traditional culture usually refers to someone with special skills or knowledge. He speaks highly of Jiang Qiuxiu. Yes, Mr. Chen is indeed very attractive, but your food is even more attractive. He pointed at the plate on the table. It's really delicious. No wonder it's the top in the food section. He praised Jiang Qiuxiu quite openly. What kind of food could be so good to earn such praise from a competitor? About 10 minutes before the live stream ended, a huge crowd flooded into Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream, rushing to grab items and then leaving. The number of viewers in her stream kept fluctuating. Then, comments slowly appeared in the chat. What is this? I thought it was ordinary, but is this the best in the neighborhood? Why only 700 million fans with such skills? Many people quickly followed her after this, especially with Chinyu's support. Jiang Qiuxiu's followers soon exceeded 1 billion. This meant her fan count had reached a new level. 408 is a win. We won. During a brief exchange, Chinyu finished the small meal on the table. The live stream competition was about to end. He looked at Jiang Qiuxiu and asked, "What's wrong? Master Jojo? Why are you still watching me? Are you curious?" To be honest, Chinyu was very bold. He said whatever he thought. Why am I recommending my opponent's items in a competition? Before Jiang Qiuxiu could answer, the fans in the chat went wild.
Yes.
Yes, strange. Curious. Yes, I am very curious. There are 2 reasons. He looked a bit lazy. First, someone invited me. Second, it's really delicious. His eyes looked dreamy. It's a very comforting taste. Thank you for your kind words. Jiang Qiuxiu sincerely appreciated the support from this food lover. Chenyu looked at Jiang Qiuxiu in the close-up shot and suddenly thought this girl was exceptionally beautiful. Her natural and harmonious features were perfect. More than that, she looked charming. Less than that, she seemed plain. She had just the right look, with fair skin, almond-shaped eyes, and enchanting black hair. Anyone who saw her would say she was a beautiful person. He looked at Jiang Qiuxiu for a moment and suddenly said, "You shouldn't go to the food section." "Huh?" Jiang Qiuxiu replied. "You should go to the beauty section. First show your looks, then cook. That way, you'll have more options. At least, she should have around 30 million followers." Jiang Qiuxiu wasn't sorry about choosing the food section. "Even if I chose the food section, I still have many ways to go." "Yes, because you'll keep competing," Chenyu said. "Today's competition, you'll win." Surprised. Just after he finished speaking, the live stream hit the 1-hour mark. All fans who had been in the stream for an hour received an extra voting ticket. Jiang Qiuxiu's loyal fans immediately used all their tickets to vote for her, without hesitation. Beautiful as she was, food was priceless. Braised chicken was always the best. So, Jiang Qiuxiu's votes quickly rose to 500 million. Meanwhile, Chenyu, who was originally a top 10 favorite with a fan base of 37 billion, could easily have reached 5 billion votes, but now he only had 3 billion. And those were from his loyal fans who voted instantly. The remaining fans, after hearing his words and holding their tickets, were unsure who to vote for. I won't tell anyone who to vote for. Just vote based on your preference. Whoever's live stream is better, vote for them. If you're too conflicted, don't vote at all, Chenyu said casually. As he finished speaking, the fans holding their tickets started voting immediately, and the votes for both Jiang Qiuxiu and Chenyu began to increase rapidly. When it was Jiang Qiuxiu's turn, she simply said, "If I lose this competition, I will take a break from streaming to study until after the annual meeting." Chenyu, who had just let go of everything, suddenly moved closer to the camera robot and said, "All right, now I ask my fans who haven't voted yet to vote for this talented streamer next door, Master Juju. I didn't mean anything bad. We don't know each other. I just want to try her cooking." Chenyu's vote count paused briefly, replaced by Jiang Qiuxiu's rapid increase. 5 minutes felt both short and long. Soon, the timer ended. Everything was over. Jiang Qiuxiu, 1,730,007,893 votes. Chenyu, 1,420,078,233 votes. Jiang Qiuxiu won. She achieved her second victory in the competition. After the match, the screen split, and Chenyu thanked her fans before ending the live broadcast. Back in her private stream room, Jiang Qiuxiu thanked her fans. "Thank you all for voting for me. My votes always belong to Juju. My shovel also belongs to everyone. All right, everyone must be tired after such intense effort. Rest early. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will post some small cakes in the food showcase. Thanks for your support. Since the competition is coming up, the cakes are limited. Be quick if you want some. I'll go rest now. Good night, everyone." After greeting her fans, Jiang Qiuxiu ended the stream. As soon as the broadcast ended, news about Jiang Juju's victory over Chenyu flooded the social media in the Federation's live streaming community. 409 fundraising event. The friendly match was also divided into 2 parts. The first 2 rounds were 120-60, then 60-30. After selecting 30 streamers, they entered a group ranking. They continued with head-to-head competitions, but losers weren't immediately eliminated. Instead, based on votes, the bottom 3 would be eliminated in a last-place knockout style. Around December 11th, after all the matches, the first place would be decided, and the Federation's annual meeting would be held on December 15th. In the past, the first and second rounds often eliminated top streamers from lower-tier regions because their fan bases were too small to win. But this time, A streamer ranked outside the top 70 surprisingly knocked out the top streamer from the beauty zone, which had 3.7 billion fans. It was a huge upset. Upsets are key to making posts popular, and another reason was that this competition was truly strange, just very weird. The bizarre competition content and the surprising results pushed the topic to the top. Of course, Jiang Qiuxiu didn't pay attention to these things. She was still making a cake. Tomorrow morning, Mrs. AI had invited her to another place to be a mobile bait, so she didn't have time in the morning. In the afternoon, she needed to continue competing, so she had to finish the cake now. During a break from baking, Mingmei sent her a message. Qiuqiu, are you there? Yes, I am. What's up? Today's live broadcast was really full of ups and downs. Although everyone was confident in Jiang Qiuqiu, the gap was just too big. No one believed she could win, and everyone was prepared to lose. But unexpectedly, after winning this time, you'll have more chances. Yes, opportunities. If she ranked in the top 30, she would mostly face good fans. Interacting in competitions might distract others, but for Jiang Qiuqiu, it was really good news. Take today as an example, a live fan magnet. Well, as long as I don't match with a stronger opponent. Spit, spit, spit. Mingmei quickly told Jiang Qiuqiu to shut her mouth. Don't say such unlucky things. We will definitely move forward. Mingmei, you don't need to worry. I want to fight whoever I get, and I hope you fight later. The higher the rank, the better. After saying this, Mingmei remembered something else. Do you remember the streamer you fought today? The editor from their branch just sent me a message asking for your ID. Why do they want my ID? The streamer named Chinyu seems to want to add you. Chinyu, Jiang Qiuqiu thought for a moment, but didn't refuse. She provided her ID. They didn't immediately add her as a friend, so she didn't pay it much mind. After baking the cake, she put it in the temperature-controlled box and went to sleep exhausted. She slept deeply. The terminal trembled slightly at dawn, but Jiang Qiuqiu didn't wake up. Meanwhile, Jiang Jujiu couldn't sleep. Various analysts appeared one after another. I think the situation looks pretty grim. Although we won, it felt like a very close call. We have the strength, but if the people in the next live room don't come over or refuse to eat, having strength doesn't help. If it weren't for the handsome and charming Chinyu unexpectedly pushing Chu Chu in his live stream, Chu Chu's current situation would definitely be that kind of push, only a little over 300 million votes apart. But clearly, the comments are acknowledging Chu Chu's cooking skills. I talked with his fans in the circle of beautiful women, and many believe Chu Chu's cooking is really delicious and makes people want to eat more. However, they've been following Xinyu for longer. We must face the fact that this competition isn't entirely fair. The number of fans greatly affects the results. To help Chu Chu get a better outcome, we need to quickly implement a plan. So, this is how it is. That night, a payment QR code appeared in the group. Funds from all sides quickly flowed in. Wanxing, this is a private fundraising. Only those who should contribute. Students don't need to use star coins. Just show support for Chu Chu in the live stream. She had thought of a plan, but she needed some money. As soon as she sent out this message, several fans responded. Image, why can't students donate a little pocket money? Nose picking the picture clearly shows his account balance, which is in the 8-figure range. Wanxing, fans who are short on money, don't worry about spending. Wanxing, fans who have contributed, please register your name with me. Will there be rewards for the dishes Chu Chu makes in the future? Really? The more you donate, the more rewards you get? Wanxing, dream on. I will only reward the dishes I make. TCH, no more donations. I don't want yours. Despite everyone's complaints, the funds were transferred instantly. You need to value yourself. You are very precious. Today, it snowed when I went out. I took the same fully automatic hover car, but today I wasn't going to the previous neighborhood. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at the passing scenery and guessed it was probably near that neighborhood. Curiosity is useless, so she decided to ask Mrs. AI directly. Mrs. AI was surprised. You remember? Yes. I think the direction along the way is about the same. Your mental perception is quite good. Mrs. L asked Jiang Qiuqiu to get off the car with her. There are many similar trees around here, and most people can't tell the direction when they first come. Is that so? Today, I went to visit an old friend. I told him in advance that you would come, and we also agreed on the payment. Even before starting work, they were already discussing payment. Jiang Qiuxiu felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't say she didn't want any pay. In social interactions, it's very important not to put yourself too low. Qiuxiu, don't be shy, Mrs. L said, squeezing her hand. Being a mental healer naturally requires payment. You should be confident. After you graduate, you'll be very popular. If I weren't married, I might be your little helper, and these people might not be able to hire you. Let's take what we deserve. We shouldn't feel embarrassed, Mrs. L added. She used to be in the military, straightforward like a soldier, but also gentle like a healer. Earning money through your skills and building your wealth is something to be proud of. I understand. Thank you. Why thank me? She waved her hand and then mentioned the payment they would receive today. Even though she was mentally prepared, Jiang Qiuxiu still found it hard to believe. Are you really going to ask for a mental training device directly? Yes, Mrs. L replied naturally. I heard from Xiao Mo that you often do mental training, right? You probably need a mental training device. The one you have at home is probably a common model bought on the market, Mrs. L explained. The ones they have are special editions, and I specifically asked for one that matches your attributes. Isn't that too expensive? Market mental training devices are usually worth tens of billions, and these special editions. That's not considered expensive. Your view on value is even more old-fashioned than grandma's. In a snowy landscape, Mrs. L shared some of the unique value system of this era with Jiang Qiuxiu. Star coins are not owned by the Federation. They are just one type of currency in circulation. Some people use these coins their whole lives for transactions, but currency trading isn't the only way to exchange value. Often, trading goods for goods is more common. The healing spiritual power that mental healers use is among the most valuable things in barter exchanges. She told Jiang Qiuxiu to think more boldly about her own worth. You are more valuable than you think. Feel free to ask for what you want. You haven't truly stepped onto the main stage yet, Mrs. L gently patted her head. Once you stand on the stage of a spiritual healer, you'll realize, below the high platform, everyone was holding their treasures, waving them desperately, hoping the person on stage would look down. This is the greatest honor for a spiritual healer, but also a symbol of endless sadness in reality. Of course, these things are very complicated, and Mrs. L wouldn't talk about such sad matters with Qiuqiu. She relaxed her mood and joked, "You'll find yourself in high demand." Jiang Qiuqiu nodded, indicating she understood. Uncle Fong, who doesn't want to be a grandpa before entering this family, Mrs. L also introduced to Jiang Qiuqiu the person she was about to meet. He's like old Yuan, maybe a bit lively. He's a very interesting person. You can call him Grandpa Fong or Uncle Fong. Why can the titles Grandpa and Uncle be used interchangeably here? Mrs. L caught Qiuqiu's puzzled look and chuckled. He doesn't like to admit he's old. After saying that, they arrived at a small courtyard with a single door. It's much smaller than the Yuan family house they saw last time. There's no flower bed at the entrance. The building is only 2 stories high, decorated simply, not fancy at all, just average. Compared to their own starry Wanderer residence, it's still a bit smaller. Mrs. L probably visits here often. The yard was empty. She confidently walked to a clock hanging on the right side of the wall, tapped it a few times with a small hammer, and only then did someone come out. At first glance, Jiang Qiuqiu understood why Mrs. L said she could call him Grandpa Fong or Uncle Fong. Because the person who came out had 2 conflicting features. His features still looked young, with delicate details that made him seem in his 40s, but his temples had streaks of black and white hair, which immediately aged his appearance. From a rather elegant middle-aged man to a seemingly younger grandpa. It was just like that. "L sister, you're here?" Fong Ping smiled, looking quite cheerful. In this way, he didn't resemble a general who had just retired from the battlefield at all. "Come on, if you don't come soon, you'll be the one urging me again. Aren't you the best at urging people? If it's you, sister, I still prefer to wait." After exchanging greetings, he looked around. "Didn't you say today you brought a very special healing expert to give me a happiness therapy? Didn't they come?" After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Jujiu. Is this your new little apprentice, sister? Whose girl is she? She looks kind and friendly. You've got it wrong. Mrs. Iyer shook her head. She's not here to be an apprentice today. She's the very special mental healer I told you about. Fong Ping was surprised, then looked carefully at Jiang Qiuxiu. Her hair was like clouds and mist, naturally black. Her face was truly young, without wrinkles, full of collagen. She looked genuinely young, not just well-maintained. Big Sister Iyer, I know not drinking nutritional fluid was my mistake, but please don't lie to me. I'm not lying. We've agreed on the payment. How could I lie to you? Mrs. Iyer asked. Are the ingredients you prepared ready? Fong Ping nodded. Qiuxiu, let Grandpa Fong see your real skills. Grandpa Fong? Fong Ping refused to admit he was a grandpa. I'm only 108 years old this year, barely half buried. You should call me Uncle Fong. Hearing this, Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't help but smile. Uncle Fong, where is your kitchen? Can you take me there? Sure, I'll take you there first. The girl was so good at talking that he decided not to say anything even if the treatment wasn't perfect. Getting familiar with each other outside was easy. Since she made the same dishes as last time, it was even simpler. Jiang Qiuxiu started cooking right away. She looked very skilled in the kitchen, clearly experienced and confident. Fong Ping watched her, thinking of many possibilities. Finally, he looked at Mrs. Iyer with a hesitant expression. For 12 extending an invitation, just say what you have to say. Don't make that face. Sister, have I been feeling worse mentally lately? Fong Ping asked with some worry. Mrs. Iyer, have you been drinking the mental nourishing liquid recently? How many times a day? Have you gone to pilot the mechs and played holographic mech battles with them? How could I avoid that? Fong Ping said. Everyone in the retired group, except for Lao Tai, can't do it. Don't change the subject. Is my situation really that bad? Fong Ping was very nervous.
Mrs. Siged.
Fong Ping's heart tightened even more. It's just a little, Mrs. Ayer had said countless times. Everyone gets older, and as you age, your health will get worse. Also, because they used up more potential when they were young and got more injuries, their decline happens faster than normal people. That's why they need to give up some things, start drinking mental nourishing liquid, and regularly receive mental healing from a healer. But no matter how many times she said this, no one listened. Is it really just a little? If you're really so worried, you should look at Lao Tai. He's older than all of you, but he's healthier than all of you. Fong Ping shook his head. How could ordinary people do as well as Lao Tai? Then what are you waiting for? Just wait to get worse. Their conversation ended there. Until Jiang Qiuxiu started boiling soup with a clay pot, then fried meat with hot oil, Fong Ping twitched his nose and couldn't help but glance at Mrs. Ayer. Is it really not that different? No, Mrs. Ayer was almost annoyed by his questions. Why do you keep asking this? If it's not, then why did you suddenly invite a chef from the rotating restaurant to make delicious food for me? I'm so scared. Mrs. Ayer was speechless for a moment. Your imagination is really rich. She's not from the rotating restaurant. Besides, haven't you eaten there? Isn't it that fragrant? Mrs. Ayer then introduced Jiang Qiuxiu again. So, she really is a mental healer. Yes, a food-based mental healer with excellent cooking skills. Are there really such mental healers? Fong Ping was surprised.
There are.
There was one before, she replied. But that was a long time ago. Unlike Qiuxiu, the food-based mental healer from Mrs. Ayer's generation didn't have good cooking skills. In fact, she was quite bad. Strangely, the worse her food was, the better her healing effect. Later, she gradually withdrew from the public eye and went to the lower levels to become a mental healer. Cooking still takes some time. Mrs. L usually asks Fong Ping to check his mental and physical health. During this time, Jiang Qiuxiu finished preparing all the dishes. As he trained, his mental space grew larger. Cooking a meal no longer felt very tiring. When Fong Ping came out, he immediately smelled the delicious aroma. When he went to the kitchen to serve the food, almost everyone was too busy to move. The three of them enjoyed a very satisfying lunch. All the plates were empty. He praised Jiang Qiuxiu's cooking skills loudly, saying she was like a modern-day cooking goddess. The strong taste and the feeling of comfort overwhelmed his mind. making the sense of healing seem a bit too small. Fong Ping couldn't help but invite Jiang Qiuxiu to be his personal mental healer. Anything the young girl wants is fine, as long as I have it. This phrase, often used by confident leaders, sounded funny coming from Fong Ping's face, quite a cute contrast. Jiang Qiuxiu smiled. Mrs. L directly kicked him. What are you thinking? Exclusive?
Dream on.
The young girl has her own things. You eat and pay for your meal, then quickly go get the mental training device. You're too harsh. Fong Ping still went to get the mental training device. Later, during their chat, Fong Ping tried to persuade Jiang Qiuxiu to join them, asking if she was interested in working for them. It didn't have to be an exclusive position, just come by sometimes. But Mrs. L vetoed all his ideas. You wish. Qiuxiu won't come alone. At this moment, Mrs. L revealed her sharp side to her unruly patient. You must send me a video of yourself drinking the nutritional liquid 4 times a day for half a month, every day. Only then will Qiuxiu come back. Hearing this, Fong Ping was suddenly shocked.
MRS. L.
You're actually using this trick to deceive me. Fong Ping finally understood Mrs. L's kind intentions. All the talk about introducing a new person or changing the taste was fake. She had found a girl who was an excellent cook, then tricked them into eating her food and became interested. She was using their cravings to control them. Although this girl's cooking was really good, Fong Ping knew he wouldn't give in. Fong Ping still has integrity. He didn't say a word of surrender until Jiang Qiuxiu and Mrs. L wanted to leave. Finally, Mrs. L went to the bathroom. She stood alone in the yard, and the old man slowly approached, whispering softly, "Little girl, how old are you this year? What's your name? Whose child are you? Why is your cooking so delicious? Do you like the mental training device? If you like it, come and cook here more. I can also give you a mental healing device, treatment chamber, or something similar, specifically to restore mental strength. Do you want it?" He seemed like a mischievous uncle trying to trick children. Jiang Qiuxiu moved slightly to the side and shook her head. Don't be so strict with your partners. He wanted to say more, but Qiuxiu shook her head again. Uncle Fong, drinking the mental nourishing liquid is good for you at this stage, she said. Mrs. L cares about you. After she finished speaking, Fong Ping was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Mrs. L just returned. Seeing Fong Ping and Jiang Qiuxiu standing together, she snorted coldly. Don't think about any bad ideas. Just drink the mental nourishing liquid honestly. After saying that, she took Jiang Qiuxiu and left. Before leaving, Fong Ping recovered and smiled as he said goodbye to both of them. On the way back in the hover car, Mrs. L taught Jiang Qiuxiu how to use the mental training device. As a high-end special model, it was indeed better than the one they used before. It could handle a larger flow of mental energy, and it had more training programs. This is a dual-user training mode. You can also choose single-user mode. The biggest difference is that it also has a new mental meditation mode, which is the latest feature. Jiang Qiuxiu tried out several functions. Very useful. Thank you, Mrs. L. Qiuxiu, there's no need to be so polite. Do you have time tomorrow? We have one more family visit and we plan to go tomorrow. I have time. With the mental training device in place, Mrs. L also arranged a mental recovery device for Jiang Qiuxiu tomorrow. The basic equipment for mental strength support was now fully set up. The same meal plan as before. Jiang Qiuxiu asked why they always made the same dishes. Mrs. AI Air smiled and said, because these people are so petty that they will definitely compare everything. Any small difference will make them argue. Time has left its marks on Mrs. AI Air's face. When she smiles, the corners of her eyes gently crease. When she talks about her old friends, her eyes fill with nostalgia and tenderness. Jiang Qiuxiu thought, maybe this is what friendship is. A different kind of feeling beyond love and family. Long-lasting and gentle. After saying goodbye to Mrs. AI Air, Jiang Qiuxiu went home to prepare for her competition. All the ingredients were ordered yesterday. Since she wasn't home, her assistant robot received the delivery. As she became busier, she realized her current assistant robot wasn't powerful enough and lacked certain functions. Maybe she needs to upgrade to a higher level, fully intelligent robot butler. She still hasn't paid off her loan for the current assistant robot, and now she has to spend more money to buy a better one. This is a tough situation. What is the most painful thing in this world? She hasn't finished paying her loan for the current assistant robot, and now she has to spend more to buy a high-end one. These smart products are really expensive. Recently, all her earnings from competitions have been kept in her account, and she has hardly opened her food showcase. The money in her account is just enough to buy a top-level butler robot. But the military uniform makes her feel a bit uncomfortable, so she chose to take a loan. After paying, the shop quickly sent her a VIP membership card, allowing her to choose custom styles. By the time she finished the process, it was almost 5 o'clock. She quickly put together some ingredients, logged into her food showcase, and saw that the small cakes she uploaded in the morning were sold out in 1 second after going online. Most comments below the showcase said they didn't get any, but few people complained about the small quantity Jiang Qiuxiu made. She still had time to make food to thank her fans, which was already great. She logged into her social circle. In the morning, the rumors about her and Qinyu grew more intense, with more people discussing it. Some even suspected a conspiracy, thinking they were colluding to hype it up, but those guesses were quickly dismissed. Elimination is real. Would she let her 3.7 billion followers be manipulated by a 700 million one? That would be like drowning in a flood, impossible to escape. Someone then suggested whether the two knew each other and had a close relationship because it was hard to understand why Qinyu would support Jiang Qiuxiu so much. This explanation gained many supporters. Yes, only out of love could a top streamer lower themselves to praise a smaller streamer like this. It made sense and was quite romantic. Soon, a fan in the community wrote a short story. A stunningly beautiful streamer in the beauty zone and a less noticeable food section streamer who had planned to reach the top 10 together unexpectedly met in the second round. A brave man couldn't bear to see his girlfriend eliminated, so he tearfully let her go and sent her ahead. It was truly touching. Many viewers found it quite cute. As the situation grew, Qinyu finally issued a statement. Qinyu, a popular streamer, posted, "You don't really understand me. I won't let my girlfriend be wronged. The only thing that can make me admit defeat is strength." At Jiang Jujiu, incomparable. Her main page was tagged, and Jiang Qiuxiu replied, Jiang Jujiu, at Qinyu, // true friends are hard to find. Next time we meet, I'll treat Mr. Chen to a big meal. When she sent that message, he almost immediately responded, Qinyu, really? Should I order the dishes? At Jiang Jujiu, later, their private chat became more personal, as public discussions were no longer appropriate. Qinyu, Master Jiang, is what you said true? Or just being polite? Jiang Qiuxiu, it's true. Qinyu, do you have a time and place in mind? After leaving the live stream, his tone seemed to change quite a bit. Jiang Qiuxiu, I've been a bit busy lately. How about after the annual competition? That way, they could meet then.
Qinyu, sure.
Can I order the dishes then? Jiang Qiuxiu, of course. Qinyu, thanks. So, it's a date. By the way, what are you planning to cook tonight? Qinyu, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. After asking, he remembered that the menu for the competition was supposed to be kept secret. Jiang Qiuxiu, nothing inconvenient. I plan to make pork knuckles. Qinyu, he quickly received a picture from her asking, is this the braised pork knuckle you made before, the one with the roasted pig? He actually looked up his previous recorded videos. A strange feeling arose in his mind, but it wasn't a bad feeling. Yes, that's the one. Earlier, when chatting in the fan group, there was a lot of talk about braised pork knuckles. Everyone hoped the dish would return to the food showcase, but making it is a bit complicated. Just in time, PK happened, and she decided to bring out this dish for everyone to enjoy again. Qinyu, looking forward to your PK tonight. Jiang Jujui, thank you. Tonight's PK was not close. Jiang Qiuxiu matched with a fan who is a skilled artist worth about 1.5 billion. She is already popular on trending topics, and with Qinyu's fans helping, the number of votes tonight was higher than before, reaching 2 billion. The group ranking placed her in the middle of the 30th position, the highest level since the food section started piking. But tonight, the hot topic in the food section was not Jiang Qiuxiu. For 15 Wang Henli's crime late at night, Jiang Qiuxiu's top ranking was just starting to cause buzz. People outside the circle found it interesting, but as soon as the food fans started talking about it, another big event took over the spotlight. That former number one, Wang Henli, who was taken away by federal police during a live PK, appeared again. He showed up on the Law and Order channel. According to reports, after investigation, Wang admitted to his crimes, which included but were not limited to hiring someone to harm others, abusing women and minors, and false publicity. Most notably, he was also accused of harming important federal officials. He was sentenced to exile for 60 years and fined 1.7 billion yuan, which will be used as compensation for his victims. Each charge shocked the viewers. The released court documents included his interrogation videos and other footage. People were surprised to see that he had harmed many people. Some victims they had forgotten, but others they still remembered. There was a popular food streamer from the same time as him. He was once famous too, but later, due to an accident, all the nerves in his hand were severed. The injury was so severe that he had to amputate his hand. People felt sorry for him, and gradually, they stopped watching his shows. Now it turns out, it might not have been an accident. There is another case similar to his, but this one is not a competitor from the same time period. It's just someone who is good at cooking and suddenly disappeared for a while. Later, it was said that he had some mental health issues, and surprisingly, it was also related to Wang Henri. Hiring killers is not a one-time thing, and spending money is not just once or twice. Even worse, there are reports of abuse towards women and children. At first, everyone thought he was ruthless in business competition, but they didn't expect him to treat his family so badly. In the videos, he appears as a caring father to his daughter, but off-camera, he cruelly mistreats his wife and daughter. Beatings and insults are common, and he even kicked Wang Tuantuan once. In the footage, Wang Tuantuan's mother shows her daughter's injuries, bruises, and purple marks all over her body. Besides her face and hands, her body is covered with scars. This caused a huge outrage among Wang Tuantuan's real parents and fans. There is also an undisclosed plan for murder involving a key suspect. This matter is very serious. After the news broke, the federal live streaming company quickly issued a statement saying they had terminated the illegal streamer and compensated those involved. But people weren't fooled by these surface-level actions. Someone raised an important question: what about the boss of the branch company where he worked? With so many incidents happening one after another, it seems that some of these actions were done before Wang Henri became famous. Records show he didn't come from a wealthy family. How could he have had enough money early on to buy a killer on the dark web? How much did the branch company's boss cover up? The boss promoted him to the top position and, after he committed so many crimes, still kept him in charge. Clearly, the boss isn't a good person either. The power of the internet is strong. As people petitioned and the news became more shocking, more viewers stood on the side of justice, demanding that the federal live streaming company reveal how they handled this internally. This isn't just about saying, "I didn't fulfill my duty," and paying some money. People want fair justice. 416 Evening Star's surprise gift the next day, Jiang Qiuxiu woke up and saw the storm of news spreading across social media and online forums. When she got up, the federal live streaming company's account had already posted a statement promising a thorough investigation. Not long after, Mingmei Jie sent her a message. "Qiuxiu, are you awake?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Yesterday, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Are you feeling too much pressure from the recent competition? Your results are already very good, and our branch analyzed the data. You can do even better." "No, there's not that much pressure. You sent me a message yesterday? When did you send it?" "I must have forgotten to check." She sent the message in the morning. At that time, Jiang Qiuxiu was probably at Fang Bing's house. After confirming that Jiang Qiuxiu wasn't ignoring messages because of stress, Mingmei relaxed and brought up Wang Henli's situation. "Did you see that news?" "Yes, I saw it. Everyone is talking about it online now. I didn't expect him to be such a bad person." Mingmei was very angry when she mentioned him. "He did so many disgusting things, and he's in the same district as you. Now many people are saying that the food area is full of dirt and problems. They are blaming everyone together, which isn't good for your reputation. Don't worry, Mingmei. These things don't involve us. Although the internet can be chaotic sometimes, most of the comments are from fake accounts. Most people are reasonable. Let's not talk about this. The company had a big issue recently. Is Xiao Qian doing okay? When I mentioned Xiao Qian, Mingmei sighed again. He was called back to headquarters early yesterday morning in a rush. I heard that Director Qian usually doesn't speak out. Maybe he's trying to get Xiao Qian to speak for the company. For situations like this, it's best to have someone important handle it. Coincidentally, Xiao Qian also has an account on Xinguang with many followers. Having him speak about this could help the company's image. He's young, energetic, and more convincing. Mingmei thought for a moment and agreed that Jiang Qiuxiu's point made sense. I hope he can come back soon. He definitely will. After he finishes his work, Xiao Qian will want to return himself. Yes. Mingmei responded cheerfully, her tone light. Finally, she added in the message, recently, Wanqing said she wants to give you a surprise to help you in first place. Huh? Xiaowan? What idea does she have now? Mingmei was curious about this surprise from the marketing genius from Federation University, but Wanqing said it was a surprise. Once she revealed it, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. She said if it works quickly, maybe within a week, the news will be visible on Xinguang. That really piqued Jiang Qiuxiu's curiosity. After finishing communication with Sister Mingmei, Jiang Qiuxiu followed Mrs. Iyer to General Boer's house. This was the third time, and everything went smoothly. Just like before, Mrs. Iyer used her clever trick to win over all three veteran generals. Until they got home, Jiang Qiuxiu still remembered General Boer's expression when they parted, because Mrs. Iyer initially said she had recruited a highly skilled food-based mental healer for him. Boer General first treated the meal Jiang Qiuxiu prepared as a simple interview, finished it happily, and was very satisfied. He immediately wanted to sign a contract for a mental recovery device, but Mrs. Iyer cut him off directly. Mrs. Iyer, dream on. Qiuxiu won't accept a solo job. You must send a video of you drinking the mental nourishing liquid before you can request her to treat you once. General Boer was furious on the spot. He also said, "You're so sneaky."